from July to September of 2025. This includes previous swimsuit special costumes, the summer special collections, and more. Keep an eye out. I want to take a moment to sincerely apologize to you all. While our internal teams have been working incredibly hard on Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the past two Doomsday events, we've taken a step back for a careful evaluation. We ultimately decided that we want to spend more time polishing the gameplay experience to meet our standards. Therefore, Phase 2 will be delayed until late July, and Phase 3 is being pushed back to mid-October. We deeply appreciate your patience and understanding as we work to make these encounters as epic as possible. Finally, Zhiyong is still working hard in the lab tweaking the balance numbers, so please keep an eye out for our detailed balance adjustments announcement coming soon. Ignite the battle!
Only one warrior will emerge victorious. Who shall it be?
气贯斩龙！ My fist is fired up!
You're on my radar.
Fight on, immortal weapons. The tournament is afoot.
Victory is in my sight.
Right on target! Get off my lawn! Full blast! Extreme force! Propulsion beam! No more holding back! Optic Fury! To me, my X-Men.
Hello everyone, Guang here. I'm thrilled to be back with you all again. Welcome to Season 8.5 of Marvel Rivals. Following the defeat of Alchemax corporate raiders, Jean Grey led the X-Men on a daring raid against Alchemax to rescue Cyclops. However, upon finding him, they discovered that prolonged exposure to chromium has left his eyes permanently open, unable to shut off his optic blasts. Scott desperately needed a vessel capable of absorbing infinite energy to stabilize his eyes. Meanwhile, Jean's Phoenix Force, previously crippled by now, was starved and severely weakened. In a heartfelt embrace, the two provided exactly what the other needed, finally giving the X-Men the reunion they deserved. In Season 8.5, Cyclops reunites with his mutant brethren in Marvel Rivals. Operating as a duelist, the fearless leader of the X-Men enters the fray to unleash devastating optic blasts. In combat, Cyclops can fire powerful beams to strike enemies head-on, or precisely calculate ricochets of the environment and enemies, leaving foes hiding in the backline or behind cover nowhere to run. He can also uniquely weaponize the kinetic recoil of his blasts to gracefully wave through the battlefield and secure the perfect vantage point. When he unleashes his ultimate ability, Scott removes all power inhibitors, unleashing an apocalyptic optic blast that obliterates everything in its path. With this update, we are removing Wolverine from the Primal Flame team-up. Instead, Wolverine and Cyclops will forge a brand new team-up, Blast Slash. Cyclops serves as the anchor here. When activated, Cyclops supercharges Wolverine's adamantine claws with concentrated kinetic energy, granting Logan a massive boost to his melee attack range for a set duration. Additionally, Wolverine's vicious rampage ability will be replaced by kinetic claws, allowing Logan to spin and slash with his energized claws while dashing forward, dealing continuous damage to all surrounding enemies. Season 8.5 introduces a massive new game mode, Bounty Annihilation, alongside its dedicated new map, Kunlun Shenlong Arena. After a long delay, the legendary tournament of the Heavenly Cities has officially commenced. Following a grueling series of preliminaries, the immortal weapons have reached the finals to test their might and mind. Will Linlier prove himself worthy of the Iron Fist title? And who is the mysterious assassin that slew Sun Spider? Stay tuned to find out. With the hit, we are bringing a brand new holiday event to all players, the Rivals Summer Festival. Following the June 18th update, players can complete a series of events, including daily logins, to end up to 2,500 units. We've also prepared a fresh batch of highly requested swimsuit special costumes for a new lineup of heroes. Even more exciting, a new social hub, Hellfire Bay Beach, will drop with this update. Take control of your favorite heroes, snap some gorgeous photos, hang out on the sand, or even take a dip in the ocean. We hope you make a splash and capture some incredible summer memories in Marvel Rivals. From June 12th to June 26th, the highly anticipated 616 Day Vault opens its doors once again. We are bringing back the limited time costumes and events from July to September of 2025. This includes previous swimsuit special costumes, the summer special collections, and more. Keep an eye out. I want to take a moment to sincerely apologize to you all. while our internal teams have been working incredibly hard on Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the past two Doomsday events, we've taken a step back for a careful evaluation. We ultimately decided that we want to spend more time polishing the gameplay experience to meet our standards. Therefore, Phase 2 will be delayed until late July, and Phase 3 is being pushed back to mid-October. We deeply appreciate your patience and understandings as we work to make these encounters as epic as possible. Finally, Zhiyong is still working hard in the lab tweaking the balance numbers, so please keep an eye out for our detailed balance adjustments announcement coming soon. Ignite the battle!
Only one warrior will emerge victorious. Who shall it be?
All right, folks, get your national flags on and preload those shaders because it is time for the Marvel Rivals Creator World Cup. We are taking a number of your favorite streamers in teams of nationality and pitting them together because that's what everyone is doing right now. It's World Cup fever, baby. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined by Ryan Central. Ryan, great to have you with me over the course of these, 2 days, but they're going to be spread out over Friday and Sunday. We'll get to that in a sec, though. Bit of a change of pace from you coming from Ignite, mate, but glad I could snatch you up for some Creator Clash action.
Yeah, not to make us feel old, but I think like we roughly started like our hero shooter journey a week from each other around then, like 10 years ago.
Don't say
So
the year.
yeah. Had to like date it, I suppose, circa 2016. But yeah, it's like finally getting to like work with you on the broadcast is tremendous. We've got to rabble about various stuff on podcast and that, but like the real meat and potatoes is here. It's coming home for somebody.
Yeah, and now that you know we're unked up to the gills, folks, we may as well dispense with the pleasantries and get into the meat and potatoes here. This is a creator-based tournament, and we'll be playing over 2 separate days. We're going to be kicking off with a round-robin group stage, and this is a tournament that runs over multiple regions. We will be jumping to the group stage here. It's 4 teams per region, and we'll be playing a round-robin between those teams. Best of 3, we're going to be playing domination in this group stage first, and then the first and second from each group go directly to the bracket stage. However, we do have a system in which wildcard teams can make it through, because if those of you are doing math at home, we've got 3 regions. That would be 6 teams. We need 2 more to make our 8-team single elim bracket. So, Ryan, we'll be picking some wildcards for our last 2 seeds.
Yeah, and it's not going to be like map differential on anything like that that decides it. It's going to be like total like final hits, like the eliminations that you get. And so far, we can recap some of the action that's happened earlier on, as Pacific played a little bit earlier today. We are going to see 2 of the teams at the very least, and then I think Japan in that 3rd slot really is basically hoping that the 3rd best team from EMEA and the Americas doesn't get more eliminations, doesn't have longer drawn out maps, that they're hoping that it's a little bit more concise. So they have actually got a plan of playing on Sunday.
Yep, so there you have it. We have 12 teams, of course, 3 different regions. We have already had our Asia teams play at an earlier time because I really like my beauty sleep. But we will be bringing all of our regions together in that top 8 single elimination bracket. Now, I'm told the International Space Station was unavailable to host this prestigious event. We'll be playing online for that, but that will be on Sunday. So stay tuned for that. We bring our regions crashing together. So we're going to have 8 teams eventually make their way into that final bracket. But getting there, I guess, is a whole other story. Like I mentioned, it's a round robin between our regions. For those of you who understand how the passage of time works, we'll be starting off today with EMEA before jumping into the Americas region shortly after. And of course, our teams are captained and populated by some of your favorite streamers from all around the world. That's something well truly worth getting excited about. Now, I've done a few of these creator clashes, and if you're coming over from Marvel Rivals esports, perhaps watching Ignite, you're getting involved in that. We might not see exactly the same kind of stuff play out. You may know many of your favorite streamers and their preferences in terms of what they like to pick here. So treat this as a fun series of show matches with a pretty hefty chunk of change on the line. We have $300,000 of prize pool up for grabs. First place team, Ryan, going to be taking away $75,000, but nobody leaves the Marvel Rivals Creator World Cup empty-handed.
Yeah, basically quick maths. If there's 6 players on a team, each are going to be leaving with 2K at the very least, but hoping to sort of knock bottom out of their groups and try to get into playoffs for a little bit more. And like you said, like you've got Ignite that's about to sort of really is online now for the playoffs in the Asia and China regions, but this feels like a bit of an appetizer, right? We get to see Cyclops played in more of a coordinated setting, right? So we get to see a little bit of like what the meta's looking like. And whilst we don't have any like direct pro players that are in Ignite playing in this tournament, we do have some coaches or people adjacent to the scene that certainly know what's going to be the hot commodities coming into playoffs for this patch and for what the meta is going to be at the highest level.
Absolutely. We definitely got some players that you'll recognize who've been a part of creator tournaments before, and a couple that have been esports competitors in Marvel Rivals in their own right. So moving along from this, that is our prize pool. So a lot to play for here. $75,000 for our first place team. That'll, of course, be at the conclusion of our Sunday games. Let's talk about how things are going to be seeded, though. Now, we are in a 4-team round robin setup here. So pretty easy generally to determine our top 2 teams, but ties are possible. Basically, we'll be going back from the winner of the head-to-head, and they'll be looking at like the map differential in domination, and then we'll be using total kills across all round robin matches to decide that if we get there. Generally, though, our top seed is going to be 1, 2, and 3, and then our runner-ups are going to go 4, 5, and 6. We have 3 regions, of course, that we need to seed into this 8-team single in bracket, of course, with 2 wildcard teams making their way in. Now, the wildcards, as we kind of discussed, it's a matter of simply how many kills you get over these games. So there's a lot of incentive to try and go in and get those final hits here, and that can shoot you up into those top 8 teams. For example, we've seen, I'll use South Korea as an example, who've already played in the APAC region. They certainly, were able to earn themselves a large number of final hits there. So they're definitely going to be in the running. We'll notice, obviously, across EMEA and Americas, the 3rd place teams, or even 4th place, if it might go that way, if they earn more of those eliminations, they will find their way in. So fun little side quest, I guess, but I don't know, Ryan, about you, but I generally feel that like getting a lot of final hits is conducive to winning in general in Marvel Rivals. So we'll see if we get any weird outlier results there, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a sort of wild like rule to have in, which is fine for these kind of tournaments, but it does make sense because it's like you're going to get more final hits if you go into a full 3-map series or the 3rd point on one of the domination maps, right? Or if it's just a bit closer, you're going to have more elims. It was also a little bit like depressing to see, I think, Team APAC only getting 57 final hits total across their 3 games, which kind of goes to show how rough of a day they had. But it sounds like they had fun and went in with a lot of prep. There's a lot of tryhards, a lot of sweats, not only in the EMEA region because it's a heat wave, but just a lot of sweaty players that want to do well in this. For sure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Central Europe's starting to look like Satan's armpit at the moment. So I do believe that a couple of our competitors may not be streaming their gameplay just to try and not blast heat into their room. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Let's talk about our competitors here. We've talked enough about the nuts and bolts of this tournament. It's time to meet some of our captains and our rosters here for our first portion of the show, which will be the EMEA region. 4 teams needs 4 captains. It's going to be Lydia Violet representing Great Britain, Dalocard representing Germany, Mixwell captaining Spain, and then Necros forming part of this EMEA United team. We also have an Americas United team. So you can almost treat that like a wild card in itself, a number of different nations represented amongst those rosters. Here are your Americas captain, Silky, captaining the USA. It's your boy, XQC, captaining Canada. Bakata here for Brazil, and Crystal Molly will be representing our Americas United team. Brian, already, we haven't even seen the whole teams, but already some star-studded captains showing up.
Yeah, with a lot of experience in like hero shooters or sort of new to these kind of tournaments, right? Which is a good mix, but it does feel like the teams are relatively balanced with some of the players that we've seen, whether they've been like ex-pros in Marvel Rivals, for example, the likes of Blind Pro, who is coaching Team Heretics that's on the Spain team, or just like very experienced with just shooters in general, right? Tactical shooters like Mixwell and stuff. It feels like they're well versed to playing in games like this, and especially when it's just like click your gun at the enemy and aim good. Those guys could do that no matter the game, but especially this one.
Yeah, obviously Marvel Rivals has its very much its own spin on the arena shooter genre, but a number of our competitors have also competed in Marvel Rivals creator tournaments in the past as well. We had the XQC and Super Cups over the last year or so. Many of your favorite streamers competed in those as well, including, I think, Sweet Anita, who hasn't lost one of those yet. She's actually somehow managed to win both of those. So she found herself with some great teammates. Let's dive a little bit deeper, though, into these rosters. We can start to hash it out and be looking, of course, for your favorite streamers. But if you're joining us on the main stream, you will have the chance to go over and check out your favorite streamers. They will be streaming their POV, I think, with the one exception of Dalukard, who, again, is in the middle of Dante's Inferno in Germany right now. So you can stick with us if you're a fan of him. We will be catching Germany very, very soon. But let's dive into our teams. We will be following one specific team here in EMEA, Ryan, as we go through our games. We're going to stay locked in with Spain. It's because, you know, Lion Pro nepotism continues to live in the current year.
Yeah.
But here is your roster here. This is a Spanish roster. Now, this is, I believe in correct. I think Nozarino is actually competing on the side
German,
of Germany.
yeah.
That's right. Shout out to the boy Victor. But Team Spain is Mixwell, Lion Pro, Taniki, Silither, Travis, and Networks.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of like interesting tidbits because it's like naturally there's some players like Networks used to play for Fnatic, like the invite tournament that happened for Marvel Rivals earlier last year, and played on various teams with Line Pro. So a little bit of that sort of coming back together with how they're playing. Like I mentioned, like Mixwell, a huge amount of experience in tack shooters, and we know that he can aim. I'm curious in like roles like this, who's going to be sort of playing the Vanguard mostly, who's going to be tanking, or whether you put the like, this guy's got good aim, just give him Punisher and hope for the best. We saw kind of how that worked for the likes of Jinxie in previous tournaments, which you want those kind of moments, but I do feel that most people, especially on the Spanish team, are well versed in this game. You got a couple of new players, but some interesting experiences that I can't wait to highlight as we go through them.
All right, we obviously have a few more rosters. We'll try and run you through those pretty quickly and get ourselves set up to look ahead at the tournament itself. Spain are only one of our 4 teams competing in the EMEA region. Of course, the United Kingdom is one of them, EMEA United, and Germany, as we mentioned earlier. So we're going to get those graphics up here for you now. This is Team Great Britain. Lydia Violet, Sweet Anita. Okay, it's actually, well, this is also half of Australia's roster. So I'm going to tell you what United Kingdom's roster is. It's Lydia Violet, Sweet Anita, Ashlyn, Cringe Alarm, and Unsalted Salt. Zoil is also on the roster, and also Wardy will be standing in there as a sub. Interesting roster because they have 3 tank players, maybe 4 tank players on this team. So curious to see how they go about this, if they actually end up only going with that 1 duelist, but 3 Vanguards might give us a different spin on some of our team comps.
We see that a little bit, like in Ignite, not too often. That's mostly like an Americas thing that they've done, and it's sort of fallen out of fashion. But like in these tournaments, I think it's very easy to fall into like, what's the meta generally speaking? Like, what are the pros doing? For one, they're keeping their cards very close to their chest. It really is just like play to your strengths. And if it's triple Vanguard, I think UK should definitely go for it.
It's kind of fun because we're a part of the Discord here. The creators are coming together and sort of discussing some of their strategies, and we can sort of see actually into these conversations what is being discussed. And United Kingdom, they have multiple Jeff mains on their team, so I think we're going to see people fighting over those picks, and that might be something that falls into the ban strategy. Like you mentioned, the APAC United roster had Venta, and she produced entire documents in order to try and scout out and counter out other teams. So we are seeing our national teams look to try and develop, ban, and protect strategies for, you know, particular lineups. That's stuff we can try and give you that info on and jump into in just a moment. So we've had 2 roster graphics so far. We are 0 for 2 on correctness, though. We do have an opportunity to talk a little bit more about them. Honestly, we can fly them, and then I can just tell you who is right or who is wrong for that one.
It's like a mock test for us. It's like whether we know like the nationalities of the player. Yeah, exactly. It's like, Ace of Spades, he played earlier. We can play again. It's Commonwealth for the UK. Like, we're just going to cherry pick places from all over. You guys
claim us when it suits you, basically, or when we have the Ashes. That's fine.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's at least you got this all going on with the World Cup, which is like double the element of like the national pride, I'd say. And the UK isn't just English players. We actually do have a Scot on the team as well. So there is at least something to cheer for, at the very least, for Scotland at the moment, because there isn't much else.
Well, I don't know if we have a Tasmanian on the Australian roster. I didn't really check, and I guess we can begrudgingly include them under the flag if that's the case. But yeah, we did see them play earlier on. Right, this looks much better. This is Team Deutschland. This is Germany. Dalukard, Nozarino, KG Meow, Hardy, and QRXU. There are a number of currently active, I would say, esports pros on this roster in Hardy and QRXU. And Nozarino is someone I knew as a freelance commentator for many, many years. So great to see him stepping up to represent his region.
Yeah, I mean, Delicat's sort of the same as being around a while, and I spoke a little bit to Line Pro to just like get a bit more background on the Spanish players, and he did say that like the German team is the scariest looking for them, which no surprise with, like you mentioned, the experience, but it's whether they can actually like gel together and play to their strengths.
You think this is the scariest roster? I tell you what,
I don't know.
The next roster, honestly, is my Sleep Paralysis Demon. They look absolutely terrifying. Not the kind of team I'd want to go up against. We'll try and show you guys the EMEA United graphic in just a second. Of course, not every European country is represented amongst Spain, Germany, and the UK. So this is the best of the rest, you could say. Necros, Boga, Poco, Fefe, Nyman, and Average Jonas. Again, some really well-known names. Fefe, a competitor in his time, now definitely more of a coach and, runs a lot of like esports initiatives over in France. Poco, previously a esports competitor, very popular one at that. And of course, who needs to introduce Necros, Boga, and Average Jonas to you guys? This is an all-star team.
Yeah, I mean, you have got some players that like did some pretty exciting stuff last year with playing through the qualifiers for like Ignite and had various successes in the MRCs for Necros and Boga with the teams that they've been on. Jonas, again, has sort of been able to be involved in a lot of these events and sort of like is able to piece stuff together, fills in whatever is needed, and has been a pretty good Vanguard player in the past historically too. So he's not just the all singing, all dancing ex-opera singer. He has a lot of like stake to claim of being a strong frontliner as well.
He also has one of the most compelling Australian impressions I've ever heard. So perhaps, yeah, some of that, theatre background for him there. But great guy, obviously, and very well-loved streamer, who unfortunately recently, I think he was in the US for quite some time streaming, right? And then he moved into his extremely fancy Norwegian log cabin and is big chilling over there. So haven't caught up with Jonas in quite a while, but obviously he's still grinding at that content. So it's great to see him here. I got a chance to look in at the chat, and I was told that Average Jonas installed the game this morning, but he put a screenshot of him dominating on Punisher. So I think I have an idea which way that's going to go. He wanted to show everybody, I think, that he still had it, but we know he's got it, even if he's just like the two of us. So those are your teams. We got through them, 4 teams from EMEA. Now, we mentioned it earlier, we did have some of these games played overnight. The APAC region is very much a part of this competition, and they will be sending at least 2 of their delegates into our top 8 single elimination bracket. Now, that region, looks interesting. Like you mentioned, there are a couple of teams that maybe struggle to keep up with the rest, but, we've got Australia, Japan, South Korea, and then, APAC United, who are also pretty impressive. These teams are headed up by Sora, Dotori, Loserfruit, and Deme as well. So some very well-known streamers. I think APAC United might have been an entirely VTuber outfit. I'm not quite sure. They unfortunately...
Japan, I think.
What was that, sorry?
It's Japan, I think, that was the full VTuber team, which, we'll get onto them in a second, but we sort of highlighted it before, like, for APAC, like, the captain's look was a bit of a rough one, but yeah.
These are your captains. We can jump into our lineups now as well as we have those corrected, because we will be discussing, we will be seeing a number of these teams towards the end of the week. So just because we didn't manage to catch their games, so to speak, they'll be certainly a part of this competition. Here's Team Japan here. Now, forgive me, I'm about to butcher some names here. Sisataru, Minya Satema, Sonata, Almi Matcha, and N Memes on the Japanese lineup. And I got to, I accessed the replay codes, got a chance to see how this team did. And honestly, I was really quite impressed. Very, very solid play. They really like to play a lot of Strange and Namor, but, definitely gave Team Australia some trouble.
I mean, that's not too surprising, I don't think. And like I said, like, would Neymar be like the meta to sort of lean towards? Probably not. But like, with the team ups especially, stuff like Strange is always going to be like portal plays and stuff, and then you could go for the Invisible Woman team up. But going over to Team Australia as well, a few more like names that we're sort of used to seeing. Loserfruit, again, hero shooter background, almost as long as this, but not quite. Frogger, Ace of Spades, Potato, Miss Mandy, and S-Jam. I had a pretty good showing, I think, overall, but it was still at least a qualifying position and some highlights to show very soon, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this team was really leaning into the, I would say, like, Lunar Snow and the Mantis angle. Very much tried to keep those 2 strategists available and made great use of them. Loserfruit and Frogger made for quite a strong backline, and Potato was absolutely frying, which we'll jump into in just a moment. Let's move along. This is the APAC United lineup. Deme, Spicy, Hiku, Venta, Kayla, and Octavio. A team who unfortunately struggled a little bit up against the quality of some of the other regions, but this isn't just a for fun tournament. There is some serious prize money on the line. They gave their best, but they certainly ran into some issues. And here's your South Korean roster. Dotori, Seom, Koa, Yoon Froggy, Sun Sniper, wow, and Japadazik on this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it's a team that is sort of hoping that like EMEA and Americas don't have as many eliminations as they do. I think it's 174, which I'd say over the series, the fact that they sort of almost won out very handedly against Asia United went up against them, right? If they could just force another map, they have more of a chance to get final hits, but they were sort of playing to their strengths, right? And finally get to see some of the action. Like it's Japan sort of looking the more dominant force, and South Korea really just hoping that some other teams, some third place finishers, just don't do as well with actually finishing their dinner and being a bit more clinical with finding picks.
So this composition from Team Japan was one that I saw them carry into a number of different games, really leaning on the Penny Parker, which unreal respect to me, for me, honestly, and the Namor in many of their compositions alongside this Strange. Basically, the Krakoa maps gave us some really compelling matchups on a number of cases. You notice that Team South Korea leaning pretty heavily into hitscan and also continuing to bring that Punisher in, which seems like a really comfortable flex for competitors maybe from other titles who want a bit more of a simplistic take on the point and click presence in Marvel Rivals, and honestly got a lot of value out of it. You can see that many of these stages went down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, the Penny Parker, I think, is just like mental warfare at this point, but there's a lot of like good strength to it. And like I mentioned, it's just going for these like hit scan characters. I'd say that's where the meta's certainly leaning towards. Dives very hard to coordinate, so playing it in these kind of tournaments is just asking for a lot of like anti-synergy. So just going for the more simple characters and just hoping that your carries can carry and that your backline, your strategists, won't be able to get too much done. But it seems that like mostly going to be seeing domination a little bit different. We usually start on domination for like Ignite and then move to some of the other game modes. Here it's a bit more like free reign, I suppose, for some of the choices that they'll have, certainly going into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it also might mean that teams generally can stick to comfortable compositions to try and give themselves the clearest path out of our round robin games. It is just domination maps in these best of threes. We will, of course, be including and involving the other game types when we get to our best of three, best of fives, single elimination sort of upper bracket, obviously with all the marbles on the line. But here, I'd say a bit more of that fundamental brand of Marvel Rivals is what you should expect to see. And you saw that both of these teams were looking to make extensive use of this. Now, if you didn't catch the games, completely understand it. On this show, we'll be taking breaks here and there, and we'll be running these highlights in those breaks as well. So you still be able to get yourself a taste of what this region is producing before we see them take the stage in our top 8.
Yeah, I mean, also one thing to highlight with all of the maps with domination as well for this first day, that includes Royal Palace, which we haven't seen like in the pro scene ever for like Ignite or even like the qualifiers like the Invitational earlier on. But sort of recap of the games and how this has gone. We have looking at like Japan losing a very close series against like Loser Fruit right at the end of the day, but everything else stacking up for being Australia and Japan to 100% be qualifying for Sunday. And like we keep mentioning, Japan is essentially hoping that the rest of the teams in the EMEA and Americas are a little bit more dog water than they are, so they're able to actually find more eliminations, just hoping that will push them over into Sunday.
I mean, and tough break for South Korea because they had some really close games, obviously both against Japan. That one went sort of all the way to the wire, so they weren't really able to, get much of an edge over Team Australia, who certainly appear to be the clear front runner. But I can tell you that Japan versus Australia matchup went down to the wire. Multiple back and forth rounds, especially on that first map, Krakoa, really took Team Australia locking in to enable them to take things away. So it'd still be respecting Japan's capacity as they make their way out of this group and into our single elimination bracket. They're looking really good. There's obviously a question of how latency is going to affect them as we jump into those games, but that is a bridge to be crossed on Sunday. Dash APAC region, and again, in our breaks, we'll be showing some of those highlights.
Yeah, and I will say as well, from looking at even, like Asia Pacific is a big region in itself, right? You're looking at a lot of ping between Australia and, say, South Korea and stuff, but most teams, from what I've seen, have been pretty like, we see some drama with like ping and stuff like that, trying to pick a server. Most people were very sportsmen of trying to find like the middle ground to make sure that it was even. But getting into the first game, UK versus Spain, we saw a lot of those first bans on Gambit, but I can tell you for a fact, in EMEA at the very least, we haven't seen any first bans of Penny Parker. And this is also not Ignite bans. This is universal. So that's Gambit banned for both sides.
Okay, that is very interesting. Yeah, we're using our Is it MRC or MRI format of?
Yeah, it's
bans?
MRC. Yeah,
MRC,
yeah. It's sort of going back to that. So it's like the fact that Rocket's protected on both sides, Rogue is protected on both sides. So it's sort of like, again, you've got some players that maybe have just reinstalled the game today, for example, so they're not going to be looking at the meta too much, but it becomes a lot more like who is better pound for pound. You're going to have these like mirrored matchups no matter what. Ultron being banned out. It seems that UK's like general stance, like a lot of teams, is get out the strategists, try and hit them, and Spain wants to make sure that Invisible Woman isn't going to be in play. Again, if they're sort of expecting that team up with Strange, they could really like up his numbers.
And again, I think if United Kingdom, you have to protect the Jeff here. Thankfully, Spain has already taken care of that. I think we know that's where Anita wants to go. Ashlyn already hovering the Hela. She's a self-professed hit scan player. Hela, Phoenix, Psylocke, and Cyclops are her preferred picks. And the Storm Protect here is an interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to like maybe before you could have gone for like a Storm Jeff Nado combination, that could be a thing with what you said about like Team UK being Jeff players. The problem is that team up was taken out a couple of seasons ago. So I'm begging that is the reason, just in case. And we're not going to see the newest duelist added in, at least in this first map, as the UK have opted to try and take him out.
Okay. Rogue Protect here. Definitely interesting. Extremely disruptive and tough to crack brawler in general as a Vanguard pick. What does this leave us now to ban? You've got a couple of options here. You can go after the Cloak and Dagger. So yeah, very heavy focus on the strategists here through the banning. Obviously, still plenty of options here. Cringe Alarm are able to keep that Rogue in play that was protected. And we're going to see, actually, maybe instead, yeah, go in the Storm direction. Maybe not what I was thinking. But we'll be moments away from jumping in the game here. We're checking as well to make sure that we're actually using the correct format of bans, because as Ryan, you very astutely pointed out, these are global bans, not targeted, which is not typically the format we see in esports.
Yeah, not in esports, but like you sort of mentioned, like MRC, like the qualifiers usually going into Ignite have followed this. And I think it is like a good like litmus test, honestly. Like I really like the way that like Marvel Rivals does its bans. It's very unique for like the esports scene, because you do get a little bit of like anti-strat. And okay, this team is a really good, for example, like Doctor Strange, and we want to make sure that if they protected it, okay, we're going to take out the things around them. Gambit is a really good example of that, right? That's why he was pretty much the first ban all of the time, because if Gambit's let through, then you need to worry about Rogue, you need to worry about Star-Lord, and that combination of ultimates, various characters that can really synergize well with Gambit. And so far, it seems that we're going to be going into this one as per usual, but it is interesting for sure to be seeing the Storm and then also the Rocket Raccoon, which means that there's a huge amount of damage boost coming out onto the likes of this triple, not quite triple Vanguard strategy, but only the one duelist, as we're seeing triple strategist actually in the backline for UK.
Okay, well, we're going to have the Waggle Hands and a portal set up here for Team Spain. Trevor's going to get them in position. Zoil apparently not really opting for that, which means we can have a very early collision here. And not a great start here for the United Kingdom, as Taniki flattens them with a Monstro spawn. Lady Violet, Unsalted Salt both fall by the wayside.
Okay, so again, like for Spain, that's interesting because you've got Lion Pro, who's the coach of Heretics, and that's a very Heretics move. That's very Enzo of just going for the pot play early. Means that you can basically get like a jump on an enemy, get the eliminations, take the point first, and then if it does push back, if we see UK making this to 99%, you are going to have that portal back when you need to start contesting it at this point. So you could really start to put yourself together at this. And UK, I'm going to probably struggle to take this point. Keeping themselves alive is one thing. Finding eliminations on the other is already going to be key with a wildcard if it gets that far.
Pretty deep push there by Networks, and we've found our intended target there. Jeff getting pressured to some degree, frozen up though. Now need to get a bit of space here from Team United Kingdom. Very much a solo endeavor, at least it appeared to be for Networks, but they are going to be topped up and ready to turn back up into this fight. Always, though, looking after the Jeff. United Kingdom need to keep that Sweet Anita pick in play as long as possible. Zoil actually has gone down, so the front line breaks here for the United Kingdom, and Spain have a healthy lead to capitalize on.
Storm is able to get a pick onto Line Pro, but the problem is that's a strategist that's going to be back into the fight very quickly. Truebiz has found himself too, which means that the Namor can sit comfortable. And Ultimates, they have been sort of nerfed of how much they generate from the start of the year, so we're still building them up at this rate. But a Horde of Proteus coming out first, it says a lot of just how much damage Truebiz has been able to do.
There's Ashlyn, of course, on the Storm. We're expecting a bit more of a hit scan focus pick, but like I mentioned, devastating with that Hurricane coming on through. We mentioned that Horde of Proteus is available here. United Kingdom liable to be knocked on their rear ends here if they group up too much. As the Horn Okay, well, Network's able to make use of that. Assault does go down, but a slight overextension for Taniki isn't overly punished. Network's just able to get in and find yet another one. Rogues here on both sides. Network very close to Heartbreaker, which could be problematic, but doesn't really feel like the ideal opportunity to make use of it now. Speed boost, obviously aided by Storm, allows Networks to get away.
Yeah, you've also got this like combination of like, yeah, making it so Taniki and then Mixwell are on these sort of like hit scan characters. They also have a team up as well, Deep Wrath, which really gives a huge amount of damage for Taniki, which makes sense why he got his ultimate first. But also now at this point, Spain have 5 of their ultimates that they're just sat on. It's Jeff is going to be used. Actually going to go for the grab onto the Doctor Strange as he was portaling, which is just going to be great. As some stalled, 2 players managed to get there, and more players have come out as it's going to be the Omega Hurricane from Storm, which we've not seen in a good amount of time, trying to contest.
Yeah, okay, it's Def though being used on the points. Widoneater trying to get a decent chomp down. Networks though still able to be present. Mixwell has to dash on away, but Ashlyn is going to be able to catch on to the Hela before your champion Spaniard can get too much more done. However, this all occurred in overtime. Team Spade have a healthy lead. They've got CYA, they've got Heartbreaker ready to work with.
Yeah, they've had to use a lot of ultimates as well, so UK actually sat on quite a lot. So they've got the likes of the Punisher set up, really wanted to try and combine something with like the Iron Amplifier damage boost on top of the likes of Punisher could be pretty strong. And you've even got the likes of like Mantis still available for both teams to pick if you want to give him that extra bit of speed boost too. So UK sat on quite a lot, but they just can't give up this fight at all because Spain are at 99%, and they're going for a pole play again, which means if UK hold on, they're not going to have it for the contest at the end.
You can see that Deep Wrath team up doing some serious work. Like the reduced healing is quite relevant in a situation like this, and virtually free monstro spawns whenever you get a knockout is pretty massive in terms of that snowball potential. I don't know what Cringe Alarm is really hoping to get done here. It is tough in virtually a 1 versus 6 scenario. They'll be stunned out here, and Team Spain will be left to stand on the point. United Kingdom pull up short.
And it was a really good play, actually, for Spain to go for the portal play. Again, it's risky. If that fight doesn't go their way, it's going to be really hard to contest if UK actually get it to 99% because they don't have that, like, chance to recontest. But they basically come in with it, and then the Heartbreaker from the Rogue. Anybody close proximity that has their ultimates, which the UK had a couple, weren't able to use them. They were losing some of that progression on them. And even the likes of the Punisher ultimate that came out from Insulted Souls, he was just hounded. He couldn't get anything done. He gets eliminated quite quickly. And so Spain have found themselves the first point. It means, though, they can't go for the same sort of portal play that they did last time. They have to try and fight this pretty neutrally, and it looks like they're going to go for a bit more dive as well, with Trubis switching over to the Venom.
You see the Heartbreaker, super disruptive in the same vein as Psionic Seduction was, is that it virtually prevents you from getting those key ultimates off when you need to. And 0 deaths for Networks right now. Pretty telling sign. An immense amount of damage output there as well. Trubis may be switching, switching it up here. I don't mind this, going over towards more of a dive Vanguard. The Venom is picked up.
Yeah, it's a good sort of look, I suppose. And with the sort of focus on Jeff players, Jeff has so many team-ups, whether it being Deadpool, the various versions, the Venom 2, so it means that you have got the symbiotic shenanigans in play, and this map is a lot more open to go for these dives. It's just whether Spain have that coordination.
Oh, we actually have an Angela picked up here for Unsalted Salt. Obviously, extremely mobile, but it's about being in the right place here, and that seems to be down on the point, because Networks is picking up where they left off here. Going to work, already found 2 eliminations. Zoil briefly stunned up. I have Agamotto's available, but it's just no good opportunity to make use of it whatsoever. The Phoenix, with all the mobility, still flattened there as Mixwell is able to make use of that team-up Monstro spawn.
Yeah, I mean, I think keeping an eye on, like, Mixwell's in this POV, because this happens so often with, like, the sort of hit scan players, even if it's, like, a solo duelist sort of role, how much space he's been given, because we're watching Networks just brawling at face level. It feels like Mixwell has so much space to just basically set up and just click pixels, and he's known to do that. So UK maybe switching over to the Angela was trying to close that distance, be a lot more brawly, but you lose a little bit more of that damage as Ashlyn is your only duelist on the Jean Grey.
Beast of the Abyss here already in play for Trubis. Even that overhealth, though, not quite enough to deal with that reprisal. The rest of Spain not necessarily in position to help follow it up, but Mixwell, having gone down, is going to be 3D printed back into the action. Like you mentioned, United Kingdom might be hitting like a bit more of a wet pool noodle here, and Unsalted Soul trying to go for an environmental elimination. Taniki, though, is no more, and is able to pretty much just pop himself back up, get healed up, and be ready to fight again. Somehow, though, Unsalted Soul has avoided scrutiny long enough to get that health back here, but the United Kingdom are still not in control of this point.
Oh, it's just the macro as well, right? You've got so many players being eliminated. That's a gorgeous Eye of Agamotto that's hit onto Spain, but Networks was one of the players hard CC'd, didn't lose a lick of HP. At least Unsalted Salt is finding a lot more with these picks, and It's Jeff is going to maybe trade them, but a hop up for Doctor Strange means that Gravity isn't quite his worst enemy. Spain are holding on well, though.
Yeah, Lion Pro's It's Jeff actually protected a number of Spaniards from the follow-up to that Eye of Agamotto. Spat them out pretty quickly. Wasn't able to find an environmental Elim, but I think they're still in good shape. Again, Cringe Alarm giving a good account of himself, but knocked to the ground here and should be flattened. It's Mixwell coming back with Gods to Death at the ready. Of course, looking very, very dangerous over the course of this game, and Heartbreaker has just become available. This could be considered superfluous there. That was an Endsong Inferno thrown directly at Mixwell. He cancels out.
Yeah, there's a little bit of technique you can do to sort of hit some of the low ceilings to go for these like horizontal eternal on plays, I suppose, from like the Jean Grey to just be able to Endsong Inferno your way into the action. But so far, Spain have done so well to sort of hold on. They've got enough pressure there. Mixwell is able to just sort of back off. As soon as he's seen some of this action come in, he's immediately got peeled.
Heaven's Retribution, though, being thrown down. Mixwell, they're trying to keep him topped up, but eventually Unsalted Salt will find his quarry. Now, though, out on the point, Trubiz looking good. Another Feast of the Abyss to just extend that lifespan even longer. It's Jeff from Sweetenita. She's under pressure, though. She's going to be taken down. Network's able to make that connection. Taniki, though, finds himself at the wrong end of Hella's armaments there. No doubt about it. That's a Namor off the map for Spain, but still they're working with 5. Trubiz here, soaking up a bit of damage before reaching for that ultimate, but no one is dealing with this backline pressure. And even though the 3rd Vanguard might mitigate your overall damage somewhat, the dire potential is there.
Eventually able to get it sort of like white knuckle ride, I suppose, watching Unsalted Salt's perspective on the Angela, but that's exactly why he switched over to it, just to make sure that there was a little bit more disruption, that the Hela and the Namor can't just sit in the back, and we saw Mixwell under a lot more pressure here. Trubis has tried to go in for these dives and has been picked off a little bit more, but Spain having some ultimates to work with. The damage boost onto the Feast of the Abyss is enough to get a pick into the backline, so Anita especially, as well as Lydia, need to be very careful, but they're some of the fastest strategists to get around and dodge some of this oncoming input.
I'd be nervous about this Horn of Proteus, It's Jeff combination, potentially. Ashlyn flattened, speared here by the Trident, and not too shabby a connection there off that Horn, but still fighting abounds on the point. Lydia Violet very, very low, though. Mixwell back into the fight. That's the It's Jeff in play, and Ashlyn's Endsong Inferno has to hit here. Looks like Networks was the intended target. They're going to go low. Eye of Agamotto going to be juked out for the most part, but Trubis is caught within it and may not be able to fight through this. Still, Taniki able to find Ashlyn again. That Monstro spawn going to some serious work, and Trubis needs to get busy. Draws a beat on Sweet Anita, a chance to pressure the Jeff down, and she falls by the wayside.
I mean, all of this is sort of working well for the UK. They still have control of the objective, but they're starting to just lose out on numbers. Might not be a chance to go for a portal play, though, as Zoil is maybe going to get there just in time and doesn't need to worry about It's Jeff being eaten. They're able to touch.
Yeah, no key ultimates up for Spain right now, and Mixwell stunned up straight away. Great catch there by Ashlyn, moving over towards the Psylocke instead here, but it's traded out instantly. Taniki going to get a bird's eye view of the situation now. A little bit of space to work with, but the damage comes in immediately. Zoil, though, is down. That is a key Vanguard missing. The Cringe Alarm at least is able to even up the ledger. Unsalted Salt here. Got to be on the Thor of all things. And we have a pretty nasty mouse from a Madness here. Networks, though, knocked to the ground. Definitely has to have his wits about him. Both Vanguards are in play. Getting healed up as well. Nicely done by Lion Pro to keep him in the game.
Oh, they're just holding on by a pixel there, but like it's good peel for Anita actually. It's using the rage of his healing to keep themselves going. And you've also got Salted Salt switching over to the Force, so a God of Thunder might be able to smash down onto Lion Pro. He gets the pick, but the Beer back's going to bring him straight into it. The ultimate's going to be used, and he finds himself a second.
Yeah, Lion Pro back in the game, like you mentioned. Unsalted Salt able to find that burst damage connection, though, on to the Strange. Jeez, that team up is nasty. That reduced healing. Mixwell able to make use of it in order to get the Thor out of the game. And somehow still Trubiz is alive. Another Horde of Proteus need a big hit here. And it's a little questionable. Trubiz again hanging in there, but only just got us to death. Pretty well timed here. Need to find some of these extra damages. United Kingdom are catching up very quickly.
It's slowly but surely, but it's Mixwell that's able to get the pick with the Goddess of Death right at the end onto the Devil Dinosaur just to try to get some more sustain, a bit more HP on the objective. But Mixwell is finding his way to chipping off everybody. The point is flipped back in favor of Spain. You've got It's Jeff used, I guess, to rush to the point for Sweet Anita to try and contest this one. She's able to do so, but she just gets absolutely hammered by Spain. And it's the UK losing out ever so closely on the end point for Spain, taking this first map 2-0.
Well, it was a pretty compelling start as we headed over towards Carousel. The Grove, much closer affair here. Team Spain, though, look like they're pretty locked in. And the switch, I think, over to the Venom in that second round, pretty heads up. I'm liking at least I guess, the variety of different approaches we're seeing from Team United Kingdom. I don't know about the Devil Dinosaur towards the end of that round when the Angela certainly gave them a good amount of backline pressure, chance to sort of go after Mixwell, go after Taniki, and take those key duelists out of the game. But hey, Taniki ends with about 16k damage, not too shabby at all.
Not at all. And I think especially for that second point, like even though the UK still lost out on this one 2-0, at least on the specific rounds, at least find themselves more than 8 eliminations, which I think is what they had in the first point. And like we keep mentioning, like if the UK goes into that third place position, it is going to matter quite a lot. So if Spain sort of make quick work in the other maps or against the other teams in their round robins, it could very much be the difference if UK can actually scrape together a couple of like good wins here. And it's also just like the experience of like, okay, what do we do in this situation? What characters did we protect that we might not have got much use out of, that the other team got more use out of than us? That's something that they need to bear in mind with these like mirrored bans.
It did end up being mystery heroes a little bit there for Team United Kingdom towards the end of the round. Clearly just trying to find some room to adapt. But the good news for them is that these are best of threes. They're also best of threes of domination. So once they find that they can lock into a composition that really works for them, then they'll be fine from there. Ashland started out on the Storm, which was obviously, all things considered, very interesting. But I guess, you know, if she's able to make use of proximity and, you know, add some of that support flavor for her teammates, then it's supposed to be quite powerful, especially when Omega Hurricane gets good connection as everybody is grouped up. But it was the Rogue on United Kingdom that was able to steal the show.
Yeah, and usually we're sort of used to seeing just Rogue used when Gambit is in play, so it's nice to see her just used in her own right, especially. So maybe that's something that we can see a little bit more of in the future, but just that Brawly style for Networks, I don't think he had many eliminations against him to his name, but when he synergized with the backline of Lion Pro, who he's on a team with, kind of makes sense that he's able to get that freedom. When Rogue gets the resources from a team, she can do just as much damage as a duelist.
And one thing I'm going to be looking out for, especially over this region, is which of our EMEA squads can play dive, right? Can they actually push these backlines? Because I think Namor is going to be pretty prolifically picked here. Just very potent poke, obviously monstrous spawns, very powerful deployables, and a great team up with Hello, who is going to be a favorite of a lot of our, you know, AIM stars from different games, as was evidenced by Mixwell earlier on there. So, you know, that's a team up you've got to look out for. I think EMEA United, team with Necros on there, could probably start to reach into some dive. We're seeing teams over in APAC Ignite, you know, going for that Daredevil here, who's definitely one of the premier options when you want to sort of pressure backlines. But Necros might just play Spider-Man.
Yeah, he just got back from hospital as well, which I don't know whereabouts in Europe he is, but I imagine it's warm because it's warm everywhere. That's he come out of hospital into a heat wave, and then it's like, all right, you have to do the potential like Spider-Man plays that you're sort of known for in a tournament like this. But like if he's able to get the wins on it, it's not going to matter too much. I think for UK, like looking at drafts generally, it might be the obvious thing of just like take out some of the hit scan characters, because if you do want to play Ashley on the Storm, she is not as mobile as some sort of other aerial characters. That it's just like aim like practice. You know what I mean? It's just basically clay pigeon shooting in the sky. When you're going up against the Heller and a Namor, they very much fit into those sort of profiles. So that's something that maybe they want to keep an eye on. They did ban the Cyclops, but I do think that's going to be a case for everybody. So maybe you just want to make sure that there's like head clickers can't really hit scan, at least have to go to some projectile characters instead.
Yeah, I mean, tough, I think, to ban out the entire roster of hit scan heroes with where Marvel Rivals is at now. It's such a full roster when many of the bans we're seeing in the early stages. We are using the basic ban system, by the way, folks. So that was correct. We had the right one set up. A lot of those bans are being aimed at sort of limiting the strategist pool, because we know, you know, Fate of Both Worlds still extremely powerful, you know, ability. We're seeing a lot of teams that are reaching for the Rocket Raccoon. Big shout out to the UK, who had a 0 damage rocket homage there in that particular game. But one thing that Spain was able to do really effectively is actually get into that back line. Rocket has some pretty decent mobility, right? Can get up those walls, can float around a little bit, but the composition, I think, from Spain made that pretty hard to get any breathing room. Rogue is just very good at closing the gap. She's super disruptive. It's knock-ups, it's knockdowns, it's do the hokey pokey and turn around. She basically is all up in your business. So hard to peel her off you, much as it is with Cap. When we're going to see Cringe Alarm already indicating their intent to go this way again, and the penny ban once again rears its head.
Yeah, I think the Gambit ban makes a lot of sense, like I said, but with both teams, especially good for Rogue, you don't want to try to like use that. It's almost a little bit like anti-synergistic from the UK of like, you're not good for that team up yourselves.
Yeah, ban one, protect one, yeah.
Yeah, right. And like the Rocket Protect means that there's just so much to work with for Spain when it comes to backline. Maybe there's like teams aren't going to focus too much on getting the Mantis and good triple strategist, but that might not necessarily be a bad thing for the UK if they want to sort of play triple Vanguard, triple strategist. Just be this like hyper sustain lineup and just get on the point first. The Angela ban I do like because they do admit that it was a bit of a problem how much Unsalted Salt was getting in their faces.
Yeah, it might be, forcing Unsalted Salt into, any of the other sort of dive Vanguards that exist. Obviously, Venom, as we saw in our previous game, was a great pick for Trubiz. The Jeff ban is actually egregious, and it's honestly the United Kingdom are doing it. So, Anita is not just a Jeff player. She's evolved since we've seen her in previous Creator Cups. She also can play Rocket, Squirrel Girl, and Invisible Woman, so already hovering the Invis. The Thor Protect from Unsalted Salt. God of Thunder, obviously, look, having access to forms of burst damage is really important to try and cut through these high throughput strategist comps, especially if we're seeing more than two in any case. So they obviously, a bruiser-esque Vanguard that can get into the back line and basically be unanswerable unless you get good peel.
Yeah, and you're right. So, like, again, the UK trying to go for, like, taking out the strategists instead. Jean Grey being protected is an interesting one. Like, again, it's access to both teams. It's not just that Spain would have it themselves only, but maybe sort of going to a bit more front-to-back style. The Mantis ban is here this time. Sort of expected the UK might lean towards that a little bit more. But I guess the main thing for Hell's Heaven in comparison to some of the other domination maps is it's harder to dive on this one. The points are a little bit more, like, centered in. You don't have the verticality to leap down on people. Some points are a little bit better than others, but an Neymar ban is good because it does hit the Hela too, right? Because you don't have that team up available, which means that Mixman won't want to change to something else, and he's already locking in the Punisher.
Okay, obviously Punisher does have a team up in the game right now. It is absolutely hilarious with the Devil Dino. Not sure if we're going to see that particular mix. Oh, we're a Venom fan, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, these are pretty good. I haven't been like almost hot mic'd, I suppose, just taking a drink there. But again, I think I'm well within my right. It's almost 32 degrees in my room, which is what, like 80 Fahrenheit. I'm still trying to do the quick maths on it, but it's what you don't need to hear Brits complain about the weather anymore. You're going to see it everywhere.
I'm getting it on Twitter. It's actually, I mean, every time there's a heat wave, I get it though. You guys don't have AC. It's just not a thing. It's a badge of honor to suffer through
brick
summer.
Houses. That's the thing. It's like getting cooler outside, but the heat is not going anywhere. And having a big PC to like cast all this stuff on, it just adds to the. It's almost like I'm at a LAN. You've got that general sweat. So I think I just need some like crowd noise in the background, and I'm going to feel like I'm at the grand finals or something.
I have done that. I have pumped it into my ears when I've done like remote grand finals before. A jury's out on whether it sort of works, but when you want that atmosphere, maybe we'll do it on Sunday, get some of that crowd noise. Truby is here, trying to draw his own form of applause as TP was being considered, and he's already noted the position of the United Kingdom as they are making their way out onto the point. Team UK here are going to be going with this Thor and Rogue frontline. Also, the Devil Dino for Zor. So triple Vanguard it's going to be, which does at least mean that these strategists are going to be pumping out ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good strategy for UK. You could sort of tell from the draft that they wanted to go for like sustain, get on the point first, damage boost everything with the Storm, and just basically brawl it out. You've already lost Zola, which is tough because it's just HP that like the Devil Dinosaur has. Be Right Back is good, but it's whether you're KO, you could actually gonna get the ultimates online, but Insulted Salt manages to take Mixwell with him into the drink. The problem is that the Be Right Back brings him straight back.
Yeah, so not a worthwhile trade whatsoever in the end. Moon Knight in play here at the moment for Team Spain. And Taniki's looked pretty darn good so far. If you are not studiously clearing those arcs, your rather compact composition that has to filter through Trogs on this map is going to get absolutely shredded down. But there's Mixwell with the old M1, holding it for the boys. Gets Spain that first fight win.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the look of, like, you see these changes up. Zol is there, so he's got the team up with Invisible Woman. The damage he's able to put out is going to be a lot better. You do have an Omega Hurricane built up, but because he had the Devil Dinosaur before, it means that ult charge is there for Spain. And here comes the Storm Ultimate to try and fight this alongside with the It's Group used on the other side.
Okay, well, it's Jeff in play. Taniki and Mixwell do perish, though, to the Hurricane. Tough break here for Team Spain. And now Ashland should be able to clean up the rest. Lion Pro caught a little bit out there. Of course, the Loki not exactly wanting to be under scrutiny of this storm. And Ashland is absolutely pumping this damage. Trubiz can't hold up under that level of heat. And Networks will be the last to fall.
Finally, UK are able to actually switch the point pretty early on as well. For the other times that we've seen, Spain has been able to get it to like near enough 99% each and every time. So the Omega Hurricane does quite a lot. And Spain tried to counterattack it with that Strangling Prison. Weren't able to get too much. But the composition switched it up. They've gone for the Loki that has that God of Mischief, which means that there's just more damage boost that they can put out. They've already used Yam Amplifier. They're probably going to use it pretty early on too to combine it with this Hand of Khonshu.
Here's Lion Pro. What are we going to be duping? No, it's going to be a CYA copied rather. So big damage boost here for Team Spain. They want to bully their way through onto the point. And Taniki can chill here. Holding on the hand of Khonshu for a time, but Unsalted Salt, that is dirty stuff. Pops the ultimate and is able to mow that front line down entirely. Sure, Networks is going to be brought back into the game, but they're still only working with 5. But Mixwell finds an ultimate of his own. Ashlyn has to be very careful. She is floating and not particularly mobile. An easy target, you'd think, but she slides a shot around the pillar and Mixwell is down.
I love the aggression from Unsalted Salt with his own like final judgment, but he doesn't see Mixwell behind him who ults, and it's that whole like, oh, he's behind me, isn't he? And just gets completely decimated first. So Spain still haven't switched over the point. The UK are doing well to hold on to this, and they still have ultimates. Invisible Boundary on the objective might stall this for a little bit longer if Anita wants to use it.
Okay, we're going to hear a Omega Hurricane come down here. Can Ashlyn find good connection? Line Pro being forced to very quickly make a clone and get out of there. Finds Lydia Violet, but Networks is down. Eventually picked up, but Truby is also flattened by Unsalted Salt. This is Spain once again forced onto the back foot. They've got their own Rocket Raccoon ultimate in this next fight, but outside of that, they're running out of time.
Yeah, I mean, Ashlyn's doing well to just keep the damage up. You're stacking it, and it is like additive too, that you get this damage boost out onto multiple targets. Another reason why Spain probably banned out the Mantis at the end to not keep adding, but they're going for the portal play now that it's getting to 88%. Yan Amplify instantly to see if they can find a pick.
Networks trying to get to that high ground, looking to accost the turret location. Unsalted Salt has to drop down to the low ground. This could be dangerous now. Sonic Seduction active for Truvis. No one being drawn into her clutches for the time being. But Spain's going to be able to push up into the choke now, constantly refreshing those shields. Make it tough to crack. Cringe Alarm perhaps a bit overextended here. Is going to be brought down, but Silith's out of the game. That is the lion's share of your healing now. Your Rocket Raccoon missing. But again, against this double shield comp, United Kingdom really have to pump damage to break through those. But Ashlyn has that in spades, apparently. And Cringe Alarm gets busy on this rogue. Nice pushback from the United Kingdom. Massive improvement over the previous map.
Yeah, this is night and day difference, isn't it, really? Like the UK, so they go for a different draft to sort of build around this strategy, but it's the fact that it's working so cleanly. Like Ashlyn, even outside of doing these ultimate plays, is still finding a lot of picks. Spain's backline is struggling a little bit more with just the output of damage, but also just the combinations, the easy synergy, like the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier with Final Judgment. You've either got like Spain try to go for the copy to see if they could get it a lot more often, but finding themselves a lot more picks. And Taniki, despite being over on the Moon Knight to do a lot more damage in these like sustained sort of like death ball-y compositions, has only found themselves 2 final hits. It's mostly Mixwell that's finding those picks, but it pales in comparison to Unsalted Salt and Ashley.
And I wonder if Line Pro is going to be encouraged to maybe take the more conservative line and copy, an Invisible Boundary here. Something a bit more like sustain-oriented, because frankly, the amount of damage Ashlyn is putting out has been really hard for them to mitigate, without another like bona fide healing throughput strategist ultimate. On to our next round here. Spain, no real changes, but Cyclops is in the game. We've already seen Taniki show us a little bit of it. Of course, against those shield-heavy setups, Ruby Rage can pop those instantly.
Absolutely, yeah. He's still got Wolverine available for one of the newest team-ups being added. So I'm excited to see what Tanuki, I'm sort of used to saying on this stream more often, is going to have a bit more help from the Amplify that's immediately copied to go for a pick, and he finds that first elimination over onto Ashlyn. The rest of the team is able to set up nicely, and it seems that Spain are going to take the point 5 out of 5 times, I think, so far. 4 out of 4 times of being able to get it first.
Yeah, so far, they've been dominant in the early stages of these rounds. Of course, Cyclops' Concussive Beam reduces the cooldown on Ricochet Force. So if you're able to continually connect that, your right clicks, you're able to throw a lot of ease in there, and they seek opponents when they refract off surfaces, which is pretty powerful. So it's hard to miss them. Cyclops is extremely good in the neutral.
Yeah, and again, we sort of mentioned it with the Storm too. If you're sort of slowly flying around, it means an easy target to keep consistently hitting. And Salted Salt is going to go in with a shotgun and finds himself a lovely pick onto Trubiz. And the fight alongside this, UK have access to the Heartbreak if they want it, but I don't think they need to. They seem to be winning out this fight, but they want to make sure that they clear it up. Ruby Rage is going to be used. Hasn't found a pick.
Yeah, again, pretty powerful, but it is telegraphed, and if you can dodge off the secondary blast, then you're usually in good shape. Mixwell flattened here. Cringe Alarm is looking pretty sticky, getting towards those duelists, and maybe the Mega Hurricane not quite needed here for Astra, but there's a point to be made as United Kingdom have really started to turn up in this game now. They've found a comp that works for them. Frankly, their power spikes occurring around the CYA and the Final Judgment, but they've got plenty of other tricks up their sleeve. They're going to be close to an Eye of Agamotto and this invisible boundary that Anita can set up.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fact that they've got that cycle well with the Final Judgment Rocket combination. And the UK have been maybe overusing ultimates that they don't need to. The fight seems won and they're still over-dedicated, but it's better than just not using it and saving it for that perfect situation. Losing Cringelam is a bit of a rough spot, though, so Spain want to try and put this pressure on if they can, now that there is a 6v5 advantage.
Yeah, I think you're trying to go after the Punisher here. If you're Taniki, but you've got to respect that shotgun presence. An invisible boundary is going to force Spain back for the time being. What do they themselves have to lean on? Meteor M might be an answer here. Truvius with a source of burst damage that could break through this, and Zoil has to be more conservative about this use of the Eye of Agamotto. A fallback would be good, but a stagger, not so much.
Not so much. And so, like, UK haven't really been able to sort of build that much progression in the same comparison as last time. And Taniki has been able to do so much sort of damage over on the Cyclops, and you've got this little bit of vertical ground and able to at least make that work. So now UK need to try to like close the distance, go for a portal play perhaps to just try to fight that. The problem is with this setup is it's a bit telegraphed where they're coming from, and Spain can just rotate when they need to.
Line Pro here, close to Fate of Both Worlds. Still the premier. Raw numbers, healing through portability. The damage boost aspect not to be overlooked either. Cringelam down early. That's one of the frontliners here for Team UK off the map. What can be done? Unsold us up with the final judgment, but doesn't really have line of sight. And frankly, a peek out into the open has them almost flattened. Lydia has to keep that right click held down to keep this Punisher in the game. And that's a key damage ultimate that passes without a final hit.
True, but it's the Meteor M just soaking up a bunch of that damage from the Final Judgment to just basically mitigate it to build up into the Meteor M itself. So even if it did get thrown out, it was going to be enough. The UK now struggling to try and touch this point. They've got the Doctor Strange in hands of Zoe already, but the problem is that he's down, he's eliminated. No touch available at all. So Spain at least evening it up, and the UK maybe want to change up this composition. But now that we get to a point that's similar to the first, it's the most enclosed frozen airfield. So if they can get that objective first time, it's going to be really hard for Spain to actually move these players off the objective on the side of UK.
That first cap just means so much more. Networks here continues to dominate on this rogue pick. Don't want to see them move off that at all. Taniki also able to double their damage total coming into that second round. Now with 9 final hits, so adding 7 to that total. Looks like he's found a comfortable spot to be in. And yeah, Unsalted Salt. I mean, you are playing this Punisher into a Magneto at times in that previous round, and it's dangerous. That Meteor M not only soaks your damage up, but will return it to you with interest if you disrespect it.
So whether there's going to be much else changed up. I mean, we saw the Thor a little bit before from Insulted Salt, but he switched away from it. Just didn't feel like he could get that much going. If they can make it work, they have a team up now between Doctor Strange and Invisible Woman, but it's whether they can dodge this portal play that's been consistently coming out from Spain.
Yeah, giving them that first bite at the apple, so to speak, and they are so far ahead. First, you can scout. What is this? Okay, flank portal. Can you play off this? Oh, no. Lydia gets flattened. Did you really have to use the CYA for that? Still, I thought that it might be overkill potentially, but still, this puts Spain a foot above now. 65 to fight for first cap.
I mean, it's just finding that like strategist all on their lonesome and just kidnapping them and holding them hostage. If I'd have picked, but this is a good turnaround for UK. Omega Hurricane has found themselves one with a bit of help. Ruby Rage has only found that pick onto Cringelam, but Salted Salt has been able to fight this back. The problem is they don't have the numbers. Spain have already claimed the point first. Again,
yeah, look, that optic ascent to dodge the Hurricane was heads up from Taniki, follows up with the Ruby Rage of their own, and it finds that elimination back. So Spain are going to start in control, but Ashlyn, you can see she's chomping at the bit here to get to grips with this front line of Spain, putting a lot of damage down. Cringelam is in there with a Heartbreaker as well. Dangerous now. Pressure, though, going under Ashlyn's direction. Cringelam is all about it. Line Pro gets flattened. Zoil also falling. Taniki going to be brought back into the fight by the BRB, though, and Cringelam has done more than enough. They're still very healthy. They're able to push the line of scrimmage pretty far forward, and Unsalted Salt is doing the same. This is a very mobile, very disruptive front line from the UK.
Yeah, I mean, the UK is sort of like they're playing at these like disadvantages consistently, right? Like Spain having good positioning, might have won that fight first. You've got Salted Salt sort of fighting in there alone whilst the rest of his team are sort of returning. A couple of these like small mistakes to keep an eye on, but the Wolverine is going to be out in play. Not with the team up, as Taniki's actually switching over towards a Lunar Snow that can output a good amount of damage themselves too, as well as deal with some of the CC that might be needed for UK's triple Vanguard lineup.
So this is a duelist for strategist switch up here. Lion Pro prior, mostly just showing us the strategist, but again, maybe they're looking for something to get into the backline more so than just be very potent in the poke game. Delta's got to respect this. Need to see some of the Rocket Raccoon mobility being used. God of Thunder thrown on down. Very good damage. Truth is just barely alive.
picks.
Hideki also struggling here. And look at them stuff into this choke. Spain, nowhere to go. Boxed in with the God of Thunder himself.
Everybody's been cleared up, though. I just sort of shouted that no eliminations were coming through with just the amount of ultimates that were thrown out from the UK, but Spain could not out-sustain it in the end. And now they're set up very comfortably. A Yarn Amplifier and an Invisible Boundary, 2 security nets, just in case Spain managed to find these picks. You do have that final stand coming up for Line Pro, and a couple of players are going to be certainly grouped up together with this composition. It's just whether you can pull people out, knowing that there's 3/4 of progression made from UK.
Speaking of grouped up, though, Omega Hurricane could be a problem straight away. United Kingdom move into an offensive footing, absolutely dominate Team Spain, and this is going to put them on their last line here for Hell's Heaven. Ridiculous. United Kingdom have managed to turn this game around. The Storm's still a problem. The Rogue has been getting amongst it here, and they've kept their backline very well protected. It's a Captain America switch for Networks.
Yeah, he has to try and touch. I think Trubis isn't going to have the portal just yet. I think he is setting it up, but look at this disruption. Cringe Alarm is just basically blocking him. The portal is allowed to come through, so it takes some of the focus, and Spain are able to come in with the last stand, seeing exactly where it is. I don't think it gets much from Line Pro as the Omega Hurricane finds itself too.
Yeah, that's 2 duelists down for Spain. They are certainly on their last legs in this fight already. Want to try and clean up the BRB, but Taniki able to get back into the fight and take him down yet again. Not much healing going to be coming from their direction here. Spain making some switch-ups, not just of hero, but of role. And so far, nothing has been working. This rogue play has been sublime, even with the Gambit band on out. Now Spain are going to be able to drip feed themselves back into the point. The Cap is barely alive. Networks eventually is going to succumb. And Mixwell has no protection whatsoever, exacerbated by Unsalted Soul hurling a hammer or two at him. And how about them apples, folks? The United Kingdom have evened up the series.
Win with a Storm too, and I don't even mean this like ironically or whatever. Spain might need to consider getting rid of the Storm because of the way that Ashley was just able to find picks in the neutral out of nothing. Omega Hurricane is just hard to out-sustain with the strategist backline that Spain wanted to run. And even with the Angela banned out from Unsalted Salt, which was really good on that first map, the 4 really started to shine, and he's able to just be that flexible, adjusting piece of this team to actually find the eliminations that they need. And the whole team looked a lot stronger as a result, and Spain's inflexibility was hit hard, I think, on that second point too.
And they clearly lack the ability to properly punish these, very aggressive tempo-based vanguards in Thor and Rogue. I mean, Assault the Soul comes out of the game with only 5 deaths to the name and a whopping 22,000 damage. Mostly, going unchallenged as he walks into backlines, and that's tough. Cyclops has good mobility, right? He could blast himself back, blast himself up. He's got lateral and vertical mobility, but still, it's short-lived. It's short-ranged as well. Eventually, you're going to get caught out, to say nothing, of course, of the strategists who don't really have a whole lot they can do about Thor. Very much a solo effort as well from Cringe, who was very far forward on this rogue, really showcasing, I think, her insane levels of durability, even in short-handed fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things with hero shooters, right? Generally speaking, of just your backline, your strategists. Yeah, healing output is important, but you also want to go for something that give you these kind of advantages, damage boost, mobility. You want to see how you can set up your frontline or your duelists to find the picks that they need. Not only that, just to keep them alive, right? And I feel that's maybe an element of Spain. You've got the backline of Lion Pro, who is a professional coach for Team Heretics, that might be trying to overthink it to get the most out of stuff like the Rocket and that, but it's just he has to also be the one to switch over to Wolverine, who is very good at dealing with high HP vanguards, right? So you sort of need to go for more simple outputs. But I also think that ban over onto the Namor actually did a lot to make sure that you can't get set up with the Hela Namor combination that was so good for Spain in that first point.
Yeah, a number of stages on Hell's Heaven can be really powerful with that inherent high ground. Less so that last one that we saw, but in general, how punishable is this Storm supposed to be? Surely a number of hit scan heroes you'd think could actually make her life a little bit harder. She sort of floats around the map, but Ashlyn played around those inherent weaknesses of Storm very effectively.
Yeah, and I think that even though Storm was sort of mostly used for that Jeff Nadeau combo in the pro scene, there have been examples of really good Storm players in EMEA. Shout out Frost Mountain especially. That just sort of goes to show that with a lot of characters, if this person is particularly good at them and well adept at dealing with a lot of the issues that they would run into, I can't imagine there's many experiences where teams have run into a good Storm. And certainly at the high level, you might not have many big options to work with because we just haven't seen Storm at all, like in the pro scene, pretty much from that Jeff Nadeau combination team up being taken out. So I don't think Line Pro would have it lived down. I think his team would be like, you lost to a Storm. Like, hello, and you're coaching us on how to be like the best team in Ignite. Like, I think Line Pro might have a lot of like answers to sort of give to his team after this one, no matter which way it goes after that second point loss.
Obviously, because Lion Pro switched off strategist, Taniki ended up picking up that role, which meant that Team Spain didn't actually have the chance to make use of the Cyclops Wolverine team up, which Ryan really supercharges, I think, Wolverine. You get that extra attack range, you get a dash, like a flurry of slashes. It feels like it really cranks that hero up to 11.
Yeah, I think it's like just any cases when there's these like triple vanguards and you've got like brawly vanguards like the 4 in your face, even the Strange just blocking a lot of damage, who could output a lot of damage themselves anyway, just with using a Maelstrom and having a big CC ultimate. You do want those things that could just deal with the high HP. And it just makes the job of the backline, who I think like Anita especially and Lydia were just pretty uncontested for the most part. They did a lot better job at not being caught out from the duelists in particular. It really did mean that that front line was not going down anytime soon because of just how well sustained UK looked on this second point at L7.
Now, off stream, we had Germany take on EMEA United, and EMEA United has taken that series 2-0, a dominant showing from all accounts. So we kind of heralded that team as being a little bit scary, a bit of a boogeyman, and so far they've delivered on their reputation. We're going to jump though now into Bern and Charlotte for our third and final map of this best of 3 series. The United Kingdom and Spain have been throwing haymakers here. We've got a Jeff Protect off the bat.
Yeah, it's probably like a little bit of comfort there. UK haven't changed up anything. This is where they banned out the Jeff before. They still want to go for this Rogue, so they might want to look at something like the Rocket, which was protected from Spain last time, right? Rocket seems to be just as like well connected as Gambit at the moment, just because like the ultimate is very quick to farm up. They're kind of scared actually of like the dive coming in with the Venom, and I think because we are looking at domination, we've gone from the least dive centric one to the most dive centric one with Venom T'Challa coming up, because it's a lot more open and a lot more space to deal with, which makes me also think that you need to get rid of like the Hela Namor, because on some of these points, if they have that freedom to just set up on the high ground and shoot at you, it's going to be hard to actually deal with them.
Interesting, this Penny Parker band keeps rearing its head.
She's just a pain. She's a massive pain. Like, it's not only the case of like she can be a bit of a noob stomper, highest win rate like in the lower ranks, but also it's so egregious with like if you get the point as Penny Parker and you could actually set up your webs, it's a bunker. It's a tower defense game at that point. But it has been a bit of a switch around. Again, do like the Hela being banned out with the Namor protected, but this time Spain wanted to deal with the 4 and take that out instead of the Angela. And they actually take out Rocket themselves.
Okay. Angela Protect here is interesting. You might now have the opportunity to play Rogue Angela. Yeah, Unsolved Assault, going straight back to that. So, you know, Spain's saying, okay, we get the Namor, but we're going to be under a lot of pressure here, from this Angela. Unsolved Assault, much like Cringe Alarm, actually, very much a solo operative. We've been seeing them try and create their own opportunities to pressure these backlines. And honestly, on Krakoa, there were some of those situations that turned out pretty well for them. Mixwell also going over towards the Phoenix here, but at least she has her own mobility. She's, not that susceptible, at least, to being dove, or as much maybe as Namor, who does have one cooldown you can pop, but it doesn't really move you laterally. You are going to pop straight back down and still be under that same level of pressure. So it's good to see the United Kingdom want to play these more proactive picks. They want to close the gap. They want to play that up-tempo game, which, look, if the previous map was anything to go by, they have well and truly adjusted.
Hopefully they've adjusted enough. And I'm surprised that we haven't seen like the Deadpool Vanguard in play until now for Trubis. Again, he's very good in sort of playing the more divey combinations, but he's going to go for the portal play because it is the one consistent thing that keeps catching the UK out in these early fights. So making sure that your backline of like Lydia and Anita doesn't get isolated, because it's been easy picks for Spain to start off these domination maps.
Obviously, Vanguard Deadpool, pretty potent. Shame we're not going to see it in this particular occasion. Actually, these comps looking relatively similar. Still a Storm,
Two
though,
poles
for Ashland being picked up. Yeah. Some scouting being done. Mixwell daring to venture out. Looks like both teams might just go for slightly more reasonable starts. It's Spain that's going to get themselves back onto the point here. United Kingdom come a little bit later, and already the fight has begun. Taniki going to be stunned up early, but able to shrug it off. Ashland taking a face full of damage, though, and yes, into the backline. Taniki calling for some peel, for some assistance, but Trubis is already quite low. It's going to be up to Networks here to make this space out on the point, and it's tough to interact with that storm at length. Damn, he's doing a good job of it. Ashlyn gets turned into a pancake there. Unsalted Salt, though, also was finally able to dive on the Namor, but it's a little too late in the fight.
Yeah, Networks has done well to just find all of those picks. Ashlyn actually switching away from the Storm to go for the Psylocke now pretty early on in this fight. So Spain able to switch it up. I think that is every single time that we've seen these points start, Spain has been able to take it first. And that was UK going for the aggressive portal play. Trubis set himself up nicely to block some of the damage, and it sort of isolated Cringe Alarm that was taken out from the rest of the team. Now, again, this is a very aggressive fight for Spain, but they have to be. They have to use this high ground and make sure that UK can't set up for a dive.
How effectively can Ashlyn actually find her way into these back lines now? Big switch up for her. She probably felt outranged and sort of outdone by the Namor in that kind of head-to-head. Nice assassin charge is being connected here by Unsalted Salt. Again, trying to just pick up some of these players, carry them away. Silitha just can't quite get to safety. Maybe the double jump invisibility not available to them at the time. And a much better fight for the United Kingdom. It seems as if capturing the point first in this series is a curse.
Yeah, a little bit. It worked fine for the first map, but ever since, like, UK have done well. Like, they're not relying on any ultimates yet because they're still being built up. It's just the scrappiness of, like, Unsalted Salt being able to go for these fights on Angela. He is taking a lot of damage, has to dive for the health pack, but he's not willing to give up this fight to make sure that this Jeff is going to be a little bit more contested. I'm probably very cautious of it. He can't go down. It's going to be a lot more stall, and UK getting a lot more progression.
39% here for Spain, but the UK are catching up very quickly. Ashlyn has fallen early, again isolated by Networks, even though she switched over something in theory far more slippery. Nice little Horn of Proteus there. Zoil had nowhere to go, certainly not after that connected. And Taniki here clearly has a lot more room to set up and to play comfortably. Now, obviously being a bit more aggressive, but in general, looks like it's been hard to properly catch on to this Namor.
Yeah, and some of these moments from Cringe Alarm, just the ultimates used in these sort of Hail Mary situations. Nobody else is really, like, ready. Spain have been able to sort of progress things up and build up a good portion of ultimates themselves. It's going to be a lot more to force out. It feels that just having this Jeff has done a lot for Spain's survivability, and UK also just trying to get a lot more done with this Angela on their side, seeing if they can actually go for this Heaven's Retribution. But a Heartbreaker's in behind that's going to stall some of these ultimates actually from being used.
Yeah, they've got to answer the threat of the rogue first and foremost, but that is easier said than done. Big knockdown there. Trubis did fall, though, to the dance of the butterfly now, and here is Jeff. Line Pro. Spitting them out there. Networks obviously left elsewhere, and that is massive. He actually caught up 3. Has to give himself up for it, but you had best believe that is absolutely worth it. 87% and counting now in the United Kingdom. Do not have the plays left to adequately contest this.
Yeah, is Zoil going to actually have the portal available? Maybe, just maybe, because of the point switch up at the beginning. But this is still scrappy. You've got some players on UK being able to actually potentially touch at this point. Angela's able to get in, but they lose Cringe Alarm, so they're already a player down.
Agamotto, good catch, at least onto Lydia Violet. She's apparently not the target, though. Oh, a lot of people caught up there, and that it's Jeff. 6 players in total. Anita has 3 in the gullet right now, and she's just able to dispense them, but no, not quite. I like that attempt there, though, from the Angela. Unsalted Salt trying to hit a charge there, at least catches Taniki, even if not able to find an environmental kill off that. And behind this, Ryan, UK flip.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of looks like that might just be a play for UK to just get something on the board, but the scrappiness of it, Spain's full focus to make sure that the Jeff didn't pull 3 players off of the objective, just meant that everybody else jumped off, and UK was able to actually sustain that. A great work again from Unsalted Salt to confirm some of those picks as they were able to actually use the mobility to get out of dodge.
Pretty insane ult from the Jeff, I'm not going to lie. Lydia, though, down early. Not ideal at all to lose your C and D at this point in the fight. Mixwell flattened Horde of Proteus, looking for a big connection. Taniki had Skyward there and does notice a very, very low health Sweet Anita. She's not able to extricate herself from the fight, though. The Monstro spawn's already going to work. Eventually, Namor down, though. Cringe Alarm getting busy, at least identifying the correct targets, but now this, Stranger's not getting out of here alive. Pop back up, does Networks, and Cringe Alarm has also fallen. Mixwell coming back in off spawn, but Spain certainly have the numbers.
Yeah, just stay on Networks. I think he's always just in the brunt of it, scrapping on a Friday night, as you'd sort of expect Rogue to be in some of these cases. But overtime is looming. UK are getting players back onto the objective, but they're losing them one at a time.
I need her down there. Maelstrom connection. Fell on the wrong side of it. Unsalted Assault trying to shield up here, but yep, they know their time is short. And Burn and Chala starting positively here for Spain after a bit of a weak Hell's Heaven. Cringe Alarm low as they went for that knockdown, yet will eventually be chased by Networks, who's sitting on a Heartbreaker. That would certainly be the straw that broke the back, but it'll be saved instead for the next round. And there you have it. Imperial Institute of Science goes the way of Spain.
And now Spaceport is where things are going to get a lot more open as well. So some of those hit scan characters for Spain could do a lot more. They're happy to be a bit more like Brawly. I think the big thing that you need to be careful of is that Networks does have his Heartbreaker as well. And knowing how some of these Portal plays have gone for Spain, they've just basically put them down, gone in for a fight, immediate Heartbreaker, so Cringeland would be able to use his. But Ashlyn, even though they've spent less time on the Storm this time, still finding a good amount of like picks and engagements off of the Psylocke with the ultimate. The problem is just it's few and far between with like the 3 eliminations they've been able to pick up. And so much more focus is on them because of the fact that Unsalted Salt, just at the end there, switching over towards the Lunar Snow.
Maybe a concession here for United Kingdom, feeling like they simply need more healing. So triple strategist set up. Ashlyn, the sole duelist on this United Kingdom lineup. Not all bad. We're going to have matched rogue ultimates, at least in this next fight. So Cringe Alarm has been pretty impactful with the Chrono Kick combo. Being able to isolate, again, people like Taniki in their back line who are looking pretty vulnerable. Again, Line Pro, well, I was going to say they had their ultimate. They do, but won't be used until this next fight. Very, very deep, though, here is Networks. Keeping an eye on that health bar. Honestly, hanging pretty well, but has anybody been able to buy a little bit of time, bit of space? But that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it was good sustain from the UK, but they find a pick early with Spain. Like, it feels that that strategy might have been sort of read up a bit more, but the UK were a little bit slow. Lackadaisical actually taking the objective, so Spain might actually be able to keep contesting this one.
No one's looking at Taniki right now. Ensong Inferno makes connection. Mixwell getting some good damage, but Dance of the Butterfly here from Ashlyn could be crucial. Line Pro able to eat 2, and plenty of time to actually send them over the edge, but it will have to be a self-sacrificial moment here, as Zoil and Lydia, in theory, could be able to get back up. Still no cap, or rather Spain have this cap. United Kingdom trying to work on it now, but Cringe Alarm is being chased. Any room surely to make use of this Heartbreaker? You'd imagine a clutch moment like this could be it. The drop down is good, and there it is. Heartbreaker active. Ashlyn able to bring Networks to heal.
Yeah, it seems that Unsalted Salt staying over on the Luna, almost as a fate of both worlds. So it is the triple strategist going with Ashlyn as the solo duelist to see if they can sort of hold on a bit more. But the Heartbreaker does find a pick in the end. But if you're UK, you're kicking yourselves a little bit. You won that first fight, and Spain was allowed enough space and time to actually keep contesting and take it first. You have to watch out for the Eye of Agamotto. So overcommitting here for Cringelam could be very cringe indeed. So he has to be careful. But he actually finds the pick over onto Scylla first. So that means the UK do have that player advantage, but only for a short second. A bit of an overwhelm.
Getting to make that a 1-for-1, not terrible for the UK, but they're always going to be hoping for more. Now with that, their rogue, their front line looks far less stalwart. Networks here, trying to make use of being the only rogue for a time. Fights through that Dagger Storm. A lot of pressure down on the point there. Big Eye of Agamotto. Trubis follows up. That is nasty Maelstrom to claim a double and put Spain back in control.
A big ultimate there. Networks has just taken so much of the focus there that the Eye of Agamotto can come through, and Trubis doesn't need the extra like damage Rogue is output. He's able to do it himself, and you have got a lot more to sit back on with an invisible boundary. UK may be overstepping their boundaries by going for the fights that deep into the hallway. They have some ultimates to work with, but it puts a lot of pressure on Ashlyn to find the picks and find the openings for Spain now that the invisible boundary is almost ready.
Her spacing's good. She does briefly get accosted by Networks, though, and is forced to drop down and play with the rest of the team, but will always be looking for a flank. Psylocke obviously boasts some pretty decent poke, all things considered, so doesn't have to close the gap constantly, but that's a nice little catch. Can it be turned into something? No. It looked like Networks was a bit overextended, and that invisible boundary is actually up on the point, so Networks is able at least to double back towards it. Okay. Eternal Bond here for Lydia, but essentially off the point as another boundary gets drawn. Eyes on Taniki here. Can they get to a safe spot? This big backline pressure as Silitha goes down. Cringe Alarm again comes up with the goods, but the solo duelist is down for the United Kingdom.
Yeah, it's so much pressure, but you've got a lot of these vanguards in the position that they want to be in. It's Jeff, though. You have to try to avoid Horn and Proteus even actually coming through, and it allows Taniki to find himself 2 just off of the CC alone. Networks is still absolutely pounding through this United Kingdom team, and ultimates are used to try to sustain this. But I think Linepro's been able to pick up a couple more. He's taken him off of the map as he was able to actually get the pick onto Zol to stop him from actually leaping out.
All right, that's the Strange gone. Is that going to be enough here for Spain? United Kingdom still working with 5. Ashlyn trying to command some attention, and she'll get it one way or another. Taniki on the fast track back to spawn. The Networks won't be moved. Heartbreaker at the ready. And will be given a slurp here as Ashlyn is forced off. Great way to force them away from the point. And there you have it, folks. Spain have triumphed in this series. A 2-0 on Berlin Chala will give them a 2-1 scoreline.
Yeah, it seemed that just getting the Jeff back allowed Line Pro to be a lot more mobile in how he was helping his team, the range that you're able to sort of heal from as well. But for the UK, sort of mentioned that like going for longer rounds and maps, making this a full best of 3 series. It's only going to add to the fact that they just need final kills, final hits to actually get these picks in the end, to actually make it into playoffs. That could do them a lot of service here, and Cringeland was able to get quite a lot. The Rogues battling off without a Gambit was certainly like a testament that UK can certainly hang. But if you're the likes of like South Korea, I think, that are hoping for teams to not get those final hits, you're hoping that we don't see more of these 4 best of 3s being played out with multiple points played too.
Yeah, and look, I think that, you know, obviously the discussion about kills is kind of weird to have in this context, but those wildcard spots are going to be hotly contested. And for a region like, you know, EMEA that has like a lot of quality teams and only 2 can advance automatically out of that group, that's something you're going to be thinking about pretty darn quickly. Look, great start here for in EMEA. It is, of course, EMEA United that kind of dominates Team Germany. Necros and his crew will advance here with that first win in the pocket. And a close game here between the UK and Spain. UK care about those kills because I think EMEA United are also going to be quite difficult. So getting out of this group now in the top 2 after losing to Spain is highly questionable, maybe not tenable. I'm sure that's something they're considering, but we got good moments from them. And like you mentioned, they were able to score a decent amount of those final hits. I mean, just looking back over the series, we did see some great adaptations from Team UK, but they ultimately decided to go in the direction of this triple Vanguard setup. And they still had backline pressure with the Rogue and the Psylocke, but unfortunately they still fall flat.
Yeah, it felt a little bit like you only have so many protects to go for, and like Spain are naturally going to make the right adjustments. You know, like, yeah, sure, you want to get rid of the Penny Parker first every time, but protecting the Jeff in this case, so you know it's not going to get banned out, and just making sure that Salted Salt doesn't have access to either the Ford, the Angela, even like the Storm and stuff, couldn't find as much success this time. It feels like Spain, if they get the run up, they can make those adjustments that are needed. But it goes to show that there's certainly some curveball questions that are asked when you have teams rolling out with the Storm and making that composition for the UK actually sing pretty well.
Now, far from guaranteed that we get such a competitive and close game here in our Marvel Rivals Creator World Cup, but I'm very glad we got one to start with, and we can only hope that the rest of the games from this region, this round robin, will even come close to living up to that. We're going to go to a break. We're going to get our next lobby set up. We're sticking with Team Spain for the time being, so don't go too far. We'll be back with more of the Spaniards and their campaign to make the top 8 after this.
By the shades of the Seraphim, I return. By the shades of the Seraphim, I return. By the shades of the Seraphim, I return.
Get ready. Watch your step. Ready! The Gladius!
By the eye of Agamotto.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Creator World Cup, where we take your favorite streamers, put them in national teams, and force them to play Marvel Rivals. That's right. So far, we are in our round robin in EMEA. We just saw Team Spain manage to get a pretty scrappy win over the United Kingdom, and Ryan will be following Team Spain for their next game too.
Yeah, and I think they're probably feeling a good amount of momentum. It was a grueling first, best of 3 series that they had to play up against Team UK beforehand, but Dalokard and Germany unfortunately losing out 0-2 to the EMEA United team that Necros is leading means that, Mixwell leads his team to a win here. They've essentially cinched their place for playoffs on Sunday, and they can keep some of these other strategies that they want to keep a hold of closer to their names, I suppose. Again, Nodorino is on the other side, but we have already seen the action from Spain play out so far already, so we're familiar with the names at this point.
That's right. That's Line Pro, not Nozarino here on Team Spain. Obviously, Mixwell at the helm looked pretty solid, honestly, and showed some room for adaptation, crucially. Let's have a look over at our other roster. It will be Team Germany that is going to take them on. Dalokard, Nozarino, KG, Meow, Hardy, and QRXU. Like you kind of mentioned, they fell on the wrong side of Team EMEA United, so they are looking for a win, a way to stay at least in the mix for a spot in that top 8.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of something that Line Pro said to me beforehand, that this was a team that they were a little bit nervous of. They expected Germany to be top in the group, but considering that they've already lost to EMEA United, obviously we didn't see the game because we were watching the other one, but it's sort of like a surprise result, I would say. But it could be a case of, if we see Spain struggling here a little bit, dropping another map perhaps, it could get a little bit more problematic when they have EMEA United coming up. So the UK hoping to see if they can do a little bit of damage to the other game that's happening whilst these round robins are playing.
That's right. Now, this is not just a for-fun tournament, so to speak. We have a whopping $300,000 prize pool up for grabs with all of your favorite creators. First place is going to earn themselves $75,000, and it trickles down from there, but everybody's going to get a slice of the pie, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of said that, it's representing your nation, the bragging rights of it, and then putting a big prize pool like this on top of it means that, there's going to be a lot of, stressed out gamers that want to do well. They get some prize pool at least for competing with the $2,000 each, at the very least, if you finish out on 9th and 12th. But most teams, especially seeing how, relatively close that last series was, expecting and wanting to do a lot better, and there's so much prize pool to boot to really highlight the introduction of Cyclops, I think, and really setting up what Ignite is going to be, the Marvel Rivals esports scene. That is going to bring a lot next week. This is a good taster to get into it.
Yeah, and there are maybe some things you could take from what we've seen so far that you might see pop up in esports so far. And if you are enjoying what you're seeing here, I guarantee you the Ignite competition is well worth checking out. There's a really well fleshed out in-game system for you to know when the games are happening, to get yourself hands on the replays. You can catch up with the games that have happened so far. And you might also catch my co-caster on the mic there. So a lot to love about Ignite, as we're going to see EMEA and NA kick off. Now, Team Spain, we're going to be sticking with them for a while. Obviously, a couple of the standouts for me is they got flexibility. Line Pro's been able to pick up Duelist when needed. We saw a brief Wolverine stint that didn't quite play out, but the idea was there. For me, it's networks on the rogue continually being a problem. And if teams aren't, drafting, I guess, or switching into heroes that are good at dealing with those bigger bodies, then it's going to be hard to handle them.
Of course, yeah. And I think Taniki has also been really good when he's had the freedom, I suppose, to be playing on the hit scan characters, whether it's Namor, whether it's the little bit of Cyclops that we've seen from him. Seems to be the main damage dealer. Mixwell's just going to try to be a bit more flexible. But already getting into the bans, very different. No Penny that's going to be banned out first from Spain this time. Instead, they want to take out the Emma Frost on the other side, interestingly enough, first.
Okay. Obviously, disruptive Sonic Seduction is a bit of a nuisance if you're trying to let your, cache of ultimates go. The White Fox Protect, very interesting here as well. Obviously, just a kit that's loaded with utility, and obviously that awakened form makes her very powerful. There's also a very potent team up there, I think, with Luna Snow, where she even gets to make use of the Spectral Surge, which is kind of sick. Healing in a line and potential charm effect on there, adds a lot of utility to White Fox already. And obviously, it's a very impactful ultimate that can really spread healing and disruption in equal measure. So we actually do see the ban of that team up, though, coming out from Spain.
Yeah, I mean that's a given, but also Luna in her own right can be scary. Like making sure that you don't have that team up. See, Group Protected is a character that has like really climbed up the rankings a lot more since this like recent like balance patches and changes have come in. The Invisible Woman is just going to be a lot more like front to back. It's going to be a lot more like stacked up people fighting and scrapping on the objective, but also having the Gambit and Invisible Woman together. The Loki's been banned out, so you don't have to worry about the copies, but it does mean that you have a pretty strong backline, and the Cloak and Dagger, mainly to get the Terror Cape out to stop that like anti-heal, like the extra damage boost that you put on top of it too. So Spain making sure that that healing output that they have access to with the Gambit Invisible Woman is still going to be ever present and not going to get disrupted.
Just heads up, I think, from Germany, though, getting this rogue out of rotation straight away. Yeah, but obviously pretty problematic, right? I think explosive trick and the ability to inflict that reduced healing is something you want to look out for, and there's a reason why he is definitely a go-to, especially fortunate, perhaps for Germany, that that team up has been broken apart. Group protected by Team Spain, so rather by Team Germany, so we're definitely going to see a different flavor from the challenges in this game, as Spain, again, already one win under their belt. Germany still looking for their first.
Yeah, you also have that like team up as well, like the Mantis Loki one has been sort of pretty common, like a real one that can sort of slip under the radar a little bit when you have these draft phases because there's so much else to focus on that it'd be like, we let Mantis, Loki, and Groot through. And those three, like combining together with their team up, is one of the strongest, especially on like domination. So we don't have the Loki at the very least, but the Mantis is still available because teams are not going to be playing that kind of coordinated triple strategist setup, just because it feels like they want to go for more standard stuff because there's a mix and myriad of experience available for both teams.
Yeah, I just think that team up is kind of nuts. An extra wall that like heals in an AoE makes it really sticky. Very, very hard to shift. Like I mentioned, healing mitigation from the Gambit might be a must-have here for Lion Pro. Although this is definitely where he finds himself in a very comfortable spot. Spain with a pretty similar setup from what we saw in the previous series. Germany, though, they also are going to reach for the Gambit themselves. They are going to get QRXU on the Elsa Bloodstone, though.
I mean, I've been wanting to see a lot more of the Elsa. Like, Jean Grey's been banned out. Cyclops is still available, but Elsa could do a lot. And having a big CC ultimate as well, if you can sort of use these tight, narrow choke ways to bottleneck enemies, it'd certainly be good. Spain going for that age, true and tested approach, and with the group walls, they can certainly isolate targets, but you've isolated a Devil Dinosaur, who is more than happy to fight you at face level.
Hardy taking a bunch of damage, eventually going to be brought down. So that is one of those Vanguards out of the mix. And yeah, Devil Dinosaur, when he lacks in mobility, certainly has sticking power. Definitely not someone you want to run into in the front line, and Nosarino already making a bit of a nuisance of himself. Throws at the barrier that disappears instantly, but the damage is done. Networks is down. Brought back into the game, but it's going to be too late here. KG able to connect as well. Couple of those cards onto his opposite number.
You also do actually have Germany running the triple strategist. Just as I was saying that nobody was going to run it, they do have the Mantis and Gambit and Rocket in place. That's a lot of damage boost to put onto QRXU, and just the amount of sustain that a Groot and Devil Dinosaur can have on this objective. It's going to be hard for Spain to find these picks. You've got Taniki and Mixwell with that team up with a Deep Wrath, but it's so much HP to get through.
Just the raw healing throughput is going to be a bit of an issue for Spain. Yes, they've got access to some forms of healing disruption, rather. They need to find these backliners and need to find them quickly. Already, you can see the attempts. There's a bit of a dive there. Mixwell was pretty far forward, and Trubiz was in the mix himself. Network's going to play it back here, but Spain do need to get a cap here. And eventually, this very bulky, very high health and healing German composition has to be dealt with. Well, there's now some damage to add to the health. CYA in play. Taniki already taken down QRXU. That's an important kill off the rip. Got through ultimate ready. Highly disruptive as well. Hardy will be able to tie all of Spain together in a nice little bow. Pretty good connection off that one. And the Frenzied Feast thrown in there means there's a ton of damage on this front line.
Oh, there's a big stun as well. Eye of Agamotto to actually get the confirmation. Trubiz has been really good at this, actually. There's so many times that you've seen Eye of Agamotto CCing multiple people, but not getting the eliminations. But Spain actually managed to string stuff together. It's so much like, yeah, you've got the Gambit, you've got the Unamplified for this damage boost, but you're just hoping that Taniki and Mixwell could get the picks. I think a Punisher would be really good here. Not to sort of like backseat coach, but I just feel like the damage boost available and the stuff and the amount of like HP that you can hit on the side of Germany. Germany are going to struggle, I think, to get back onto this objective, but they're just trying to deathball their way in. Stonewall this approach by just closing the distance with their own ultimate from Gambit.
And Ranger Royal flush here. QRXU. With such mobility, is able to get clear of these Horn of Proteuses. Still, they're respecting that. Got us to death from up above. And, well, Mixwell tanks most of that damage. Is going to be knocked prematurely out of that form. And an Apex Predator at the ready for QRXU, but the positioning after the drop down, I guess with such tunnel vision on the Hella, QRXU ends up finding himself pretty deep in enemy territory.
Yeah, Soul Resurgence dealt with. You've also got the Royal Flush actually being used from KG. It's Germany. Like, what is going to be the difference maker? Yeah, you do have that, like, Apex Predator from QRXU, but again, you want people to line up. It's mostly for CC, so you can actually get some picks off the back of it. Spain are just going to try to spread out. Naturally, they've got this like Hella and Namor. They're just going to set up these little crossfires.
Yeah, I don't know if it does much about this Namor. Like, who is going to walk up on Taniki here? A lot of damage able to be thrown out. Maybe it's just the Elsa, really. QRXU has so much on his plate when it comes to trying to cut through Spain. Okay, with Strangling Prison thrown down there. QRXU got to be caught out. Network was able to find that. Now a Royal Flush here from Lion Pro, and the chase is on. Spain have gotten the lead in percentage now, and they are going after Germany. Hammer and sickle. And they're going to be able to pick up too easily enough. This will be Spain, who are now getting a bit more comfortable as now Germany's initial comp seems to have really fizzled out in its effectiveness.
Yeah, and it's just with Germany playing like this very like high sustain line. Their ult batteries, Spain have been able to get these ultimates quite quickly. It's a very fast Royal Flush for Line Pro. You've got the Eye of Agamotto built up, and because of this like high line that's been held, the Horde of Proteus is going to get these picks. There's no chance for Germany to touch this at all. They can't go for the portal play, and Line Pro finishes off with a free K right at the end of that round to bring it back for Spain.
That's dangerous for Germany. They have banned what they thought would be the most problematic heroes out of Spain. Taking care of the Phoenix here, but there's always like an analog for the Phoenix. You just pick up the Hella, and Mixwell is still able to have a ton of impact over the game. You can look straight on down. You can see the work being done. Networks, it doesn't matter if Rogue is banned out. That Groot is such a nuisance to deal with. Lion Pro having a great game for himself here as well. 14 assists, Silitha with 21.
It's scary for Germany when you look at this, like the 4 eliminations that they've been able to pick up so far. Like, especially taking a point first, it was a good look for them, but they've only got those 4 picks, and yeah, sure, to be 0-2, which means that they have no chance of qualifying in second place. They need those eliminations. Like, granted, it might be like a UK deciding who's going to be third place out of those 2 match coming up for them at the end of the day. But you still need to make sure you get those picks, even if you do win out that series, because otherwise it's going to be Japan or the third place team going instead. Sorry, Korea going instead.
Germany just looking, yeah, in that sense, if we're already sort of downgrading expectations, they need a map win in this series. The way that last round went, it doesn't seem that likely. We're going to drop in from above. Germany better have the wits about them now. Daleka instantly. Agamotto also thrown down, but it doesn't look like there was great connections. CYA deployed by Germany. That isn't going to last very long. Lion Pro, though, got caught a little bit too close to QRXU, apparently. And Spain's attempted a drop-down play is kind of falling flat.
I mean, it went straight into Nazareno that's played strange, so he just blocks the majority of the Eye of Agamotto. I don't think it connects onto anybody at all. So Germany sort of used the fact that Spain leap into that fight, nothing goes their way, and then they have to slowly Homer Simpson back into a hedge, play their way out of that fight. Didn't quite work because Germany is just going to absolutely chase them down in the end. And they have ultimates to boot, so they can sit pretty comfortably here, knowing that Spain are going to struggle to reset this objective back into their favor like the first point.
Rager Royal Flush for KG as well. Remember, it does start to feed ultimate generation to an individual player. It'll be pretty important to make sure Germany can actually snowball a couple more of these ultimates. Oh, yes. Prison. No connect there. Rager Royal Flush now active. Might have been a Purify effect actually involved there. KG able to find networks, though. Spain really pinned their hopes on making that good ultimate play work, but now Germany, again, that durability inherently means that they can weather whatever crackback there would be. Line Pro eventually is just going to be tugged down.
Yeah, it could have been the cleanse off of it, but it did just look like the Strangler Prison from Networks just missed. Like, there was too many group walls that were breaking line of sight, even if it was ever so slightly. They just felt like it didn't connect onto anybody. Spain changing up stuff, though, moving away from the group, knowing that they have to worry about, like, the Gambit on the other side. Not going to run it themselves, trying to go for the most diviest composition that they can get, just to create some more space for Taniki and Mixwell over on this Deep Wrath combination of hit scans.
And that divey composition, Ryan, really only extends to this Venom. And there's so much healing with a triple strategist setup. It's going to be tough to stick to anyone. Let's see if it works out. Okay, Apex Predator. Special delivery. Still Germany, nice and healthy. Soul Resurgence in play here for Meow. That helped a bit, but it's a pretty nice Horde of Proteus thrown in there by Taniki. Highly disruptive. Cutting down any of those movement abilities from being used. And Germany, even with the Mantis ult, unfortunately cannot withstand.
I mean, it got to 91%. Can we see the scoreboard real quick, like, observers? Because I want to see, like, I did feel like Germany maybe got, like, double the eliminations that they had, right? They had 4, so what have they got now? Like 7, 8, 9, 10. So they've managed to get a little bit more in that engagement, but it still feels like Germany, yeah, they could just sort of hold on to the objective with the sustain that they have. At least able to trade out some more picks in the end, but it pretty much is. Spain have to hold on to this full time. Otherwise, Germany are going to bring us to a map 3, which is, like we said, is what they need.
Mixworld only has 1 death over the course of this whole map. This Germany comp is pretty lumbering. I wouldn't call it mobile, that's for sure. It's not going to be able to reach these vantage points. And so you have perfect duelists for this occasion. Alongside the Namor, if Germany can't find a way to actually access the soft underbelly of this Spain composition, even with all that healing, they're going to find themselves taking too much damage.
And you've even got, like, the Magneto sort of just sitting next to them, almost playing caddy. You've got, like, the bulwarks. You've got all of this, like, damage that you can block with your barriers. The leap-in is going to need the barrier if they want to go in for this fight, but the Feast of the Abyss is able, actually, to chunk onto a couple. Network synergizing well with his kit. And even with Germany using the Yarn Amplifier, they just seem to be dropping like flies.
Yeah, that is pretty dirty. Feast of the Abyss looks like it caught on to 4. I also think, like, abilities like Cellular Corrosion, really, really good, you know, against such a grouped-up team. So, you know, the Venom maybe not even being picked to dive the backline primarily, but also just to be super effective against a team that, like, by definition, wants to stack up on each other as much as possible, even if it's, you know, just to make use of group walls or the team up healing with Mantis. Germany now starting to lose their grip on this game, but one more fight's all they need. No Serena wanted to go forward, no use of Agamotto yet, looking for the perfect opportunity to get a big multi-stun. And that's the main ultimate to pin your hopes on right now. ERM gotta be dealt with. Taniki back into the fight, printed into action with that BRB. No Serena still pushing, getting some solid healing and able to take a lot of space, but now people are starting to break around you. You have to peel back for your team, which is a bit uncomfortable. And as that is Jeff being thrown out, Taniki brought down a second time in this fight, and Germany get that flip at 99.
Oh, it's a very close like pick that could have gone the way of Hadi there, but the Goddess of Death was used to just sustain that a little bit longer for Mixwell, sustaining it with a bit more HP, but as soon as he drops down to the ground, it's going to be easy pickings for Germany, but Spain actually have the reinforcements to come in. Eye of Agamotto is going to connect onto 2 on the side of Spain, but the switch around means that Germany still have a bit more to fight this. If they can get an Apex Predator off, it might be enough to actually find these eliminations, or at least create a bit of space, but Spain is still fighting this.
Yeah, and Travis Truby is going to get healed up as he doubles back here. Hardy eventually falls, and Germany are running out of options there. No Serena went up to counter out that Goddess of Death, but that shield was maybe even more necessary elsewhere. I mean, basically, the Hela was playing the perfect decoy there to drag so much attention away and let Spain go to work on Germany after the fact. That is a 2-0 in our first map.
Yeah, Germany going to kick themselves a bit just because of how close that could have been on their end. And just like, again, the adjustments were very quick, very easy. Like, the group wasn't working for Networks. He switches over to the Venom. Didn't quite have access to what we saw him work with the Rogue beforehand. But it's also just, like, protecting the Jeff, making sure that Line Pro has that to work with. You have so many, like, team-ups that Jeff connects to. The Venom one especially. We saw it with the Feast of the Abyss, right? Just how much impact that can make in its own right. But at least Germany able to get more than the 4 eliminations that they got in the first point. But they really need to make these games longer if they want a chance of being the sort of third place wildcard coming out of the EMEA instead of from Asia or the Americas that we'll see later on today.
And look, I think Elsa's very powerful right now, especially with her buff. She zips around the battlefield really effectively and has high damage with a CC ultimate. But what are you doing about this Namor? What are you doing about the Hela? I mean, Mixwell dies once over the course of the entire map, and Taniki 5 times ends up getting 12 final hits and just a disgusting amount of damage done. This is such a short-range, compact setup for Germany, and Spain really just kind of get to play their comfort style, which is to like fold the Namor into these comps. You know, use their front line to make space. Networks also tying up a number of strategists in that back line, and then sort of let your long-range poke-oriented comp go to work. Germany have a ton of healing, which is great, of course, but I just don't think you can afford to go into these games without a plan to deal with the Namor. Germany really do not want to leave each other's side.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's because you've got all of these round robins happening at the same time. And we followed Spain. Like, we're sat here going like, yeah, you need to get rid of the Namor Hello because that's what they want to run every single time. But obviously, Alucard and the German team don't know this. They were too busy kind of getting battered by EMEA United in the other round robin game. So they kind of have to deal with this in real time. Maybe if we see these teams making it for like playoffs on Sunday, you have a bit more time to sort of anti-strat and look at what kind of compositions are working. But this is a good idea from Spain. It's not the obvious, like, these two characters are broken. it's a combination of characters that, like, if that team up's available, they can do a lot of work, but they're sort of down the pecking order, right? So it means that you can build around them a little bit more. And now you have to look at Germany making the right adjustments, making sure that at the very least one of those 2 hit scans is taken out, because you're right, it is Spain's comfort pick. And if they're allowed to play it, we've already seen how much work they can do with it, especially when you get Line Prodigy Jeff as well.
It's just, it is kind of sick to me because you, with that team up, right, as understated as you kind of mentioned it was, you have 3 sources of healing reduction on your team with the Gambit and both of those players from that team up. Against a team that's trying to stack, you know, multiple strategies, that really adds up. Okay, so the Column of Water, it's not a healing reduction effect that persists for a long time, but it matters, especially when it's low health pool targets that are having their healing reduced, right? The strategists that are dealing with like a literal barrage from like multiple different angles, and you can have as many strategists as you want, but you won't be able to keep them topped up here. So it's back to the drawing board. You do mention obviously that Team Germany don't know entirely what Spain are playing. They know enough. They know enough to ban out the rogue here, but you're right. Down the pecking order a little bit further is the duelist choice here for Team Spain, because perhaps they're just garnering less of the spotlight of that previous series or in general. But I think now it's going to be hard to be looked at. I think you've got to ban the name more. We saw that worked for Team UK in that second map that was able to give them a bit of a leg up, at least at times. There just always seems to be a fallback for the Spanish team.
Yeah, and you might force, like it happened with Team UK, Spain were forced to protect the name more themselves, and then the Hela was banned out. So it's sort of like you're trading something somewhere and at least forcing Spain to do a little bit more work. But the fact that they, you know, it's the White Fox that was protected from Germany, and we didn't see it once. And that happens sometimes, but usually in these kind of like mirrored matchups when it comes to the bans, you want to make sure that, like, okay, we're going to get priority from this. The other team are not going to get anything if we protect the White Fox. So let's like use that. You would expect those situations to come up a lot more, but when stuff like the Mantis and stuff is available, you got to prioritize that with any kind of triple strategist setup. It just felt a little bit like, and also the Luna was banned out, right? So it's like you protect the White Fox, the Luna gets banned out. That might be less incentive to actually play it. So in that case, really good read from Spain to know that that's where the bread is buttered.
Yeah, I mean, again, these team ups still are definitely like a pretty strong undertone to a lot of our pick and ban strategy between these two teams. And yeah, I mean, the White Fox obviously works great with a front line that wants to extend, you know, forward. She can obviously dash to them. She can throw the Spirit Sanctuary down. She's pretty good in proximity, unlike, you know, other strategists that don't always like being pressured up close. Manus might have the ability to sleep, but again, you do not want to get caught by some of these dive picks. So Spain are showing us that, that flexibility, but also their ability just to set the tone in these games and play their comfort comp is a big problem for Germany. I think that also makes our last matchup potentially in EMEA pretty exciting, because
top of the group,
the only team remaining for Spain, obviously, is this EMEA United roster, who look terrifying on paper. And in terms of the score lines, we've seen them look strong, but much rides, I guess, on how their game against the UK is going as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting one to see how this one's going to change for like Germany again. Like you had the Rogue band out, which felt like it was a good spot, or at least very lucky, like just seeing what Spain were doing. Maybe they caught the end of the last game, considering they finished early. They probably watched that final map, saw networks doing work on Rogue, and were like, yeah, let's not let that happen. It's going to be the same case here again. But it's interesting that Spain went for the EMEA ban last time. Again, we're on domination. EMEA's really good here. So they're going to commit to it. So it feels that that's a lot more specific to what Germany have been running, perhaps.
Okay, so once again, the EMEA Frost is a ban target here for Spain. In the Rogue. Okay, so that's fine. I think if that's part of Germany's game plan, but maybe we can expand our game plan now to include some of these duelists, break up some of these team ups. Spain also might be thinking the same thing. Like, can they just take Mantis, who's the anchor of that team up, out of the mix? She's very frequently banned already in APAC. She's actually been the most banned hero so far. 21 first bans we've actually seen her get since APAC started. So a lot of teams are looking to disrupt that team up and get her out of rotation.
Yeah, and it's interesting with like Gambit was pretty much that for the most part. Like, and Gambit is still in this draft so far, hasn't been taken out. The Lunar Snow protected from Germany. It was the White Fox last time. And I think that sort of helps. Like, just having a Lunar Snow, you could play around that pretty well. Spain would be forced to ban out the White Fox, which doesn't seem that high of a priority, but you have to respect the team up. The other side of it as well is like Spain, like, okay, that combination of like Luna, White Fox is good if we're playing like Daredevil, we're playing melee dive. We're not. We're playing Hela Namor back on the like bleeders, fighting from distance. So you don't need to worry about the Chan that much. The Namor ban, though, makes a lot of sense from Germany to make sure that Spain don't have access to it. There's the White Fox ban too.
Interesting. Spain actually still maybe concerned about some of the picks that were brought against them in the previous game. White Fox obviously going down. So either way, like expending a ban on White Fox for Spain at this point probably doesn't feel great, but they understand. Germany also expended their protect on trying to keep half of that team up in place. So this is heads up. Obviously, you've got Lion Pro calling the shots here for Team Spain. So he's definitely not going to get caught off guard by any of these sort of shenanigans. And the Venom protected. Saw that get a ton of value for Trubiz earlier on. Even if you're not able to pick off individuals in backlines easy because of just insane amounts of AoE healing, you just can't really die. And that Feast of the Abyss is max value.
Yeah, it's harder to like CC the Venom out. You might go for Invisible Woman to go for Force Physics as a like come back here as he's trying to swing out. But it really has felt like Networks, no matter what he's playing, it's not being punished enough. That's because he is just a very good like ex-pro player. Like granted, like it did have some Vanguard experience then. So he kind of knows where to ride that line, and up against less experienced, less pro team-centric teams, he knows how much he can limit test. And I think that's the main thing. The Venom has found a lot of success without really being eliminated that often. And Germany missed a ban.
Oh, you're kidding. I was dialed in thinking that was going to be the most interesting ban of this phase. They get rid of Namor, they get rid of Rogue, and they missed their last chance. So
it happens. It happens in the pro teams as well, more than I would care to admit, honestly. But it is just those cases of like you're deliberating an option, you're not hovered over anything, and so nothing comes through. So the group ban again makes a lot of sense. You've got the likes of Loki not being prioritized in this one, the Mantis too, making sure that you don't have that synergy, especially when Germany ran out with the group last time.
So no Namor this time for Spain. We've already seen them fall back onto plenty of other options. Taniki already hovering this Cyclops. Unlikely we see the team out because it looks like the designated Wolverine player for Spain is Line Pro, and he would have to put Taniki on support in order to make that happen. But honestly, wouldn't hurt. Germany are playing a lot of big bodies, tanky setups, and also some dime presence with the Venom. That is a team up that could be great. Even if not, I mean, just being able to make use of the Wolverine is still going to be, pretty powerful.
This would be a rough time for Germany if they do end up sort of in a position where they're not qualifying for playoffs, considering they lost to Ecuador yesterday in football too, which was like a shock result. And I don't know if losing to Spain would be that much of a shock. There's enough history across various games, various World Cups of different types. Spain wanted to try to put the Spain without the S onto Germany to finish out the series 2-0. Germany hoping to get their first map win so far today after their 2-0 loss against EMEA United.
So it might be El Capitan here for Hardy. Still a sticky threat, but someone that can do more than just shepherd his team in that front line. But Hardy just loves guys with shields, doesn't he? He just wants to play the shield guy all the time. His shield, though, a little bit smaller, but pretty good at bouncing things back at Spain, who are going to be going for a pretty similar setup, right? It is just a response to the Namor ban by bringing in this Cyclops, who we've discussed is really quite powerful. This is, you're going to have to break the wall now to get around this portal. A little awkward for Spain early, but no harm, no foul. Both teams now in position. Spain trying to operate this high ground. Network's already making strides towards the point, and it's unlocked right here. Big pick for QRXU, though. Lion Pro has already fallen now. It looks like they're trying to defend that BRB. Can he break through this shield? Yes, don't need an ultimate to do that, apparently. But Taniki's finding himself lacking teammates.
Yeah, I mean, there's like the trade of picks, but QRXU has found so much actually on the Hela. We sort of, Germany, okay, they've got a really good like hit scan player, good triple strategist to support that makes a lot of sense. But also like the Luna is strong in their own right? Like we saw the White Fox being protected, Luna was banned, we didn't see White Fox at all. Luna, you can play isolated, you don't need to rely on that team up. Just because of the Snowflake, the aura that you can put on QRXU, sustained healing throughout, every time that you get like a pick, it sort of refreshes some of the cooldown for KG's kit. It really does feel like you're setting that up nicely. And then you've got Cap for Hadi to just keep a little bit more sustained going. Means that Germany, once they have that objective, it's going to be very hard to maneuver them. They have basically 4 support ultimates to sit back on.
Yeah, that is huge. And being able to just leave your solo duelist on an off angle and know that they will still get healing matters a lot. Let's pick here from KG. Where's Network's trying to put himself right now? Well, front and center seems to be the plan, and Rocket has the mobility to try and slip away. But eventually, Mixwell going to be able to collapse on that same target. Here's QRXU, though, now dropping more towards this low ground. Network's really had to give up a whole lot in order to get one little rodent.
Has passed the halfway
I mean, this would be a hell of a statement for Germany to make, like missing out on a ban right at the end. But just the lack of Namor, right? Even with the Protect and the work for Spain that have tried to put pressure into that. But Line Pro isn't on the Jeff, something that was a high priority for Spain in the past. He's over on the Luna because he knows how important it is going to try and be. The problem is, yeah, you could probably put your Snowflake over on the Caps in both cases, but Network's not able to find the picks. He's actually getting run down a little bit as Germany are trying to go in and hunt for the elimination there, but he's able to scupper out just enough.
Oh man, he is still under that same level of pressure though. Networks has to fall back a little bit further. As long as Hardy doesn't overexpose himself, he's fine. This guy is a genius when it comes to positioning as a Vanguard or sort of tank-like character in arena shooters. Silver down early again. Hardy managed to find purchase on the Rocket Raccoon. Great starting for Germany. They're chilling. 92% and counting. Now the numbers have evened up though. Both teams have lost their rockets as we see Mixwell find a key pick. Little freeze here, looking very uncomfortable as Nozarino on that point. Freedom Charge going to be at the ready here for Networks, but you want to ration some of these ultimates out if you can. It's a long climb to get back into the game. Nice connection there by QRXU though, when Germany back on the front foot.
It's a bit of a weird fight. Yeah, we've got Trubis that's gone down, but I think they're like brought back, or is it going to bring back? It seemed like it was going to be brought back into this motion there. And Spain also Networks holding on to the Freedom Charge, didn't opt to use it to try to sustain that. In fact, we're quite happy to kind of let Germany take this first objective. Very weird first point for Spain. It seems like these map 2s are a little bit of a crutch for them, perhaps.
Yeah, super disjointed in Germany, Spain looked. I think like mixing Cap into your comp does mean that your like frontliner roams further afield than normal, right? If you're sort of playing a more static setup. But tell you what, that is an interesting turn of events here. QRXU was just dominant.
Get ready.
Yeah, and it's like QRXU has been so good at doing that. Tadiki failing to pick up a final hit so far. Seems to be, again, like the adjustment, like Spain feeling a little bit more uncomfortable when they don't have Jeff, but also when they don't have Taniki set up on the Namor. It's just not a lot. Yeah, Cage, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Luna Snow outputs a metric ton of damage. Like, just because she's this, like, K-pop star doesn't mean she's not dangerous. K stands for killer, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, she's dangerous. That ice art's, of course, pretty darn nice. Giving yourself some nice long-range damage potential. Right. Couple of rising stars on Germany already exposing themselves. QRXU, Hardy coming in with ultimates now. Spain did keep a lot of them, frankly. Whether it was enforced or otherwise, we'll let you guys at home decide. But into our next round here. And we're going to see Cage playing up pretty close. But spots a flanking presence there. Doubles back. Good heals on QRXU to keep it hella in the game.
Like he has the aura on him as well because he feels that he's going to have aura in these cases. But Lion Pro finds that pick up to Dalu card and forces free ultimates out on the other side for Germany.
Okay, there's also like a Fate of Both World test. Should it be required? It's Jeff. Gonna go off there.
Dodged.
Yeah, nicely sidestepped. Beautifully done. QRXU finds one off the Goddess of Death, but that is not enough. Spain dialed in here, coming back into this next round. And I've got to say, the pressure on QRXU has looked much better.
Yeah, it has to be. And certainly like that point, the spaceport, if there is that freedom for QXRU to set up, it's so hard to deal with him because he is so far away. These next 2 points at the very least constrict a little bit more, but it allows Spain to go for the more divey compositions if they want to. Problem is they still want to sort of play this like front to back crossfire, make sure that these scam players are set up. And I mean, Mixwell understands his assignment. Wherever Taniki is, he's going to try to go the other side, spread out Germany to deal with these things. And Networks with the Freedom Charge is going to split right through into the center of Germany.
That is beautiful. And he's managed to get into the cookie jar well and truly. Luna goes down first. Networks, great timing. The follow-up from Spain has been very good. They all understand where they need to be. A little bulwark briefly given over to Networks, and he is absolutely pounding them. Taniki also in the periphery. Got to be sitting on a Ruby Rage here, so you got to watch out if you are strange, because that shield ain't going to do squat.
Not when you have so much like spread coming out, right? And you got Mixwell, yeah, not a hero shooter player known for his tactical shoot, but he knows how to play the angles and where to position to take these fights. And he is completely opening up Germany that are struggling to get any progress on this point. And Taniki finally getting on the board with the Cyclops, making him look a lot more lethal.
Oh, the Ruby Rage connection is pretty good. That is a ton of damage. Trubis might have fallen there, but still, Taniki has to get busy. Nice little taps here. He spent most of the fight working at his optimal range, sitting behind the front line, just tapping down. The neutral game for Cyclops is kind of unmatched.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of looked like outside of nothing, actually. Spain haven't changed up this composition. It just took a minute to get, like, adjusted to it, right, with the Lunar Snow themselves. But, like, Taniki is set up nicely. They don't really have any ultimates on board just yet, but a Fate of Both Worlds is going to be available soon for Line Pro to sit back on. Germany, they have a little bit of a window to go in for these fights. They have to build up these ultimates. Very little room to breathe, though, as Spain are nearing up to 90%.
Yeah, that buffer has basically dissipated now. They need to get about it. What's the plan here for Hardy? Got eyes for the players up on that platform, but can't quite reach for the time being. So settling for Trubiz and does spot the rocket. Philitha, though, keeps a respectful distance. He's going to still be relevant in this fight. I have Agamotto, of course, on deck here for Notarinda, but everyone is so split. He's going to go for it anyway. Catches Line Pro, makes a beeline for the back line, and gets what he came for. Beautifully done. Follow-up, of course, with the Maelstrom was there, and that is the Luna off the map. Still, you're not still in a winning position. Look how low they are. Nice little Maelstrom there as well came out from Trubiz. Big damage. And a Meteor M here held onto. And it really is just a zoning threat. Germany forced away, getting wiped aside here, potentially 100-0 kind of round. And if KG is running up like this, Fate of Both Worlds has to be made use of now. QRX, looking for an opening, trying to get into a decent position for a Goddess of Death. There's a couple of big ultimates to chain here now, and It's Jeff is ready to go too.
He's so nervous, though. He wants to make sure that his team are contested this, and It's Jeff is going to be used. He can't even get it out there, so get stuck on the terrain. Be Right Back means he's going to be involved in this engagement, but there might not be much else to work with.
Okay, Meow going to get a spit. That is going to be the Hela off the map on this next Welkin. Oh, he can get back up. Should have thrown herself off if she wanted that Hela elimination. Hardy brought down as the final kill, and Spain back into the game in a big way.
Much better with how that went. No progression made for Germany at all, and it wasn't Spain relying on these kind of like portal plays either. It was just the adjustments and making sure that Taniki had the space to work with. So looking a lot better, matching up to Mixwell now with the final hits and networks. Another MVP performance, a bit slow to start with the Captain America, but eventually looking a little bit more strong against Germany, who really made the draft work in their favor. The Lunar Snow for KG has been exceptional. It's just now that Line Pro has started to catch up with that kind of performance.
Yeah, QRXU gets no final hits in that last round, Ryan. That is the glaring issue for me. Such a great start on Spaceport, but there essentially was shut down. The pressure was much better. And yeah, Line Pro certainly risen to the challenge. Network still dominating. Honestly, has been all over this game and the previous one for Team Spain. Still going to be on the cap. We're close to a Goddess of Death here out of the gates for Mixwell.
See if Germany can actually pick themselves up a map so far, as it was a 0-2 loss against EMEA United before this. Would make it very difficult for their final game, potentially up against United Kingdom, depending on how they're doing. Obviously, you can check out the action of those streamers, but right now, Spain holding on to the point first is going to force Germany to go in for a defensive play with no ultimates.
Yeah, that BRB pickup, virtually a kill there for Trubiz. Just notices it a little bit, within his purview, so he's going to be able to pick that up. Nice little freeze. Kicked Strange off you. Dangerous here for... What is this? Okay, yeah, sure. Goddess of Death. That's fine. He at least has this artificial health pool to keep him in the fight now and sets up in a decent spot.
Yeah, you know what I said before about limit testing? That was certainly one of those moments, but it did kind of work. It was just very much a fine margin as Spain are looking to pick up this fight first again. Germany sort of on the back burner a bit. They didn't have any ultimates and forced out a couple, but you see it at the top left of your screen. Spain still do have the Ruby Rage and the damage boost for Yam Amplifier. Might just be holding on to get something more, as it's going to be the Vanguards having their ultimates very soon for Spain too.
Yeah, they are in a very healthy spot. And potential to snowball this, much like the first round, I think, of this went. Gala got down early. That is brutal stuff. And no BRB deployed. So that first pick for Germany is going to stick.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that you need to be scared of with Spain's composition, with like the sort of hit scans that they're running, just to like getting the picks in a neutral, right? It's certainly when you've got triple strategists, it shouldn't be happening for Germany for somebody to go down, but just the damage burst, and certainly when these players are able to hit their shots, you can instantly take out some of these like squishy targets for Germany. So they have to be a lot more sustained. They're also able to do it on the other side as Mixwell gets traded.
Agamotto catches two. Dalakard, one of them. Can they find the Rocket Raccoon amidst all of this? No, Spain. It's good money being thrown after bad, frankly. Or whichever order you like. Either way, it's a lot of money being thrown and then lit on fire. Not ideal at all, as Germany able to make their way back in now. And some big ultimate investments for Spain in a kind of already lost fight. It's a bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah, I don't think when it comes to like the sunk cost fallacy and stuff that the Goddess of Death really cares about human currency at the very least. So it's QRXU at least able to get a little bit more revenge. And this is where Germany have looked the best when they've had actual control of the objective. They weren't able to get it on that second point. It's whether they can set up QRXU in a good position where Spain can't actually get the jump on them, because they're not playing dive. They have to try and find these picks in the neutral, but then they now need to deal with where Germany is set up. And they do actually. They find a pick onto Nozarena first.
Now, Magneto collapses in the front line. I'm unsure. Freedom Charge at least gives you the ability to bully your way through this choke without having to worry too much about getting poked down in the neutral. That's a huge edge you can get off the cap. Second ultimate, though, came out from Germany's cap here. Mixwell traded out for Dalekar, but there's a Fate of Both Worlds active now. Amidst this, Spain don't need to find their next target. And they do it too late. KG's able to find their own ultimate now, and it's the second one, which means they'll have that lingering healing a little bit later. QRXU rather takes to the skies and actually just caught Lion Pro there with one of those shots. So Germany should be comfortable in a second consecutive fight win.
Yeah, forced out some ultimates though for Spain, so they'll be pretty happy with that. But you have to look again, what is going to be the ultimate? What is going to be the thing that finds those picks to actually turn things around? Like, you're not relying on something like a Galactic Legend from Star-Lord, for example, where it can get multiple picks. Like, you're hoping that the Ruby Rage lines up, or that Mixwell could do a lot with the Goddess of Death. It's hard work in the end, and Network's actually switching over to the Devil Dinosaur to just be a little bit more rowdy, I suppose, to go in for the fights on the objective, to sort of build some of the strategist ultimates quicker, being an ult battery. But you also know that that's going to be the case for Germany. QRXU is just going to shoot the Devil Dinosaur to build up that Goddess of Death a little bit faster.
Somehow, that's cap for you. Hardy able to pop up there amid six and still look pretty comfortable. The mobility is the issue for Devil Dinosaur, right? Slow, lumbering, really tough to actually get like your choice of target. Nice little catch and throw on the cap though, but it really is just going to redirect him for a short time. We need to get some, nice feasts off. I think Networks definitely needs a group up here for Germany. That's not what I call a nice feast. Bro is going hungry tonight.
Yeah, starving a little bit. It's understandable why they went instinct in the end, but KG has found that pick, so this is a good chance for Germany to actually pick themselves up this first map, up to 99%, but there's some picks that have come in on the other side of Spain. Beer back's been used up, so even if it flips, there is a chance for Germany to hold on here, and they forced out the likes of Meteor M. This should be a pick, not quite, almost, but it is going to force the Lunar Snow off of the objective, and somehow Germany is still stalling this out at the very least. It hasn't quite flipped over, but now they want to make sure that Spain get it, that they can disengage and go for a final fight if needed. Otherwise, this would be a calamitous attempt if they actually lose players as they're trying to disengage.
That missed, well, not missed, that, no insta-kill off the Meteor M looked like it could have been a problem, but just the absence of the Lunar Snow in that part of the fight for Germany was backbreaking. So Zony ultimate works, I guess. So
yeah,
something to take away from that, I think, if you're Trubiz.
I think if Germany, you're happy that you baited that out, because it did feel that the point was going to be eventually Spain's, but now you have to go and fight this. You've got the leap in at the very least, but final orders is it's going to be 99% for both sides on this third and final point.
Okay, CYA in play. Network's doing a good job commanding attention in this front line. Freedom Charge active though for Hardy. In he goes. Leads being applied to everybody, and Networks now has an ultimate to work with. I'd be pretty scared about the Devil Beast Rampage. Going to be frozen up here and needs to go after the CYA. Good priority here, but in the meantime, his team gets absolutely flattened, obliterated. Here come Germany once more. The Devil Dinosaur is not going to be enough to get them out of this situation. QRXU with a safe vantage point sees his opposite number, Mixwell, crumple down on the ground. And a very, very competitive map in general. Looks like it's headed over to Germany. We have a tied series.
And that's not great news for Team UK either. They were hoping that maybe the fact that Spain could take this quicker means that that third place finish could be a big one, as they actually ended up losing to EMEA United 2-0, the same as what Germany did, right? So it does mean that, like, this going a bit closer means that third place, both teams are able to build up elimination. South Korea is probably not watching at this point. They're probably asleep, or very much like keeping an eye on this to see how many eliminations these players get. And Germany bulking up quite a lot in the end, as QRXU able to get 18 final hits for his team and going 30-5 on the Hela.
Yeah, it's insane that like 12 of those occurred in that first round. QRXU kind of goes off the boil later on, but once again, there's no ability for Spain to really take him to task. There's a lot of neutral picks that end up going in favor of QRXU. Even after Spain had a really good first fight, just losing a couple players on the walk-up, and obviously the way that Warrior Falls changes, right? The way the map evolves, that like main entry gets cut off, and all of a sudden you're forced to flank, you're forced to take these more circuitous routes, get up on that high ground. When you have that off-angle Hela, QRXU knows there's a lot on his plate. He has to deliver as that solo duelist in many occasions, and he absolutely did. So congrats, and maybe getting that Meteor M out of Spain, coming into that last fight, a huge boon for Germany.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like Spain were there going on the offensive, right? That they had the ultimate up for Devil Dinosaur, where the dinosaur rampage, and then they also had like the Gambit Royal Flush. He was available for the majority of that game. We only really saw him towards the end of it there from Lion Pro. Yet the fact that Germany were able to sustain that and then come in with the counterattack with the Meteorum, like you mentioned, it really did feel like if Germany has control of the objective and they can set up shop, they sit pretty. It's so difficult to actually move them when they have triple strategists set up, and Kuraxu can just play these hitscan characters to a T. It really feels like if Germany can get the point first, that can just be enough to hold on. And that's a common thing, right? Like not only in domination, but like Hero Shooter, King of the Hill maps, like taking the point first is such an advantage, and the majority of teams are able to win off of that alone because it just sets you up with the ultimate cycle. You're able to be ahead, you put the other team behind, and you can just sort of sit very comfortably with how these maps are going.
So a check-in on our scores here. Like you mentioned, EMEA United have taken Team UK to task. They are 4-0 right now. Obviously, undisputed front runners in this group, setting us up for a pretty interesting clash in our third and final round of EMEA's round robin. It will be Team Necros versus Team Mixwell, Spain versus EMEA United. But we aren't quite there yet because Germany have showed themselves to have a little bit of pluck to them, managing to win that second round. I would say that the Devil Dinosaur switch for Networks was an interesting one. He looked quite good on the Captain America. I think like Freedom Charge to get through chokes, to have that overshield was pretty sweet. And just at a glance, it seems kind of tricky sometimes to get Devil Dinosaur where he's most needed. He often just sets up in the front line and is a decent deterrent, but doesn't peel very well and certainly can be isolated.
Yeah, it was sort of similar to the problem that teams have had with Spain's lineup, where it's like, okay, you want to go for something a little bit more divey, faster-paced brawl. Well, Hela is like 3 postcodes that direction, so you need to like try to actually close that distance down as much as you possibly can. But it was like good at least to see Mixwell actually like step up. It's mostly been Taniki that we've been highlighting as like the duelist, but Mixwell had a lot of good moments. It just feels like QRXU is leading that way, but that's natural. He is the solo duelist on this team, and he has so many resources put into him. Not only healing to sustain him, but damage boost as well. And he is making that work so well for Team Germany today.
Yeah, stunning stuff, honestly. And the Namor ban looks like it might have hurt a little bit more than Spain had realized, even if it was ultimately a competitive map. The Cyclops looked good at times, but
Luna ban.
I don't know. Felt like it was broadly effective. Is Spain banning the Luna here? So we're already cutting to the chase in terms of breaking up the White Fox and Luna team up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a higher priority than, like, I guess the Emma Frost. Like, we've seen that constantly banned out from Spain, so we're going to see Germany potentially protect it early. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, that's going to be the same for Germany so far, making sure that Networks doesn't get access to the Rogue. So this is the real question now, is like, is it going to be, it can't be the Luna Protect like it was last time. Is it going to be White Fox? Probably not. It's already been taken out. So this has to be different. Maybe it's going to be the Emma Frost. Yeah, we actually do get to see it in play and see exactly why Spain was so nervous of it in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, they, I guess, had some intel as well, much like Germany did about this Rogue ban. I think this is heads
Namor.
up. You want to keep Namor in, especially because an Emma Frost Protect doesn't exactly set off on any alarm bells about like a dive-based comp, right? Feels like, Germany so far have been playing Death Ball style. I think Emma Frost very much leans into that as well. Her ability to shield, she's disruptive, but only up close. Feels like Namor's going to have some breathing room here. QRXU now knows he has to go after Taniki when and if possible. That Namor is going to just get outsized amounts of value the longer he stays in these fights.
Yeah, Gambit being banned out sort of makes a lot of sense with just how much he can connect. Line Pro can play him. It is interesting that we do have this ban on White Fox as well, after the Luna was already banned, probably aimed at like KG, with just how much they're able to do over in that strategist role. But like we saw before in that first map, the White Fox was protected by Germany, but they didn't have a good chance to use it because of the combinations of heroes that they wanted to run.
Yeah, is it like worth spending both bans on either side of that team up? You already broken it up with that first one. I feel like there's a couple of, like, you could take Cap out of rotation if you're concerned about like keeping the Namor adequately protected. Rogue obviously isn't available. So, we are lacking on some of those like hyper mobile vanguards. Of course, Venom is still very much in the mix. So Mantis gets a ban as well. Spain really dialing in on taking these strategists away. But none of them have really been ones that Germany have been over relying on.
Yeah, but it's the fact that Germany have been consistently running the triple strategist, and like Mantis is, you just want to get rid of her to make sure that the the stonks, I suppose, of triple strategist go down. Sure, you
And
can
the
play
convert
Ultron, you can
stonks.
play Amalgamation, like Loki even would have fit in there nicely. So it is like protecting like the invisible boundary. It's just a very different style of backline, but Spain have managed to get the Namor and the Jeff protected, which they're going to be happy about because it felt a little bit of an either-or for them in that second map, especially now they've been able to get both.
I don't hate like protecting the invisible girl here. Force physics is going to be important if Networks pulls up on you, right? Having some form of displacement or disruption for like a dive Vanguard could be pretty important. But here, I mean, looking at Germany's lineup, not too much has to change. What KG plays, I guess, is certainly a question. We're going to be jumping in the game in just a moment as we get our lobby all sorted out here. But yeah, a bit of a pivot from Spain, trying to shut down the triple strategist.
I think that's a good move because really it seemed that was going to be Germany's whole plan. And it is a good plan, especially when you've got a duelist like QRXU. It is going to be KG that's moving over to another duelist, apparently, which is going to be more storm action, which, I mean, it's more damage boost onto QRXU. He still has the rocket. He doesn't have the Mantis to work with this time. So maybe it is just a case of like setting up QRXU to be the main win condition, which has worked so well. We actually do get to see Hadi playing it over the Emma Frost for the first time. So see exactly what Spain were worried about.
Still, Storm is certainly, continuing to play into this death ball idea. QRXU on an off angle won't get that free snowflake, healing. So they might need to be just considering their positioning a little bit more, being forced to maybe play more clumped up with the rest of the group. TP up to the high ground here for Spain. Very much a similar setup. And Networks, yeah, he's back on towards the cat, which I felt was a better look there on that previous map.
Yeah, I mean, Networks has looked really good as like a sort of like Vanguard on various things, and he actually finds that first pick onto QRXU, and it's a bit of Royal Palace, which, like I mentioned at the start of the show, we do not get to see at all because it's not part of the map pool in Ignite, so it is a brawly first point on Odin's Archives that's going to start us off too.
Yeah, and look, they're able to go after QRXU straight off the bat, so already a big change in gameplay. Networks on a vastly more mobile Vanguard now, is able to set up some kind of flank. It could be pinched, though. Yeah, I like this double back from Germany. They're in like a 4v2 if they chase after them. But Spain are wise to it. They've got the mobility. And those monster spawns are really freaking annoying.
Yeah, I mean, you have to deal with them one way or the other, but Spain are definitely building around that win condition. But the pick has gone the way of Germany. Nazareno actually takes out Trubis. It's going to switch over. I thought Spain were going to try and contest that a little bit more, be a bit more frugal with just getting some more progression made. But instead, they're kind of in and out of this one, not really dedicating, but still have players on the point.
I think that was just mispositioning there for Trubis or force physics that knocked him down. But given his shield was up, that's kind of unlikely. QRXU's going to work here big time. Mixor just doesn't have, again, that stalwart front line to play behind anymore. When you lose that Strange, it feels like it's very hard for Spain to like keep a foothold in these like longer fights.
Means that Germany actually have that advantage, and it's not the triple strategist that they sat back on now this time, but they do have some big strategist ultimates to be working with. So whether QRXU can sort of set up shop like he's been able to before remains to be seen, but Spain trying to go aggressive and build up this charge over on the Emma Frost left play.
Yeah, the Emma Frost protect makes so much more sense now, Hardy. Based. Okay, stun here on Trubis, though. Hardy with a Psionic Seduction ready to go. Namor's in a really awkward spot. You do not want to be there for Taniki or KG able to chase him down. Dalakata was taken at least by a Monstro spawn. Network's now on the Angela. So it's almost like a pivot in the direction of being able to threaten this Storm a bit more. But I'm sorry, KG looks very comfortable. Absolutely chilling here.
He's actually making it work. Omega Hurricane's going to come through as well whilst the Iron Amplifier is available, and it's just going to carve through absolutely everybody. Spain dedicating a lot, and it was shut down completely. Also with a Psionic Seduction, a great ultimate to be used in any given situation, whether you have the advantage, disadvantage, looking to hold the point or take it. Hadi's found good use of it so far, and Spain sent back, and Networks has to be the flexible Vanguard again by going over to Angela.
Yeah, I mean, Spain are really trying everything right now. We are dialing up the mobility to 11 with this pick. Network's already trying to wrap around. Okay, there's a little bit of a link up here with Lion Pro. Looks like they want to just try and contest the point behind this. So how long can Spain keep Germany interested in this high ground fight? They're starting to just drop down now. Hardy doesn't want to give up the high ground for free, though, understandably, but eventually they've got to go back and contest. QRXU down, though. Networks did find that Hela. Damn, he is really the linchpin of this team setup. Psionic Seduction into the invisible barrier. Definitely very disruptive. And there's an Jeff. Oh my goodness,
five.
we got 5. Lion Pro knows exactly where to send him, and that's straight into the Gurgler. Big 5K for the Jeff, and he's brought back into the fight. It really doesn't get much better.
The Silent Seduction pulling everybody into the Jeff, and then they'll be right back to just make sure that Lion Pro isn't out of the fight too long either. So, might be the play of the tournament so far, as Lion Pro is showing his Team Heretics coaching days might be numbered as he goes back to being a pro player, perhaps, potentially. We'll see. But for Spain, they've managed to sort of even up stuff, but still, Germany, 91% already on Odin's Archives.
Yeah, they got a really good first fight that dragged on for a long time. Spain, can they hold onto this? QRXU now, they've got to see the sight lines are pretty limited, but conversely, it's kind of hard to see the Heller in this position. Hasty shield thrown up there by Trubiz, able to protect himself. Mix was able to find two, though it looks like QRXU, yeah, the ultimate just does not really hit the way it needs to.
He's actually going to try and reset, but he's not even going to be given the space to do that as Mixwell puts the knife in the back. And now it's looking very close on progression. Germany have had some close ones that have managed to slip through their fingers. Now it's going to be a case of trying to actually touch the objective, and they're going to go for the portal play. Agamotto in hand as well for Nazareno if he manages to isolate some of these plays from Spain.
Spain is so split up, though, but that's going to hurt Networks in the end as QRXU finally able to get revenge on the airborne dive. Vanguard, up we pop here with Agamotto. No catch. What a Proteus also on that high ground. Just what response to the Strange. No Serena able to avoid that, but it's getting flattened here, of course. Hit with the chokehold now. Able to push forward. Good healing for him now. QRXU still throwing damage in from that high ground, and Jeff is barely able to get away. Trub is 3D printing back into the fight, and Taniki does finally deal with that Hella threat. There's still KG, though, in terms of damage for Germany. They're back on the double duelist setup now. And it's pretty awkward here, but it's Emma Frost, but Harding makes great use of those durability cooldowns to stay a threat in the front line. Psionic Seduction can't be shielded off forever. You can see it's being attempted to be line of sighted there. Truby is now able to get in there. Another It's Jeff from Lion Pro, but this Omega Hurricane could be a problem. He's brought down. Finish off there by the Invisible Woman, and now KG is shoving their way forward. Lion Pro back in the game, and Networks is down with
the damage boost.
You're cooked here. CYA in play now for Germany and Spain crumble in the final moments.
It's all just stacking up together, and Germany actually managed to flip that first point over to them. Spain on the back foot for the first time, it really feels like, but Odin's Archives, such a weird part of like an objective to play, and there's not much like pro experience to boot off of it either. Germany, just really good player. Nozarino, it doesn't quite connect with the Eye of Agamotto, but the portal play was good, and honestly, just a scrappy fight. You can't put it down to KG getting a multi-pick or any like heroics. It was just Germany digging their heels in and fighting for this point.
Germany look like Rock Lee with the training weights, dropping them now, going to a double duelist setup, because KG has been pounding. Only 2 deaths here, over 8k damage, 8 final hits to their name. Mixwell, try as he might, has not been able to get Spain into a winning position with this Heller output. I'm curious to see if there's any big mix-ups here. Lion Pro obviously had an amazing 5k, and even with that, Spain weren't able to take it, so Networks makes another switch. Now going over the Venom, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it's all worked before. Lion Pro is going to be over on that Jeff 2 again, so they have that synergy to work with. And the point is a little bit more open again. You've got that high ground that you can perch on, and it's very, like, open to the elements, which is only going to suit KG a little bit more on the Storm. So Taniki and Mixwell need to make sure that that Storm doesn't get going, because the damage boost that you're giving to 5 people around you is pretty good when you're playing a domination map like this one.
And the vantage points for Namor also can be destroyed. This platform obviously does not last long when players are sort of trying to work it down. So the monstrous spawn are definitely going to be annoying to play into in these chokes, but no perch platform for the Namor to play on could be a problem. Now here, sitting on an invisible boundary, just waiting for the most opportune moment. This is a pretty good one. I think Psionic Seduction is being deployed here by Trubiz. So much healing, though, for Team Germany to survive through it. Now, CYA that's going to complicate this. It's going to outlast the boundary. Only just the Mix was able to find a quick double, crucially getting QRXU to start.
Yeah, after Germany used all of these big ultimates too, which means that they're slowly going to be eked out of this point. And Spain not really having to use all that much other than like the Ion Amplifier and the Silent Seduction. They still have so much like banked up or about to be online when it comes to ultimates. And Germany whittled down to very little. Sure, you might have like the Goddess of Death for QRXU or Nazareno having the Eye of Agamotto, but you have to close that distance a little bit more. You have to keep an eye on where Networks is going to be diving in with a Feast of the Abyss.
Okay, here's that dive first. And it's a good start. Taniki actually going to be able to find a Horde of Proteus connection. There's Dalakard down. Means that Networks here is kind of happy just to maybe chase some kills. Doesn't need the ult charge. Is still waiting on a chance to make use of that. But Spain actually get a pretty cheaply won fight. Quickly catapulting themselves into what's starting to become a problematic lead.
See if Germany... I mean, it's pretty much been feast or famine with how they've played, but there's the loop in again. It seemed like the Feast of the Abyss combination was going to come in with a Horde of Proteus, but wasn't needed before. Still finds the pick. Goddess of Death now going to be used in response with QRXU, and then the Mega Hurricane as well, to try to actually pull this fight back onto the objective scene and scanning out who they want to go for the pick. Try to go into the backline and at least going to get one strategist, but you're still losing players on the other side as Spain are finding all the picks.
Yeah, that was the problem for Germany. They wanted a big hurricane, but all of Spain was spread up. They were playing off angles, and Trubias was the only one who was caught, and they were low already. So definitely on the lower end of the spectrum of value you could ask for with those Omega Hurricanes. But the upshot is Spain have finally used all their ultimates. They've finally exhausted all those powerful abilities. In Germany, there's a speculative, frankly. Desire Agamotto requires good connection, but look at how disparately positioned Spain are. They are not clumped up whatsoever.
Yeah, KG switching over towards the Winter Soldier to see if he can get a bit more CC and pull some of those players from Spain out into bad positions and let his team capitalize off of it. But now it's just a slow climb onto the point to try to contest it. Never mind flip it in their favor, and Aya Agamotto in the horizon for Nozarino, but there's too much damage to block and too many angles that this team could be up and against. He tries to leap in and finds nothing.
He really forced the issue here. Strange looking quite uncomfortable on this map. Still, plenty of damage there. QRXU at least making good on the promise to keep him safe. He delivers some repayment, some nice damage. At 99%, Germany established a meager foothold, but they're in it.
Yeah, they had to sort of leap into it, but they have some good ultimates to work with. Meow needs to be very careful. An invisible boundary, and they're down to like 10 HP. Dalakard wants to try and build up the Yan Amplified. It just used up again, hoping that there's going to be a chance. Spain, you know that a lot of ultimates were used in that fight. You want to try and use this silent seduction yourself to go for these picks. And Horde of Proteus always seems to find something for Taniki.
Yeah, set it up maybe with the seduction, or just throw it. There it is, straight into the invisible boundary. Everyone's going to be tied together though here with this seduction. Is there something to pair with it though? Doesn't look like it. The CYA just honestly just gets blown up, and Germany comfortably able to shove back and assert their dominance here, at least for now. 39% and counting. Oh, okay, Winter Soldier in the mix, fair enough. KG going to go for a crack and impact multiple times, and Trubias was the most recent victim.
Oh, he's taking a lot of damage though, and he's hoping that his strategist could back him up, but they're just so isolated because the Jeff Light Pro has taken 2 off of the map. He finds both of the strategists, so they're eliminated, and now Germany are hanging on by a thread.
And that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back here for Germany. They are barely in it. By a thread is putting it nicely. Hardy's going to be shoved away. Doesn't really have anything to make use of now. We're going to be into overtime. It's going to be a bit of time. QRXU, though, his ultimate means he can't actually contest the points. That's a big pick. A free kill, essentially, on the Hela, and no real touch for Hardy, low as he was. And so, Spain are going to take us all the way yet again. Bifrost Garden goes their way.
It's a totally different look for Germany. It just seems like that first point went so well for them. They could set up QRXU to look solid, but once the map opens up, which is going to be more of the same here as we go to the throne room, it's just really unleashes networks to be an absolute menace there. And it was so close as well. KG was just so low on HP. The switch over towards Winter Soldier has done quite a lot with just getting the eliminations and being a lot more threatening. But Dalakard and Meow being picked up by the Jeff, it's a scary thing to be keeping an eye on for. And they have to be focused on it. It's been the main priority for Line Pro in Spain to get that Jeff available. And you can really see why in multiple different areas.
Interesting now to see the Bucky being pulled out, though, by KG. Again, pretty good if, I guess, the Bionic Arm can disrupt networks. You've got a ridiculous amount of damage you can output. Not a ton of shielding outside of Trubias here for Spain. Let's see how it plays in, though. You're kind of hoping people group up nicely for those Kraken impacts, and we'll have a TP off the rip here for Nozarino.
Not quite going for the same levels of aggression that Spain have been able to go for, but has to be very careful with just how much this dive has come in. Networks might have bit off more than he could chew, but he's actually able to survive a little bit more with some of the sustain from Spain. They're playing on the high ground, though, and they have to try and touch if they want to try and get a hold.
Nozarino has to go up here, and he needs to hope that his absence isn't going to cause a problem over the top of the shield. Oh, Mixor's able to find a crucial kill there onto the backliner. Of course, the Invisible Woman going down to the Goddess of Death, and QRXU's ultimate comes later. Yeah, he finds 2 off that, but the fight essentially was already over.
Yeah, I mean, it was good play from Mixwell to just find that in all of the chaos, right? You see Nozarino mostly focusing to try and close the distance with the Hela to put the shield in the way, but there were still gaps that Mixwell could find those picks in on. And Networks, it's harder to see on the Venom, but just he's doing so much work to keep Germany's focus scattered and split, whether it's on the objective or off of it. Spain have managed to get a hold.
Here's KG again. Trying to go in, wants to be the one that disrupts the Venom, most likely. But still, again, Network's able to slip away. Corner Proteus here. Scary prospect to walk into the CYA damage boost. They need to find a kill before Neymar can really leave his mark on this fight. But it's awkward. Fight split between high and low ground right now for Germany. And Taniki is completely unguarded, unbothered, moisturized, flourishing in his lane. Nice little Horn of Proteus here, but frankly, most of the damage of that fight had already been done. Spain starting to chain them together. QRXU, though, finds a quick, crucial double. But Line Pro being brought back into the fight means it only amounts to 1 kill, and 1 just won't do it.
Yeah, QRXU switching over towards the Phoenix, the Jean Grey, might have been good in that situation. Forced out the beer at back, did a lot of damage to the unamplified that was put there from Silifor, but it was just too much. It was a great Eye of Agamotto that came in from Nozarino, but there was no picks. Networks goes very low, but just manages to survive because Germany aren't quite on the same level here, as Spain really dealt with Germany trying to play fast and aggressive. The problem now is that Germany don't have the same tools to try and go in for a fast play, and Spain are seeing it coming with how well Networks is setting up on this Venom and having full control of the high ground.
Yeah, even though they're trying to destroy the terrain to deny his purchase, Networks has been there. Look at he's actually been able to drive a wedge between the front line of Germany and their back line. High Devil Psionic Seduction, though, trying to turn the fight around, but he's under extreme pressure right now. Invisible Barrier comes up here for Meow. Crucial healing here for Germany to stay in this fight, but QRXU does get stunned up briefly. And there's Lion Pro with another triple dunk. Had Networks in him as well there, so not sure that was the plan. But still, able to take 2 enemies out of the fight and take 2 of his own team out. Hey, you know what? It evens out.
Enzo Inferno used for a reset as well for QRXU, who is just turning these disadvantaged fights back into his favor. Even though Nozarino goes down, it's still the Phoenix holding on, not quite born again, as they're going to be picked off in the end. The Vera back means that it's going to be very much into the fray for Germany again, but the problem is there was too little time. Spain have switched it over and have actually taken this one.
That is insane stuff. Spain, slow start. Germany really putting pressure on them, and ultimately able to collect themselves and come back with a dub. Putting Networks on a hypermobile Vanguard seems to be the play. That Venom uncontested in that last stage. And that should be enough to get Spain out of this group into our playoffs, making the next game, frankly, more of a bragging rights match than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, for that, it's just both teams are qualified who's going to get the higher seed. That it seems to always have some impact here. But then for Germany, their final game against the United Kingdom becomes a game of who's going to get third place. And with both of their series against Spain going the distance, you have to feel that their odds of actually qualifying as a wild card with the final hits that they're getting might be enough to actually unseat the likes of South Korea or the Americas team, whatever we're going to see later on. But you got to feel it for Germany, so close to winning out that one, but just some moments where they couldn't quite get their win conditions aligned. Whereas Spain know exactly what they want to play around. It's this Line Pro Jeff that's found so many environmental picks, but also Networks having the flexibility to make multiple Vanguards work no matter the comp.
Yeah, they're looking fantastic here. And you make a great point. Germany doing so well, having such a close game, it really pads their final hits total quite nicely to keep them with some eligibility to make it into our top 8, even if not out of this group. It's a very competitive group. All the teams we've seen so far have looked great, and we haven't even seen the purported, final boss of this region in EMEA United just yet. That matchup is just around the corner. Spain versus EMEA United, a chance to see Necros and co go to work. We'll be waiting for you right after this. We're going to get the lobby sorted. We'll be back with more of our Marvel Rivals Creator World Cup.
My fist is fired up!
You're on my radar.
Fight on, immortal weapons. The tournament is afoot.
Victory is in my sight. Right on target! Get off my lawn!
I'm back.
Full blast! Extreme force! Propulsion beam! No more holding back! Arctic Fury! To me, my X-Men.
Hello everyone, Guang here. I'm thrilled to be back with you all again. Welcome to Season 8.5 of Marvel Rivals. Following the defeat of Alchemax Corporate Raiders, Jean Grey led the X-Men on a daring raid against Alchemax to rescue Cyclops. However, upon finding him, they discovered that prolonged exposure to chromium has left his eyes permanently open, unable to shut off his optic blasts. Scott desperately needed a vessel capable of absorbing infinite energy to stabilize his eyes. Meanwhile, Jean's Phoenix Force, previously crippled by now, was starved and severely weakened. In a heartfelt embrace, the two provided exactly what the other needed, finally giving the X-Men the reunion they deserved. In Season 8.5, Cyclops reunites with his mutant brethren in Marvel Rivals. Operating as a duelist, the fearless leader of the X-Men enters the fray to unleash devastating optic blasts. In combat, Cyclops can fire powerful beams to strike enemies head-on, or precisely calculate ricochets of the environment and enemies,
Yeah, agree.
leaving foes hiding in the backline or behind cover nowhere to run. He can also uniquely...
Welcome back, folks, to the Marvel Rivals Creator World Cup, where we've been following along with Spain's journey, but we've had a chance to see almost all the other teams from EMEA with one big looming exception. It is EMEA United waiting in the wings, who are already 2-0, as are Spain, as we saw them with some difficulty conquer both the United Kingdom and Germany. So this matchup is for seeding purposes, which certainly matters in a single elimination playoff bracket.
Yeah, it's a good look in so far as like EMEA United have been pretty dominant. I looked a little bit at the scoreboards on some of these games. I saw a triple strategist setup with Necros playing a solo duelist, a Black Widow, and getting 23 eliminations. I don't know how much he played of it, but it's not only the fact that they are winning, but it's also they are dominating and also on unorthodox characters. I'm pretty sure against Team UK, they kind of did like a bit of a musical chairs of like switching around onto different roles. So yeah, this might be the game that we see them lock in as both teams are undefeated.
That is pretty impressive from EMEA United. The fact that they can, chill out a little bit. Triple strategist setup here is obviously something we've already seen a little bit from Germany, even if they ended up pivoting out of that and honestly improved their odds. So we'll see that Spain, it feels like at this point they've been exposed to almost everything, but Necros is a bit of a different beast. Here is your Team Spain lineup: Mixwell, Lion Pro, Taniki, Silither, Trubiz, and Networks. So Taniki's been great over the course of this series. Lion Pro on the Jeff, though, has been pretty spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an easy thing to sort of build around, and because these games have been going long for Spain, it probably doesn't take too much for EMEA United, who has basically had to wait for these games to finish, right? In both of the Spain full best of threes, they can see a little bit of what's been playing. They sort of know how to adjust their bans, and it would not shock me to see the likes of a Jeff ban or even like the Namor ban that Taniki's been making use of so well in Team Spain's look. it wouldn't surprise me if that's going to be the focus of EMEA United's draft.
Yeah, so that is going to be curious to see how, Spain actually look to target EMEA United. Conversely, because there are a large number of picks that they can sort of lean into. It feels like with Necros on the team, you can kind of go either way. Know him as a dive-oriented player, but if he's playing Black Widow, it means he's obviously very confident upon the rest of the field. And again, I mean, this is the EMEA portion of the show, round robin, of course. We're having 3 games of best of 3s. It's all on domination. The same is going to be the case when we head over to North America. We have Team USA, Brazil, Canada, and Americas United throwing down. Again, some star-studded lineups in that region as well. So, without further ado, into our pick and ban here for EMEA United and Spain.
It's an exciting one. EMEA United, haven't seen them on the stream just yet, and already we're seeing a duelist ban of Deadpool, I guess with Necros, perhaps. I mean, that's an odd one. And XQC's here, apparently, everybody. Not quite yet.
One way or another, bro gets himself on screen, doesn't he? Back to the draft.
He's like the Undertaker. He's just like the music starts playing and he starts walking in the middle of the draft. But yeah, I mean, EMEA United banning a Jeff first and foremost, not a surprise in the slightest.
Yeah, that was the duelist Deadpool taken away. Jeff picked up, fair enough. No reason to give that over to Lion Pro. Kind of hero feels like, doesn't matter how poorly the team is doing in a certain fight, they can find a way to win it back. Human Torch is going to be snapped up here as a protect for EMEA United.
I'm going to quickly have a glance to see if this is like something that they've been consistently banning out, or whether they're just like, whether Necros is basically like, chat, you decide what we pick and ban.
I mean,
the first ban is good.
He abused Human Torch in a previous creator showdown. I do remember that. Bro was playing it constantly. It was pretty close to release, I think, and yeah, it was disgusting actually. So I wouldn't be too surprised if that is a go-to, especially with Duelist Deadpool no longer available and Ultron banned out.
I do like the Ultron ban because we have seen like these like triple flyers like compositions come out. The problem is that we're playing on Hell's Heaven, which is like the most indoor map outside of the point with the shrine that you could possibly have. So there are some areas where you can like use the terrain to knock people into the lava and stuff. Like Gambit being banned out is a lot more in line with what we would expect. But yeah, unorthodox with how this one has been going, to say the very least.
But I will say that a couple of these go-to picks for Spain have certainly already been taken away. Focus on the strategists here for EMEA United. So what's the protect for them? It should tell us a little bit more, as we've not been able to follow along with them, where they're sort of trending. Mantis is going to be maintained, though. Now, Spain have to start thinking about whether they need to break up this team up some other way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it a bit as well. And like for EMEA United's game against UK, they protected Torch Den and they protected Mantis. So this is kind of like part of the grand design, I suppose, with how they've been wanting to sort of play some of these maps, and they did it in both of the games that they beat against Team UK as well, and they were able to ban out the Jeff there too. So Rocket's been protected, gives something for Line Pro to play around now that the Jeff isn't available. But I would imagine like some other characters that you might want to look at is some of the Vanguards at Bogus being able to play. Fefi as well has been on that role mostly, I think, for this squad. But I think you're looking at the duelists, and yeah, Cyclops is not a bad shout.
Okay. Also, Silver been on the Rocket Raccoon for most of Spain's games as well, so it might just be like a Luna pickup for Lion Pro, and they can try and roll with that. Last band here for EMEA United, and it's going to be the Namor. I mean, they're pretty well read up on what Spain have been up to. I'm not going to lie; these are some of the engine room heroes that have been taken away. And Necros wastes zero time in getting this Human Torch locked on in.
Yeah, I mean, even though we're seeing less of like Necros and Boga play in stuff like Ignite and qualify for those kind of tournaments, it's still like you have to respect like Necros as a duelist player, like just across the hero shooters full stop. Like he is able to make the unorthodox work, and in tournaments like this where people can over focus on what's meta or not, it does kind of like ace up your sleeves, or in case of Necros, a full card deck of aces up your sleeves. You can just make that work, and it's going to be a nightmare to deal with because there's so many other things that are going to make Necros really shine, and that includes the rest of his team who have been stellar so far today.
So we know the Mantis Protect was for the sake of Average Jonas. The screenshot I showed earlier today was a Punisher game here, but he is going to be on healing duty. And again, yeah, so the White Fox team up wasn't really targeted. Diablo is going to consider it at least. But it is going to be a triple strategist look again from EMEA United with a really
And Spain.
solid front line.
Yeah, Spain are going for it as well. Taniki's over on the Mantis, and they're going for Mixwell on the solo duelist. Spain have been going for this, but I imagine at this point, EMEA United have seen these kind of like Heretics-esque portal plays as Networks is going to look for his next victim.
Okay, we have the Punisher and Devil Dino team up. Primal Punishment for better or for worse. That is going to be available. It does like allow for a distribution of health pool between the Punisher and the Devil Dino if they do want to team up in that way. And well, Trubies did not spend long on the battlefield before being bundled back to Spawn. The TP play falls very flat for Spain.
Yeah, it doesn't work at all. Speaking of weird team-ups, we saw the first step swan between the Human Torch and the Thing as Necros was carrying his old teammate Boga over towards the objective. I don't think I've ever seen that in like any like competitive games. And seeing if Spain can make it competitive, as that play that has worked so well for them today so far has found Diddley Squat and EMEA United actually take the point for free.
Honestly, it's kind of nice because like he slams down from being picked up with this team up, which is does some damage. It's pretty disruptive, so that is fun. But, as Necros, we talked about how it's a little bit hard to get properly airborne on this kind of map. Obviously, here on the point, it's pretty darn high ceiling. And Networks has to do something about Necros to the extent that he switched over towards the Angela, but Mixwell did not know what hit him. Trying to play the Punisher, have some hit scan pressure to bother Necros with, and bro, oh, he just juked so beautifully. He's going to be hard to catch.
Yeah, I mean, the movement got buffed on Torch, and I think that might be a bit of an overlooked change, but when he's got the damage boost, the Snowflake as well from Lunar Snow, he has everything that he could possibly need. And Lion Pro trying to play the Loki into like an aerial threat like this often tends to go pretty poorly. Average Jonas does go down, though, on the Mantis. That's one of your strategists gone down. You at least have the two others to keep people up to speed, but you also have Poker that's also building up that Sonic Seduction very quickly over on the Emma.
Oh, Boga is being pretty hard to shift right now. This is getting EMEA United a really healthy percentage increase. Here comes the Angelo, though, straight on through. Mixwell finally able to bring down the big body of the Thing in the front line and get Spain ticking up some percentage.
I mean, that's good because it's not only the fact that Spain have been able to flip the point, they're actually going to go in for this fight. They could stall out EMEA United a little bit more unnecessarily, but he's almost got the final judgment, and you also have a Yarn Amplifier and a Soul Resurgence if you want to use it. One or the other. If you use all three of those, you're insane. But Spain have had a couple of moments where they've over-dedicated with ultimates. You never know.
Supernova ready for Necros. Diablo is just a little out of position there. Easily enough caught by Spain. They've got a good comp to punish that sort of possessioning error. Heaven's Retribution also ready for Network. So basically guaranteeing access to a backliner. Wow, okay, we are throwing it out here. That is pretty ballsy stuff. Network trying to dash back to the rest of their team. So ultimate expended. Rejuvenation Domain also thrown out now just to make sure Spain can actually get back to safety. And Mixwell's laying down a suppressive fire.
Oh man, these some big ultimates. Yarn Amplifier is going to be used after the final judgment from Mixwell. So these ultimates from Spade have been a little bit scary, but they managed to blend up these Yarn Amplifiers one at a time. The copy from Line Pro immediately into the real thing from Sillifer, but he goes down from Necros, who's just brought out the afterburn. He's absolutely cooked through Spain.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. Supernova mostly used to clear the Yarn Amplifier, actually. Like a lot of those tornadoes thrown down in that direction, but no one's really contesting this position. I mean, no one's really even looking at the guy. He's basically John Cena out there. Is somehow, Taniki's been able to stay alive. Even whip around and put some damage back down. Beautifully done from Spain. Not even really having to overexpend attention on this Human Torch to get rid of him.
I mean, it is an absolute brawl, but you'd expect that when you've seen all these teams only play domination maps so far today. You've got an I Am Groot that could put the sort of full stop on this first point eventually, but the clobbering time is going to be used from Boga. It stuns for a huge amount of time, but no pick scope against Spain. EMEA United need to try and regroup and refight this one.
Yeah, Boga pushing in pretty quickly. Poco behind him as well. Boga's taking a ton of damage though, and yep, into the back line we go. Networks just ignores the other frontliners. Knows his job is not to go for the bigger bodies, to try and take those strategists out of the game. This is a fantastic recovery from Spain. Not only have they handled the persistent threat of Human Torch, but Networks has been able to sort of dictate his own kind of game on this Angela.
I mean, that's a really good adjustment for Spain because you sort of see that conversation rock up. You haven't had a chance to watch any of EMEA United because all of your games have gone the distance, and EMEA United's got to watch you. Spain dealt with that incredibly well. Now you have got the Eldritch Monument, though. This is where things really open up, where you have like the shrine that goes up and down, right? I imagine a Human Torch in the sky is going to be a lot more threatening than in one of the most enclosed areas that we see in Marvel Rivals maps, full stop. And Networks, again, a pure MVP performance, 11-0.
Yeah, just deathless, which is pretty absurd considering just how aggressive he's been looking. Boga might look for a portal off the rip here. And again, there are some pillars as well that you can use to break that line of sight up quite nicely if you're Human Torch. So, yeah, like you said, challenging to deal with. We saw Mixwell on the Punisher not really able to get line of sight on the Human Torch in that previous round, often getting dove by him. So how do you handle a threat like Necro? Spain have figured out half of the game at least. Still another round if they want to take this away.
You've also got like the use of like the Cloak and Dagger for the Terror Cape and stuff, for example, for EMEA United, and then the thing before. So you've got this sort of stacked effect of like the anti-heals on top of each other, but it hasn't been enough. Spain have been able to deal with it pretty well. And Spain not try to go for an overzealous like get that play. They just want to try and get onto the point and contest it first.
Yeah, get them that nice little high ground area. Maybe gives them slightly easier access to. Oh my god, you can just see how Necros is able to slip away so quickly. Networks is a problem. Like, he can constantly chasing him down, kind of forcing the Human Torch to ground himself for a time. CYA in play. This is easy to clear up. Look at how you can just break that line of sight up quite nicely. I like the shield attempt there to keep the Yarn Amplifier in play, but now Fate of Both Worlds means Spain are going to be overwhelmed in terms of healing output.
Yeah, and that's Spain actually using 2 big ultimates with Heaven's Retribution. Mixwell goes down 2. Sabira back is also expended. Might be a good chance, though, because Mixwell is very close to having a final judgment. Has it available now and is going to use it. He doesn't have anything to synergize it with, but it might be the difference maker. Eternal Bond has to be used, actually, from the Cloak and Dagger on EMEA United. So that sustain is there, but the point hasn't flipped to anybody just yet.
Final judgment. Necro's here doing such a good job of just LOSing that behind small cuboid shape in the middle of the map. And Boga trying to do much the same and just refuge in those dagger storms when he can. Big 3-player stun, and Trubis has the Maelstrom follow-up. That is going to certainly take the wind out of EMEA United sails.
Well, you'd think so, but a couple of picks actually of the Supernova for Necros has meant that this is a little bit more of a stall out in the end. EMEA United did go for a portal play, I think, to begin with, so they might have a chance here as Boga contesting this. Necros has to back off, though. He's actually going to just drop out to try and reset. Might even consider switching off of the torch because Spain have set up very well to deal with it.
He was in a position to threaten, but that Soul Resurgence kind of ruined his plans. He was essentially 1v3 in that scenario. And finally, the point actually goes to one of these teams. That was an extremely long fight to contest it. Again, Networks is in his element. He is 1v1 against Boga, putting that pressure down. I have Agamotto in hand for Boga, but not a situation where he'd want to make use of it.
Yeah, also you have the team up with the Mantis and Loki too, so you have the damage boost on top of the actual clones, the lamps that you're putting down as Line Pro. I have Agamotto sweeping in for Boga, connects onto 2 of the backline, and it finds the pick at the very least onto the Mantis. Boga's found himself too as the Yan Amplifier, dedicated actually for Spain here to try and keep fighting this, but it looks like the fight is completely lost.
Yeah, even with the Angel of Disruption, Boga is still able to find a nice double stun and dive in on Line Pro's direction. EMEA United finally get themselves on the point and probably thanking their lucky stars that their first fight was so hotly contested. Spain, 50% lead, manageable here, I think, at this stage. And now we'll see the breaks of them picked up. Yeah, Line Pro actually going to go for a Soul Resurgence here of his own to try and keep Spain in this fight. And frankly, so far it's worked out. Necros here is going to be tough to catch on to, and eventually Spain have to give the point despite spending the Loki ult.
I mean, that could have been a big play if Spain were able to hold it a bit longer, but the fact that they used the God of Mischief to go for that copy means that, the highest strategist ultimate they have is 18% now on Taniki, and it's building super slowly because EMEA United are spreading out so much, it's hard to get ult charge, and Necros, as we're seeing, has so much, input here that it's going to be so hard for Spain to actually get any damage in without being threatened by the damage coming in from the sky. Networks has his work cut out for him to deal with Necros.
He's got Heaven's Retribution, but that doesn't do anything to the Human Torch. If he spends time in the backline like this, he's going to have to make it work. In he goes. I have Agamotto coming out as well. Troop is combining his ultimate with that Heaven's Retribution. And yeah, I'd say it's approaching Wombo status. Enough here to leave EMEA United shell-shocked and rest the point back.
I mean, it ended up working out very well for Spain. It seemed like it was a little bit again, what did I say? 20% Taniki made over on the ult charges at 40%. I mean, at least the Rocket's been able to overtake Basilica. But it makes the point of Spain don't have a lot to rely on. It was just that one ultimate from Networks making it a job of dealing with Necros into a team fight that was winning. Major work for Spain, and now they have a final judgment about to come online again for Mixwell.
Yeah, but it lines up straight into a Meteor M here for Poco, so much of that ultimate can be mitigated. Here's Diablis. Eternal Bond now thrown up onto the point. They want to come forward. A big Meteor M catches Mixwell out. He probably fills that up a lot himself with their final judgment. Now Necro's absolutely going for it. EMEA United fighting for some control of the point, and Supernova is in play. Line Pro's down. There are no strategists left here for Spain to work with, as Silither is the last to fall.
I mean, even though EMEA United have won this fight, like, Spain, you're happy. You used the final judgment and you forced out Supernova, you forced out Meteor M, and you also forced out the Eternal Bond from Cloak and Dagger. 3 ultimates for 1, you'll absolutely take it. When you have a Yan Amplifier coming online, a Soul Resurgence and a copy that could go into either of those for Line Pro, you are absolutely sitting pretty. It's just whether you have the damage now because you don't have a Duelist ultimate or really like a lethal ultimate to deal with EMEA United, who have got their Eye of Agamotto.
Ogre trying to push pretty far forward here. Going to be concerned about flank pressure. Also, Networks wending his way to the back line of EMEA United. Oh, this Necro's going down. Taniki actually catches it with some normal shots, and Boga's going to be forced out of position. Went for a Maelstrom, but is constantly being CC'd here. No opportunity for an eye at that point. Rejuvenation Domain's about to expire, but CYA is in play here. Can you make this eye work? No catch, no stun whatsoever. Boga happy to stave it off, and now look towards the back line, but EMEA United getting bundled together and forced away as Spain, with a fight win here, would take the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 Yan Amplifiers that have come out now as the copy's gone through the Soul Resurgence to really back this up for Spain. It's looking like EMEA United don't have much to work with, and they might be taking their first map loss.
And Networks is already forced forward. He has a Heaven's Retribution as well, which is certainly going to tie people up, but no chance to touch here for EMEA United. And Spain, for all their slight difficulties, I guess, over the course of their previous couple of games, take EMEA United to task. And I guess we overstated at least the reputation of this EMEA United team, because Spain normally give up a round of domination in these maps. Not this time.
It almost feels that, like, maybe there was an element of expected what EMEA United were going to run with a triple strategist, where, you know, you got Necros on the team, build around him. He's your team captain. He is your poster child of, like, EMEA Marvel Rivals full stop. He's just the kind of character and person that you want to be building your compositions around. It felt this felt like, okay, yeah, you could do that. The Deadpool Duelist ban at the start was a little bit weird. Like, I don't know how much we've seen of that full stop, but it's more the fact that Spain were like, we're going to let you play this, and we're going to actually just sort of beat you at it. Ran triple strategies for the first time so far today with the Mantis of Taniki, who looked pretty good with the amount of damage he was putting out. And Line Pro making that Loki work. When you have those ultimates to copy, yeah, triple strategist is going to look pretty damn good.
Trivia's honestly carried for Spain in that game. 15 final blows in the end on Doctor Strange, of all things. We did see a couple like 3-player plus Eye of Agamotto's, but frankly, much of the work he was doing felt like it was in the background because we were busy spectating Human Torch or Punisher or something like that. But that is sick. Normally, like, we've seen Trubias on a number of sort of different picks and not always this Strange, but great to see him have such an outsized impact in this game against the team, honestly, who are really dangerous when it comes specifically to their duelists.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those ones of, like, now Spain sort of shown their hand a little bit more. It did feel a little bit like, not so much EMEA United was sandbagging with, like, playing around the torch. Like, there's a lot of good reasons to do that, just the amount of resources you can give Necros, but whether they're going to change up their, like, composition, because so far it's felt like their drafts so far in the games that they've had today for EMEA United have been mostly the same, but they've kind of dumpstered all of their games, so they haven't really had to change it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I'm going to see now, even though this is a seeding game, what EMEA United's plan is to try and fix it, or whether they're going to keep committing to the strat.
It certainly feels like an Angela ban might be in order, especially if EMEA United are trying to continue to play Human Torch or something similar, right? Any of these sort of airborne threats. Or maybe it's a different part of Necro's hero pool that needs to be depended on here. Networks is such a pain. Let's see what the answer is going to be now as we're heading to Royal Palace for our next domination map in this best of 3. All domination, by the way. And both of these teams are through to our playoffs on Sunday. This is a matchup.
Angela straight away. Immediate ban of, like, the Angela for EMEA United. I'm again wondering if Spain are going to ban the Deadpool Duelist. They are. I imagine, again, whether that's somewhat specific, I don't know, because really I don't think any of the other teams did it against the EMEA United, and I don't know if we saw it in play, to be honest.
Yeah, okay. The protect here for EMEA United after the Jeff is going to be maintained. Spain reaching I guess for a strategist that's helped bail them out of some pretty difficult situations so far, but they've shown us they can do just fine without him. Obviously, heading over to Royal Palace, there's some great opportunities for big environmentals, and Human Torch is going to be maintained. This time with maybe its most serious predator, Angela, out of rotation.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I guess that's one of the things for, like, Spain, that if you want to sort of try to run the triple strategist, protecting the Jeff is okay, but it's like, then Line Pro isn't going to be on the Loki to go for those copies of those 2 big ultimates either. Ultron is similar to what we saw banned from Spain last time. It was the gambit which was left open beforehand, and protecting the Namor was good considering it was EMEA United's final ban in that final map that we just saw.
Yeah, they didn't want to deal with it in that first map, but they've had to allow it through now because they do not want to deal with this Angela. Protect Avid Jonas's pick here, so they are going to have a Mantis in the game one way or another. And obviously, Ultron and Human Torch would be a big issue. Just tough to bring them down. Rocket Raccoon ban.
I mean, like you sort of mentioned, right? We have seen Sillifer playing on it almost exclusively. Maybe he could be on the Jeff. And if it's like Spain want to go for the like low-key copy that you don't have a Yarn amplifier back-to-back, as we just saw, to work with. And if EMEA United are not really that interested in running Rocket themselves, which it seemed to be the case because they were going on Cloak and Dagger instead, they don't have to. Daredevil ban as well is pretty interesting. Again, you have to sort of keep an eye on the likes of Necros that can play melee characters to a T. But it is odd, again, because we haven't really seen any use cases of EMEA United.
Yeah, the problem is you've protected Namor in this game. So part of you is concerned that there's a pivot for EMEA United into a dive, or at least a dive duelist here. I think that's something Necros is going to be very adept at. There are still options, but I think in terms of dive options, Daredevil is one of the premier go-tos at the moment. Insane amount of damage output, closes the gap fantastically. A highly disruptive ultimate with that sort of ramping blind effect. You don't want to be caught on the wrong side of that. But a couple of things different in this game, right? Human Torch without Angela to pressure, and Namor going to be available to Spain here. So theoretically, both teams kind of getting to lean into their most successful looks so far.
Atrubis, Deadpool, Vanguard. I mean, we see this a little bit of like hovering over it and then going for the Strange, perhaps. Hard to know, but that combination for Spain that has been so prevalent for them is back with a Hela Namor combination, and Networks, even though he doesn't have access to the Angela, can make the symbiotic shenanigans work with the Jeff again. Pretty much the best in slot that Spain has been able to play is in their hands right now, other than Sillifer not being on the Rocket, but he's on Invis instead.
All right, so if it is a Deadpool coming out, obviously another very mobile Vanguard. Banhammer's just really annoying. Makes you very hard to kill and gives you a nice little, like, stacking damage, I guess, on targets that aren't able to connect with you, but highly skill expressive. Trubis, though, what we saw on the Strange, if that's anything to go by, it should be just fine here. Necros will get to play Human Torch now in a situation where there's less threat for him. Can he handle the Namor, though, is the question I have. Kaneki flattened early, though. Again, you let Necros get going, it's going to be hard to stop him.
Seeing how much they can fight on here, Networks is taking a lot of the pressure, almost too much to deal with. He has to use the resilience in order to survive a bit longer. Able to scarp her out just in time, but Spain haven't really found anything with their window of time to actually go in for the dive. It means that they have to actually completely rescind all of this space in EMEA United, get the objective, and still control the high ground.
Yeah, and then get stuffed back into the choke, which is not where you want to be against someone like Human Torch, which is going to punish you with that sort of stacking damage. And the monstrous spawns are placed defensively right now for Taniki, and EMEA United aren't really in much of a hurry to pressure this. They'll fall back behind their own Dagger Storm and continue just to blast the choke with spam.
I mean, that's exactly what Human Torch is very good at doing. So, I mean, Necros sort of knows exactly what he needs to be working on. You're giving LeBron the ball. You've got the Banhammer that's going to be used immediately diving in over to the Lunar Snow. Nice. But a great sedation, actually. Amazing peel in the end from Jonas.
Jonas, though, is going to be under some pressure, but these dual Desert Eagles don't quite hit as hard in this form. Here's it, Jeff. Catches 3, and that's about as good as it gets, I want to say. Or let it breathe a little bit, and of course, none of those heroes with mobility to avoid being dropped down into the abyss.
Yeah, Necros does get taken up from Silliphos on the Invisible Woman, and so EMEA United starting off strongly on this first point in Odin's throne room, but Spain have flipped it over to whether they can get into position. And ultimately, that's where Mixwell and Tuniki have been superb just to try and get these crossfires set up. And there's multiple little perches of high ground that you can work with, and Networks is going to be the one that's just making sure that the focus of EMEA United is solely on him.
Spotted out instantly, though, with a Mad Cannon, so knockback briefly. But still, he will be determined to try and pressure Average Jonas' position. But there's a lot of healing fields in play at the moment. And there goes Necros once again, this time getting up close and personal, able to find that elimination. And boy, howdy, you are going to have to work to stay out of Networks' purview. Jonas has his work cut out for him, but so far stays alive for more than long enough to get EMEA United back in position. Now it's just a small issue of the cap, but Necros has made that trivial.
Able to go in for the leap at the right timing. His survivability is good too. Like, you're going up against the double hit scans. Like, he should be absolutely getting rinsed by the Namor and Hela. And for the most part, he is, but he's able to sort of take those timings to just go in for fights as and when necessary. He's got the Aura as well, sharing the stage with the Lunar Snow on his team, who is the only one that's without an ultimate on EMEA United. They're stacked up with 5, and they already found that first pick onto Lion Pro.
Yeah, you've got to feel that was a great dive from Necros. You've got to feel like this lead only gets worse and worse. Big stagger there, Mixwell caught out. And yeah, you mentioned just that sheer weight of ultimates. Try 6 of them. Spain have to fight a way through these chokes in a way that gives them a leg up in terms of the ultimate race. They could be in deep trouble.
Hot and cold as well with the auras surrounding Necros, who imagine the Supernova is going to be one of the first things to come through. So Resurgence is going to start the engagement off, as well as a Freedom Charge. EMEA United stacking a lot of this sustain on top of each other, and the Supernova helping to find the picks as Necros has found 2.
Yeah, he's just going to run straight at it. Trubis throws a wall that actually traps his backline, I think, in with the torch and the cap. And EMEA United this time make short work of Spain. Looks like they're adjusted. They're definitely going to be pushed a bit, you know, harder than any other team in this group, and they've already dropped a map away, but that looked very convincing.
I just think that all of these points on like Royal Palace are just going to be really good for like this play in the end. Like, free ultimates get used, sure, for EMEA United, but you're going to take that to cap off this first point and not have it go on further. But also, like, you've got open points with the archives, which is a bit of high-low ground, various places that you could just sort of set up on the torch. But then if it does go to this third point, it's right outside. So yeah, it really feels that it's going to be a great time for EMEA United, and Spain not looking to really change up too much with their composition, but I wouldn't say it was to blame for it. Lion Pro, however, going over to the Gambit that is open could be the difference maker. It's just whether you can get much out of the Royal Flush, because you're not running with like a Daredevil or something that could just springboard Galactic Legend off of a Gambit ult, etc. You're mostly just hoping that Namor and Hela are going to get the picks in the neutral.
Yeah, exactly. Not as good at a target to empower with that ultimate. Move back here to the Strange here for Trubis, who looked, yeah, astonishing in that first map. I think EMEA United are feeling like a bit of a different team now. Captain America for Boga, and carrying over a number of those ultimates from the previous round. Someone's caught out. Average Jonas Poco also not able to extricate himself from that situation. Looks like a TP play that sort of precipitated this all-out brawl. And desperately, Pfeffer trying to get back to safety through the port. He'll be chased down by Taniki, who skewers it.
Yeah, it was pretty much like, you don't think I won't jump through this portal to actually get this pick at the end. EMEA United actually did have a perch on the point, and they were looking to take it first, but Taniki on Namor has looked like something else. EMEA United on the back burner, even though they took this first point, and Spain, much as I said about like the torch having multiple perches, having the Hela and Namor be able to set up like this with all of this kit is going to be a hard choke to break.
Trubis just charges forward there. Poco was inflicted with reduced healing because of the Hela and Namor team up. And Necros is in the thick of things, but this time not in the way that he would prefer. Staggered fight here for EMEA United. Gets dragged out a little bit in Spain. And they look pretty different when they got Groot now and Strange to lead the way for them.
Having to run back and scalper through. EMEA United seeing that this composition might not be working, and Necros switching away from the Strange towards the Wolverine, and Boga going over towards Strange himself. So the torch is out, and Wolverine is going to be on the ground. It's an option to go for the Cyclops, actually. It is available if they want to go for that team up, but it is just the solo Wolverine duelist.
Nice little catch there. The Horn of Proteus that comes down, but it's definitely sidestepped by Necros. Got to be good against this bulky front line. Make no mistake, Eye of Agamotto catches onto 3. Spain going from strength to strength here. Trubis again is just too good on this hero to imagine switching off. EMEA United once again are sent packing.
Yeah, it's the fact that like Spain, we sort of mentioned it with the Royal Flush, like, is there going to be any characters that can essentially hold W and left click and just run at them? Strange is very good at doing that. Eye of Agamotto, the Maelstrom does so much damage, but then the team up again with Invis that increases his damage furthermore just means that, yeah, just put the Stranger to Groot in a position to hold W and your Vanguards will do the work. Mixwell and Toniki can actually just chip away from distance. And EMEA United are completely shut down in this one. The stuns are going to come through, and the last stand is going to leap to try to find the picks. Has isolated both the Vanguards at the very least. An invisible boundary has to be used from Spain.
I mean, you just can't ask for much more than that from Necros. He has done his job. Switches to Wolverine to try and deal with this front line, and he handles them all in one fell swoop. 3 kills in the fight for the Wolverine, and he'll be chasing more, no doubt about it. Beautifully done by EMEA United. Now they just need to do that about 5 more times.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good thing about like the Wolverine here too, is just what we saw of like Spain being able to hold that choke and really just force EMEA United to use stuff to get past it. Never mind to actually like get onto the point itself. With a Wolverine triple strategist and an Eye of Agamotto and a Magneto to just put some of these barriers on him and the rest of his team. Spain are going to go a different route, or at least they're trying to bait it because they know that they can't fight that head on.
Well, obviously, the prehistoric plating of Devil Dinosaur renders him immune to those displacement effects. Wolverine, obviously, is full of those. However, we just changed targets. Go for Trubius instead, I guess. Shield thrown up. Agamotto here for Boga. No connection. Stunned out after the fact. And it's Mixwell who deals the killing blow. Spain up very healthy. And I think Networks is super happy just to play in this front line now as the monstrous spawns are going to be set up to look down upon the peasants below. And the Horde of Proteus will be ready for the next fight.
Yeah, he's just trying to go in and be more offensive. He's not afraid to close down the distance over on Namor. Has the Horn of Proteus in hand too, but this fight is looking very much done and dusted. Just off of the back of that, you've got Boga. He was the first to go down, as we saw with his Eye of Agamotto play, at least able to portal up to make sure that EMEA United can contest.
They're going to drag this one out, but EMEA United are going to be losing in ones and twos here. A lot of players falling, and it's free firing for Taniki, who drop down and have a bit more fun with it. Nice little bounce back here from Spain, who was so dominant in that first map. They go back to what works. It's the Strange, and a Devil Dino switch there really throws EMEA United for a loop.
Yeah, they knew that they didn't have to worry about the the torch anymore, so they didn't have to go for the Angela, which wasn't available this time. They didn't need to close that distance. It basically forced EMEA United off of that composition that's been so good for them so far today. Wolverine, yeah, very good against the sort of like frontline vanguards if you want to go for stuff like the Groot. So we're going to go towards the Devil Dinosaur, which is going to be a little bit better at dealing with some of the displacement that comes through. But it is just, again, stellar work from Silverford. Has had to adjust not being able to be on the rocket, but Line Pro making the right adjustment. Gambit is available. We should be playing Gambit. Even if our vanguards are the ones that actually have to do the damage off the back of the ult, it just creates so much space. Your vanguards are doing so much damage, and it makes sure that Mixwell and Taniki can do their job.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to use that Rage and Royal Flush here to set up your duelists to be even more impactful. Seems like that is the answer. Great output there by Mixwell towards the end of that previous round. And so, the Devil Dinosaur yet again from Networks. This time, of course, with a Devil Beast Rampage in tow.
Jonas is going to be on the Cyclops too, so you do have that team up now, and the EMEA United switching away from that triple strategist.
That's beautiful. Dave isolated the DD. That is beautifully done. The portal flipped around so that EMEA United couldn't make their way towards the point. That's actually just dirty stuff. They've got us death. All right, maybe looking for something a little extra off the back of this, but EMEA United didn't really need any other incentive to run away.
Yeah, Jonas, I think with on the Cyclops, did we say before that it was like he reinstalled the game earlier today? So maybe this is the first chance he's got to play Cyclops, but it's a tough old one, and now Taniki is just set up with that distance. It's a lot of work for Boga to be the one to clear it, and then immediately he's the one that gets CC'd instead.
Yeah, he has heal reduction, and he's also bleeding out because of the Devil Dinosaur. And yeah, he ends up showing us exactly why you are looking for the Dino in this kind of matchup. And in the front line we go. This displacement is pretty annoying. Forces a bulwark there out of Poco, and it's still not enough to get him away.
Gotta say that if Spain are actually able to take this series 2-0, it'd be ironic for one because they struggled with the other teams so far, but also you have to give Networks the unofficial MVP of like EMEA today with the flexibility of vanguards that he's been on. But there's still a little bit more work to do. It's just we've gone to this third and final point, and EMEA United have so many ultimates to work with. They're going to start with the Eternal Bond.
They're stacking both of them, the strategist ultimates at once. I'm not sure if I agree with this. Average Jonas gets caught out, but probably a Horde of Proteus that started that fight up here. You had better hope, EMEA United, you can use this window of increased healing to fight eliminations, but I ain't seeing any red names on the left side of that feed.
No, not at all. And you're right, like stacking the strategist ultimates together is a rough one. Seemed like the Horn of Proteus, like going on to Fefi, is just like, okay, I'm going to use the Fate of Both Worlds to just be CC immune so I don't get stunned by it, which meant that it really stacked poorly for EMEA United. I guess Diables was also worried that they were going to get CC'd out their ultimate too. Spain are in a good position, but only having, well, I say only having Raging Royal Flush is that final ultimate, but you've got a Devil Dinosaur that you could just send in.
Yeah, speaking of our words, Ruby Rage as well, going to be available here for Average Jonas. Trying to put that pressure down, but just exposes himself to Mixwell there. Lingers too long in air. Obviously, right-clicking slows your descent, but makes you an easy target for any of those other hit-scan heroes. Still Boga, nicely done with that ultimate. And that might have been enough here to give EMEA United a chance to fight for this entire series. Otherwise, it's going to be gone in a flash.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the sort of silver lining for EMEA United is just you've got a Magneto and a Devil Dinosaur on the objective. Mixwell's gone down late, so you can buy a bit more time. Spain don't have any ultimates. It is going to be hard to move these guys off of the point. And we've said it time and time again with watching Spain. If the Hela and Namor can get set up, it's great. To get into position, however, with this composition, a lot harder than you'd give any credit for, especially when you got a Wolverine that's going to purposefully stop you from doing that.
Right, Network's going to be redirected here. That constant bleed really taxing the health pool. Okay, Mix all over the top here. Goddess of Death is, well, it's good for evasion. You dodge the rest of the enemy team below you, but unfortunately, that's just not nearly going to be enough in this fight. I think Bogus really starting to insert himself a little bit more on his own Devil Dino pick here.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, it's the brawly composition works. You've got the ultimate synergizing well with the duelists, but EMEA United having very little to work with other than Eternal Bond and the fate of both worlds, really. Spain just need to build these ultimates, but they just need to find a pick in the neutral, and that is the perfect thing that Tadiki has managed to grab with the pick onto Jonas.
Corner Proteus did also connect. Trubis in trouble here, but Spain still have the numbers to work with now. There is a Dagger Storm, though, being played in on the point by EMEA United. So the healing there is pretty darn nice, but there's Taniki, second kill of the fight. Maintains a respectful distance, dodges the feast as well. And also, this puts Boga in a weird spot. He is out of position and not particularly mobile here. Still is going to find a way, though, to pressure down this Namor. And Taniki is fighting for his very life out there, somehow being kept up. Shout out to the strategists on Team Spain. That was one of the most important passages of play in this map.
Yeah, so much cleave that comes in from the Invisible Woman and the Jeff as well, and Spain have managed to do it. It's been a long day for them with full best of threes, but able to win out this one 2-0 against the strong EMEA United to top the group out of EMEA.
What a showing here from Spain. We really oversold this matchup a little bit to folks as we were coming into it, thinking EMEA United would be a real threat. And bear in mind, they still will be. They'll still be terrorizing other teams in that playoff. But Spain, with the 3-0 sweep here of the round robin, the undisputed #1 seed from the EMEA region, with a great showing here, especially playing up to the implied level of their opponent at the very least. You called out Networks as a key player here. I'm inclined to agree. I thought Trubia's had another fantastic Doctor Strange map. Taniki on the Namor, you've got to ban it first. I think that's just too dangerous for you to have to go up against. You give them a chance to protect this and you don't have an answer to close the gap, you're not going to win.
No, I mean, you could also say that like Tadiki's been able to get a fair few like MVPs, another one to sort of capitalize here with 15 final hits, was like a key thing here. Like EMEA United have consistently been able to go for the protects in the top right of your screen, the Human Torch and the Mantis. Spain have got their best in slots, getting a Jeff, getting a Namor, even though there was a bit of time that Line Pro was over on the Gambit, switching back over towards the Jeff and then having Networks go over towards the Venom. That little adjustment was like enough to push them over the line there. So able to win out on this second domination map and able to win the series 2-0. It's going to be a good feeling considering that they thought that the likes of like Germany would be their biggest sort of pressure point. And now it's a case of whether the UK and Germany, who's looking better out of those two, whether there's a series to join in there, perhaps, as this one ended a lot faster than we expected.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll check in to see with those in-progress matches. Looks like, we're finding out now, but here are your scores at least so far. So Germany are in the lead here over the UK, 1-0 at the moment. But Spain are, the undisputed #1 seed in the EMEA region. Getting pushed to the brink in both of their first two games. UK gave them trouble. Germany also put up a fantastic fight playing at first a triple Vanguard, triple strategist look. They eventually made some adaptations. They had some really good Storm play from them in general. But Germany ends up winning against the UK in a 2-0 result. So we won't be jumping into that game. We didn't have a chance to update this bracket for you, but that one is just finalized, which means that we're sorted. That is going to be our round robin phase for EMEA. Now, you're tuning in. Maybe you saw that last series. You're wondering, where's the convoy and convergence maps? We will, of course, be broadening the pool to feature all of those game types on Sunday when we come back for our playoffs. This was all domination games for all of these teams. So getting to play that more fundamental, deathmatchy style of play, which, as we've seen, Spain have prevailed big time over all three of their games.
Yeah, I think the point that you made about flexibility is the big thing. Like, you can't give any negative effect against EMEA United. Finding a composition that works for them, various levels of skill or experience, like they've gone for this, it's worked countless times. At least with Spain, we have seen some flexibility. Even with Germany as well, you've got to say that they like adjusted well and knew how to play around their win conditions. So this just, at the very least, like we've got the EMEA United team getting onto Sunday. That's 2 days worth of practice just to build up a couple of other compositions, because outside of having like the triple strategist torch, it felt as soon as they had to move off of that, it was very clear that Spain were the stronger team.
Yeah, again, I mean, like, putting Jonas in a position to succeed, right? Mantis Band could be a little bit tough. We see him on, like the Duelist a bit, but only 2 final hits over that last map. Played the Cyclops, but definitely struggled to, find his footing. Going up against like a pretty annoying poke comp in fairness, so tough to, really prevail in that scenario, but I'm sure that's something he's going to be thinking about heading into Sunday's play. They still get out of the groups, so, no huge deal for them. We're going to go to a break, folks. When we come back, we're heading over to the Americas region. We will have 3 best-of-3 domination games to decide our top seeds from that region, and that's all we need to divine our top 8 teams heading into Sunday. So don't go too far. Americas is right around the corner.
Weaponize the kinetic recoil of his blasts to gracefully wave through the battlefield and secure the perfect vantage point. When he unleashes his ultimate ability, Scott removes all power inhibitors, unleashing an apocalyptic optic blast that obliterates everything in its path. With this update, we are removing Wolverine from the Primal Flame team-up. Instead, Wolverine and Cyclops will forge a brand new team-up, Blast Slash. Cyclops serves as the anchor here. When activated, Cyclops supercharges Wolverine's adamantine claws with concentrated kinetic energy, granting Logan a massive boost to his melee attack range for a set duration. Additionally, Wolverine's vicious rampage ability will be replaced by kinetic claws, allowing Logan to spin and slash with his energized claws while dashing forward, dealing continuous damage to all surrounding enemies. Season 8.5 introduces a massive new game mode, Bounty Annihilation, alongside its dedicated new map, Kunlun Shenlong Arena. After a long delay, the legendary tournament of the Heavenly Cities has officially commenced. Following a grueling series of preliminaries, the immortal weapons have reached the finals to test their might and mind. Will Linlier prove himself worthy of the Iron Fist title? And who is the mysterious assassin that slew Sun Spider? Stay tuned to find out. With the hit, we are bringing a brand new holiday event to all players, the Rivals Summer Festival. Following the June 18th update, players can complete a series of events, including daily logins, to end up to 2,500 units. We've also prepared a fresh batch of highly requested swimsuit special costumes for a new lineup of heroes. Even more exciting, a new social hub, Hellfire Bay Beach, will drop with this update. Take control of your favorite heroes, snap some gorgeous photos, hang out on the sand, or even take a dip in the ocean. We hope you make a splash and capture some incredible summer memories in Marvel Rivals. From June 12th to June 26th, the highly anticipated 616 Day Vault opens its doors once again. We are bringing back the limited time costumes and events from July to September of 2025. This includes previous swimsuit special costumes, the summer special collections, and more. Keep an eye out. I want to take a moment to sincerely apologize to you all. While our internal teams have been working incredibly hard on Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the past 2 Doomsday events, we've taken a step back for a careful evaluation. We ultimately decided that we want to spend more time polishing the gameplay experience to meet our standards. Therefore, Phase 2 will be delayed until late July, and Phase 3 is being pushed back to mid-October. We deeply appreciate your patience and understandings as we work to make these encounters as epic as possible. Finally, Zhiyong is still working hard in the lab tweaking the balance numbers, so please keep an eye out for our detailed balance adjustments announcement coming soon. Ignite the battle!
victorious. Who shall it be?
My fist is fired up!
You're on my radar.
Fight on, immortal weapons. The tournament is afoot.
Victory is in my sight. Right on target! Get off my lawn! Full blast! Extreme force! Propulsion beam! No more holding back! Optic Fury! To me, my X-Men.
Hello everyone, Guang here. I'm thrilled to be back with you all again. Welcome to Season 8.5 of Marvel Rivals. Following the defeat of Alchemax Corporate Raiders, Jean Grey led the X-Men on a daring raid against Alchemax to rescue Cyclops. However, upon finding him, they discovered that prolonged exposure to chromium has left his eyes permanently open, unable to shut off his optic blasts. Scott desperately needed a vessel capable of absorbing infinite energy to stabilize his eyes. Meanwhile, Jean's Phoenix Force, previously crippled by now, was starved and severely weakened. In a heartfelt embrace, the two provided exactly what the other needed, finally giving the X-Men the reunion they deserved. In Season 8.5, Cyclops reunites with his mutant brethren in Marvel Rivals. Operating as a duelist, the fearless leader of the X-Men enters the fray to unleash devastating optic blasts. In combat, Cyclops can fire powerful beams to strike enemies head-on, or precisely calculate ricochets of the environment and enemies, leaving foes hiding in the backline or behind cover nowhere to run. He can also uniquely weaponize the kinetic recoil of his blasts to gracefully wave through the battlefield and secure the perfect vantage point. When he unleashes his ultimate ability, Scott removes all power inhibitors, unleashing an apocalyptic optic blast that obliterates everything in its path. With this update, we are removing Wolverine from the Primal Flame team-up. Instead, Wolverine and Cyclops will forge a brand new team-up, Blast Slash. Cyclops serves as the anchor here. When activated, Cyclops supercharges Wolverine's adamantine claws with concentrated kinetic energy, granting Logan a massive boost to his melee attack range for a set duration. Additionally, Wolverine's vicious rampage ability will be replaced by kinetic claws, allowing Logan to spin and slash with his energized claws while dashing forward, dealing continuous damage to all surrounding enemies. Season 8.5 introduces a massive new game mode, Bounty Annihilation, alongside its dedicated new map, Kunlun Shenlong Arena. After a long delay, the legendary tournament of the Heavenly Cities has officially commenced. Following a grueling series of preliminaries, the immortal weapons have reached the finals to test their might and mind. Will Lin Ye prove himself worthy of the Iron Fist title? And who is the mysterious assassin that slew Shan Spider? Stay tuned to find out. With the hit, we are bringing a brand new holiday event to all players, the Rivals Summer Festival. Following the June 18th update, players can complete a series of events, including daily logins, to end up to 2,500 units. We've also prepared a fresh batch of highly requested swimsuit special costumes for a new lineup of heroes. Even more exciting, a new social hub, Hellfire Bay Beach, will drop with this update. Take control of your favorite heroes, snap some gorgeous photos, hang out on the sand, or even take a dip in the ocean. We hope you make a splash and capture some incredible summer memories in Marvel Rivals. From June 12th to June 26th, the highly anticipated 616 Day Vault opens its doors once again. We are bringing back the limited time costumes and events from July to September of 2025. This includes previous swimsuit special costumes, the summer special collections, and more. Keep an eye out. I want to take a moment to sincerely apologize to you all. While our internal teams have been working incredibly hard on Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the past two Doomsday events, we've taken a step back for a careful evaluation. We ultimately decided that we want to spend more time polishing the gameplay experience to meet our standards. Therefore, Phase 2 will be delayed until late July, and Phase 3 is being pushed back to mid-October. We deeply appreciate your patience and understandings as we work to make these encounters as epic as possible. Finally, Zhiyong is still working hard in the lab tweaking the balance numbers, so please keep an eye out for our detailed balance adjustments announcement coming soon. Ignite the battle!
Only one warrior will emerge.
Welcome back, folks, to the Marvel Writers Creator World Cup. We are headed over towards the Americas region, pardon me. We just had EMEA on this show. If you joined us, you got to see three fantastic series where Team Spain managed to clinch their spot in our playoffs. Now off to the Americas region. This is an interesting one, full of obviously some of your favorite creators and also some pretty damn good Marvel Rivals players. I'm Uber here with Ryan Central, and Ryan, here are our captains for Americas.
Yeah, I mean, we've sort of seen how it works before. We've got our US team, we have the Canadian team, we have the Brazilian team, and then America United, which is a amalgamation of various players that are left. And we've sort of seen that they can do a lot of damage so far. It's a tough one, I think. Like, all of these regions look stacked, so I think it's looking to be a lot closer than we've seen in EMEA or Pacific, for sure.
No doubt about it. I mean, and frankly, there's a lot to play for. I heard that Team Brazil were basically in voice with each other for like 6+ hours yesterday, just trying to get themselves ready. This is the lineup for Carter, Luby, Nitro, FRT, Delacio, and Ticinha on this Brazilian roster. Been putting in the work. They're featuring, of course, in our first matchup for today. We, maybe to no one's surprise, even though neither myself or my compatriot here are hail from the United States, we will be following along with Team USA of the course of the day. They're going to be led by the illustrious Silky, but it's Flats, Emeru, J3, Kingsman, and Lulu Lovely.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of players on this team, we've seen a good amount in like creator tournaments before. Hell, even like creator tournaments making the name of the likes of Kingsman for sure. But various people that we've seen in hero shooters, in Ignite watch parties, and beyond. So it's like a good mix, and straight into it for this one is USA hoping to sort of come out on top. It's their sort of like main region, it's the focus, and Brazil looking to be sort of giant slayers, I'd say. Easy to underestimate them.
They just have to ban magic. That is the first step for them. That is obviously, yep, gonna be the first to go. Sorry, Kingsman. Sometimes one's reputation precedes them.
Yeah, I mean, I am not going to be too mad, though, if my teammate has managed to bait out a magic first ban. But you're right, it has to be respected. Kingsman is very good at just carving through these tournaments. And, I mean, the Lunar Protect is also just a natural thing to go towards. It builds into so many different compositions. But, of course, it's mirrored bans. So, the likes of Gambit, Mantis, Elsa, Cyclops, all still available in play, seeing exactly what USA wants to protect, what they want to build around.
Now, Egrat is Emeru, which shouldn't surprise anybody, and Loved You for You is Silky, just so we're clear on that one. Also, like Emeru, for example, her pool really quite deep. She kind of plays a bit of everything here, and we know that Silky is pretty insanely mechanically talented player. Seen a lot of Spider-Man. They posted a clip recently there where he's freaking out because of how powerful Cyclops is. He's still complete with desk slam and all, so might see some Cyclops from the side of the USA here. J3 is going to be definitely a duelist player on this squad. He's always kind of known for what he can provide on those more, flanking, high mobility carries, but honestly, a bit of everything in the duelist role we see from him.
And Bucky actually been banned up too. It's like, again, like, are you looking towards the likes of Kingsman? Is it just some other elements that you want to be keeping an eye on or working with? Strange is going to be protected. Again, it sort of feels like you could sort of build a lot of different compositions around that. And maybe like Brazil are just looking to sort of play to their strengths. Like you mentioned, they were in the lobbies playing a lot yesterday, and Elsa is actually going to be protected from USA. Might be more of the triple strategist that we're looking at, especially with the Gambit being banned out, that they might have something to really just build into Kingsman for sure.
This banner protect from Brazil looking like 18 months ago almost in terms of some of these heroes, but it's kind of brutal that the Bucky of J3 has been banned out. He's known to be a big fan of that one. Mantis banned out last here from the United States. We've got a last man coming through right now. Cyclops going to be taken away, so quite a focus here on duelists for Team Brazil. Really want to try and limit Kingsman and J3's effectiveness if possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just like how much they want to build 2-2-2, because J3 is like fairly tenured at playing various different roles at this point. Like, you've got your comforts, I suppose, for like your backline. You imagine that Flats is going to be on a Vanguard because he's mostly known as being a tank player. He's going to lead with that line. Great. I just love that. I just caught me clipping at my nose, looking like I was picking it. No, I was picking it. I don't know why I'm lying. Anyway, so like we're going into this one like USA should be the favorites here, but it's how this draft is going to essentially like work out in the end for Brazil, and whether just that like focus is going to do a lot to them, because we mentioned it at the start of the show. These teams have been prepping really hard against their opponents, and I think Brazil has been one of them. But obviously, I can't read Portuguese, so I have no idea.
I mean, yeah, they also so some teams are using our Discord for communications, right? Some are not, right? Brazil are one of those that aren't. And the USA, I only started to see the chatter start this morning when they were trying to organize a couple of games. So they've definitely been, I think hastily coming together is a pretty safe way to put it. Looks like they were practicing a little bit in the last couple of hours, but Yeah, it's taken them a hot minute. Kingsman really trying to get them together to practice. Let's see if that very limited practice pays off. Brazil have put in the work so far. Let's have a look at their comp. They're going to be coming up with a Hulk here, and okay, this is an interesting look. Hulk with the Punisher, and we're going to have a TP sending him forward.
It's a very like brawly kind of composition that you're just running in with, and like coming through a portal like that instantly just flattens Flats. He's going to be taken out, and then the back line is pretty much been pulled to pieces as Brazil's approach was an aggressive one, but it worked out to a T.
Yeah, that is beautiful. Obviously, White Fox here, you know, in that front line, exactly where she wants to be, can throw down the charms, and also has great displacement, elite that can knock people back into her own team. She wants to be, you know, pushing that line of scrimmage pretty far forward alongside her vanguards.
USA on the back foot already if they're going for this strat. They're also going for the team that we haven't seen a lot of today with the Star-Lord and Rocket, which allows like Star-Lord to basically go for these like teleports back to the back beacon, go into safety. And it's a great pick actually to go onto Fakada from Loud. He's able to just do a lot of damage as well onto the Hulk that's pulling the attention away, and it might have just split enough focus that USA might be able to get some progression on the board.
Yeah, FRT though is more than happy to fight J3 here, but yeah, again, no surprise to see him on one of these flankers. And there's the team up in action. Always having a sort of a teleport beacon to go back to is pretty darn nice considering you've already got such great mobility. Lubu down, so picked off there by J3, and finally USA, their duelist prowess is starting to shine.
You'd expect so, and you've even got a Galactic Legend that you can sit back on. You don't have the combination that we keep alluding to with the Gambit, which is such a good bit of synergy. And the one pick that does go against you, actually, never mind two, as it's going to be like USA losing the Rocket as the BR back was also used up, so that's gone on cooldown. And a bit of an unnecessarily brawly fight. USA are overcommitting here, losing out numbers, which might give Brazil some space to actually counterattack this and take the point straight back.
Look, Silky stepped pretty far forward there. I think it ended up being a 1-for-1, but anything that keeps eyes off J3 in his books is going to be a net positive. Very much waiting in the wings here for this Galactic Legend, but the sidelines are pretty bad, and this is the prescribed response. Invisible Barrier, always the answer to Galactic Legend if it's available to you. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but Tashina down in that front line. The problem with White Fox, sometimes you just expose yourself a little bit to some of that spam damage coming through. An Invisible Barrier here for the United States clearly doesn't bother. Delatios, they're going to jump straight on in. Final Judgment to follow it up. Space created and plenty of damage available behind it. There's Flats though. Nice meteor catches on a Fakada though, and I don't know how long Gelasio can really stay alive. Can Tashina get back to this fight in time? There's an Eye of Agamotto here for Lubu, but these fights are really starting to get spread out.
Yeah, I mean, this is only benefiting USA. The Eye of Agamotto actually connected onto Fredo. You lose one, Beerback is going to be expended to bring back the Deadpool Vanguard. But a Yarn Amplify from USA is the perfect response actually needed from Emiru to allow this push-up. Brazil just kind of putting so much focus on the Punisher to be that main damage dealer as the solo duelist. Could not find anything, and USA managed to hold on.
Seeing this Ultron here for Nitro, you've got to watch out for the hit scan pressure that J3 has switched into being able to provide. Also, we haven't had a chance to talk much about Kingsman, but Elsa, pretty powerful here, especially if she's able to make full use of that mobility. Also, if she can start to trap people up, that's going to be really potent. So, want to be able to watch those flank angles with your trap. You can dash to someone who's caught in it, and obviously that's kind of the range that she's trying to be at all times. Here's the push forward. Okay, so we do have Kumiho Unleashed in play now for the White Fox, and Pichinia is able to take that front line to task. Flats falls down now. Brazil break back in, and as good as they looked early on, it's kind of surprising to see them only getting 40% so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was just because USA went for that sort of very aggressive like play after losing out on that first fight. The US have so many more ultimates to work with. The Punisher switch over towards J3 means that they have their own final judgment. The Banhammer is going to be reset to 0 just because they have to like build it up each and every time that the Deadpool goes down. Probably one of the reasons that we've seen very little of it so far today, of just like pro players very good at knowing how they can make that work. Apex Predator, however, has collected exactly what it needs to, but that's a great barrier from the Magneto on the side of Brazil. Lubu has done well to try and keep his teammates alive, but in the face of Final Judgment, there's only so much you can do.
And J3 is just making very good use of his Vanguards to clear the way for him. Nice little Final Judgment 2-piece, and they're sitting on an Invisible Barrier as well. So a lot in the back pocket of the United States still to work with now. J3 wisely backs up, gets the contact lens from the Invisible Woman, and is topped up and ready to fight. This There's got to be an answer here to this Punisher at some point. But Flats is maybe overextended there to the point, just wanted to keep that touch going. Brazil have gotten themselves now at striking distance for the game. We're in overtime now. Final judgment is there for Fakata, but he's waiting for this Invisible Woman ultimate to expire. Got given the bulwark for a time, but he is so low. And eventually, Kingsman runs roughshod over them. 3 kills for him. Fakata caught out by the trap by the looks of things, and he seems to be far from done. United States come alive, and the duelists certainly making an impact.
He's found those like clips that he needs, is able to get a 4K right at the end, but Brazil did well to sort of bring that to 99% all the way, especially considering they started off strongly. They managed to try and finish strongly, but weren't able to actually sort of put the final blow into it, which could be like the writing on the wall for Brazil. You have a final judgment as well, and just no solid chance in order to use it. It's just a tricky area to deal with, and like we sort of mentioned with like EMEA, I don't know how many final hits we saw the likes of Germany get right at the end. But I imagine like it's at this point, them and South Korea that's looking to be the wild card. So the third place teams, which could be either USA or Brazil, to be honest, want to be getting as many final hits as they can to make sure that they make it to playoffs on Sunday if it does go to them finishing third in their groups. And so far, it's looking like decent on both fronts.
Silky kind of setting Kingsman up here as well with this rarely seen team up where Elsa Bloodstone, her right click actually taunts people, which is pretty darn frustrating. So that's obviously pretty effective, especially if you're trying to turn heads away from the rest of your team. But Kingsman earned the spotlight in that previous round. Make no mistake. Trap set up here just to watch a bit of an obscure flank angle. And here come the United States after a strong first round.
It's just setting up and seeing if J3 and Kingsman could get to position. Similar to what we saw from the Hella Namor from Spain before, but just able to set up these crossfires. You got the final judgment being used straight away, but the angle's not quite suiting at all. In fact, this is good mitigation. Even if Flats goes down, he takes so much of the focus, but Lulu Lovely was sort of caught napping, gets picked off in the interim, and actually that's 2 in the end for the final judgment.
Yeah, it looks like the setup was pretty good there. Kingsman's able to take down the BRB, just finds a random line of sight on it, but it looks like Brazil's front line was, at threat of collapsing. Lubu is almost getting run over. Nice turnaround here for Brazil, despite a difficult end to that previous round. Apex Predator is going to be at the ready, though, when USA finally get their ducks back in a row. And as long as Silky can stay alive here.
I mean, you want to be using this high ground a little bit more, too. And so, like, being caught here for Carter is a little bit risky. Have some of the line of sights broken as well. You could just sort of see the Deadpool getting into position, and another Apex Predator be handy. Battle Judgment's going to be used first. It can push all of these players off the high ground, but FRT's managed to find a pick before he's eventually traded.
Okay, good pressure, though. It looks like, Nitro couldn't dump altitude nearly quickly enough, and Ultron, floaty as he is just caught in the crosshairs of the Punisher. That's the backline basically dealt with now, and that should be more than enough for the USA to guarantee themselves back into this. But okay, the Venom play, that is nasty. Cellular corrosion ended up doing Emeru in. And FRT able to make use of the space made. Now it's to Silky, and he's trying to get this over with as quickly as possible. Quick pose, and he knows he's forced into a 1v3.
I mean, the fact that it's just such a long, laborious fight for the USA is only going to benefit Brazil. And I mean, it's terrific play from Brazil's Venom actually being able to survive on just a lick of health. And that's hard to find a balance of using Feast of the Abyss for the overhealth, using the resilience in order to try to get the timings right, not overexerting yourself and just running out of supplementary bits of kit beforehand. Really good stuff for Brazil to be surviving all of this. And now it's up to 80%, and USA don't have these ultimates to boot just yet to actually make a statement.
Flats here. Looked isolated for a moment, but it's just dipping a toe on the point to get this fight going. Brazil now threatening, though, at 89%. USA had to come back in a big way in the previous round. Can they do it again? Kingsman actually able to have that pressure peeled off them. Nitro, though, with a nice little off angle, though. Plenty of safe healing to provide. And also a perch there for Gelasio, who want to dive on deep, and they have done so. He's a fate of both worlds. Pretty well timed, considering their Venom was very, very low. Brazil now have a bit of healing to work through, but not enough, apparently, as J3 flattens Nitro.
I mean, that's a big fight for J3 to win, and he's done it off the back of not having the final judgment either. He's just going to get that in hand. If he can take this fight and hold on to it, that would be big. If USA can hold on to these ultimates and actually flip this back into their favor, it's from 0% that they need to reach 99, but they have so much in the back pocket to deal with. And Brazil don't have much outside of the Meteor M and the Feast of the Abyss coming up.
And obviously, there's just not too much concern about timing of this Meteor M. Fakata doesn't have final judgment available. You didn't have to answer it with that Magneto ultimate in the previous fight. So it's just going to be a nice nuke here to break through some of that residual healing and find some insta-kills. Can USA ration these out effectively, though? Silky's, of course, going to have that ultimate. It's going to be a real nuisance to try and deal with. Gives him extra threat when trying to pressure a backline. Glacio jumps in, but Emeru's wise to it. She'll slide on out. Can't quite save the BRB, though.
Yeah, surviving well. Just doing the job entirely from what you want to see from a Venom. The dive is perfect. The right click to connect to multiple people. Feast of the Abyss to sort of survive on it. Not any other support, though. Just a little bit more focus from the backline of Brazil, or just some focus from the duelists. Might have been able to find a pick, but the Venom has done well actually to avoid any of this damage coming in from this final judgment, but they lose TRT right at the end.
After the fact, though, J3 had such a wide expanse to fire across and no pressure on him. He could literally just hold M1 and ends up just nuking FRT. Rage of Ultron active here, but geez, you're going to need a lot more where that came from, especially as Lulu gets that boundary thrown down. There goes the Ultron straight out the window now, and Glacio having insult added to injury by that taunt as he has to back away. USA now at 71%.
And now USA managing to actually pull this all the way back. Brazil will be really frustrated if they go from 99% to 0 to actually having USA win out this, but they have to be careful of Kingsman. Having that Apex Predator in a perfect position not only is going to maybe lead to some picks, but also just pulling people off of the fight and pulling them out of position to try and contest this.
Obviously, the CC of that living bullet taunt is not something to count out. Here's the Apex Predator. Glatrox is on the field. For the most part, though, looks like Kingsman still has to keep a relatively respectful distance back, though. Picard pretty close to a final judgment. Glacio gets two massive ones at that. A frontliner and Kingsman himself are removed. And now you don't even have to make use of this Punisher ultimate. This is big now for Brazil. You can mow down any attempt at trying to stall this game out or just carry it over to the next round.
Yeah, Lubu's actually found himself two there, and just with little for Brazil to actually use it in the instant, able to hold back USA as it goes over towards the Grove. And both of these teams need to adjust now. We've gone from these sort of like very sort of front to back-esque areas to one that really starts to suit dive. So I want to see if either of these teams make any like adjustments to composition. Nitro is seemingly going over towards that Jean Grey, and Facada's not going to switch. He has the final judgment, and that did so much work with starting that fight off well for Brazil over on the Grove.
Get ready.
Okay, so trending towards adding another duelist here. J3's had a pretty insane game. 17 final hits on this Punisher. Oh, you're going to see the Daredevil from Kingsman. Maybe a dive tank to pair with it, or just solo. Fair enough. Off the Elsa Bloodstone. Again, she's not the longest of range and probably feels a bit uncomfortable at times up against Punisher.
Yeah, I think it's just sort of building around like Punisher is a lot easier to do. The point is a lot more open, like I mentioned, so like Apex Predator isn't going to find as much success. But also Kingsman's able to coordinate well. It's just free information he gets on where Brazil is playing from. And they're not the most mobile of compositions, so knowing exactly where Brazil are going to come from with the sense that Daredevil has, even though it's nerfed, it's still invaluable. It's completely invaluable.
I mean, he's gone to the duelist Deadpool instead. This puts Silky now on Emma Frost. Interesting mix up here. Okay, we are in there like swimmer already. Kingsman already knocking some heads together. That final judgment was held, though, from that last hand for Facada, so he's certainly looking to be a threatening player. The waterfall obviously obscuring his field of view for the time being. The Feast of the Abyss for Glacio. Can he find a grouping of plays to get max value off of this? Nitro's already gone down, though. That's Flats nailing with a mag cannon. And J3 more than happy to fight up against the corner. Lubu can't escape. And yeah, this final judgment again. Lubu hitting a little different, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of the things usually we see with like Deadpool Vanguard, not Daredevil, Deadpool Vanguard, like getting the banhammer early in these fights just means that you just get such an ultimate advantage. Nobody can really keep up with Deadpool being able to build that ultimate off straight away. It's the same with a duelist, right? Kingsman's able to get that banhammer skill issue off even over towards the backline for Brazil. They're struggling a bit more, and it just sets up J3 to get a nice, easy pick for final judgment. It's still scrappy as we're seeing Glacios trying to survive with the Venom. Good mitigation as well from the Magneto to help sort of bully off this high ground, but it's USA already getting a third of progression on the second point.
Okay, Glacio gets what he came for. He has that high ground, and now it's a matter of making use of it. Tough to get the rest of his team through this choke, though, especially in the face of this. A psionic seduction that tempts more than one player into the waiting arms of Silky. And he's done his job there. Make no mistake about it. It's 50% here for USA and counting. Silky's going to be back in the game thanks to BRB. And Lubu has no business stepping any further forward right now.
A bit more of an awkward fight. But USA are holding on strong as Brazil have the ultimates to work with. But I mean, this is the point, like the control that USA have, that's almost like dive centric that they can go for and be a little bit more front heavy and brawl. You see just how much pressure Lubu is under. He's trying to get a pick and it's forcing out the final judgment very early on.
Meteor though, pretty good answer here. Wow, there's a lot being thrown at this final judgment. So the Meteor never had a chance to come down though. Perhaps Flat got, just had his line of sight broken up a little bit by that. We're going to have a CYA immediately from Tichinha to try and get that damage boost over the top as Kingsman trying to get as much done as he possibly can. With Lulu now down, the USA are starting to run out of a leg to stand on.
And pretty much running out of opportunities here, but Brazil finally able to switch it over, hoping to see if they could reflect what has just happened on the second point of getting it from 0% to 99. But USA having a final judgment and a Yan amplifier, it's an easy combination to go for USA. Brazil need to be ready for it, and they don't have any strategist ultimates, not even close to any strategist ultimates to try and deal with the onslaught that's oncoming.
Can you soak any of this damage maybe as Venom here get in the way of the punishment?
Meteor M is the big one.
Quickly. Make use of this overshield.
Try to hold on. I mean, the Meteor M is the thing that's eating it up from Lubu, but it's been broken, and he's about to go down too. He's so low in HP. Manages to survive, but that's everything for Brazil.
Okay, still a safe spot for Fakata to play from, but yeah, things aren't looking great for this squad right now. Lubu going to be back in the fight, but not necessarily in position just yet. Fakata's now getting a bit more attention than he had bargained for. Looks like Kingsman trying to chase him down, but overexposes himself there. Tichinha actually going to hit some M1 action, but J3 always on the flank. Doesn't matter what hero he's playing, has to be addressed. He's getting a little bit low and didn't get the healing, but will come back to the fight. USA can't afford to lose this lead, and somehow, Gelasio does get caught. Heads up for J3 to catch the Venom.
Because the Brazil need to sort of look towards the Strange because they are losing the numbers here, and like Kingsman is smelling blood in the water, building up the ultimate to try to go for the combinations. Actually, he's not even good for the likes of the Banhammer. Try to go for the ultimate with the melee weapons instead, and the portal player is going to come in, but nobody can quite touch in time. Brazil make it a close affair, but USA start off on the right foot on Krakoa.
Yeah. Got to be feeling good about that bounce back from Crater, which seemed to be a bit of a struggle. The switch over towards the Duelist Deadpool definitely gave them the edge. That pop quiz, yeah, just allows someone like Kingsman to run wild with abilities and gain that bonus. And yes, your boy, it's J3 with the MVP. Insane Punisher performance over the course of the series, and unfortunately for Team Brazil, or rather, course of the map, not enough to answer it. Only 7 deaths here.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like outside of, playing a triple strategist, moving over to 2-2-2, that they were like very limited in their options. The second point was good for them. You can't say that like it wasn't a close affair, and realistically, I think you'd expect this Team USA to be the front runners outside of Canada, perhaps. Like they look the strongest. So Brazil making it somewhat close, and there's still a full like best of 3 to be played out, right? Like it's making sure that these maps are long, that they can get those final picks and at least able to give themselves a good chance of making playoffs, despite the fact that some of these results might not go their way.
There's a really stacked roster on Team USA, though, of like involved, enfranchised, like rivals players mixed in with some, talented competitors. So it's tough to beat, I think. But we saw a little bit of what Brazil could offer us here. I thought that Fakata, if left unchecked, can really run away with the game. Somehow FRT exits that map with 11 final hits. So great showing on the Luna. It's a very classic looking comp though from Team Brazil. It feels like they're leaning on a lot of that initial roster of heroes in Marvel Rivals, whereas on the other side of things, you're dealing with Elsa, you're dealing with Deadpool, you're dealing with a lot of the newfangled business in Marvel Rivals, and it's tough to come back.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed that like there was so much like room for USA to change their comps up. You protect the Elsa, but we still saw like the likes of Deadpool Duelist coming out from the likes of Kingsman. But it's like the fact that both your duelists are firing. Kingsman is going to take a lot of the focus naturally because he does play stuff like Magic to a point that you have to like ban it out. But it just gives J3 so much freedom to just sort of do his job. And as a fellow Baldy, I know he'll help me saying that, but like it's just good to see that kind of performance come out of him and seeing the old and the new from hero shooters shine together on his Team USA team.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way of putting it. J3's been around the block a few times. We've got to also see some of that Star-Lord gameplay out of him with the Rocket Raccoon team ups. Pretty bloody potent. But against a Visible Woman, does feel like you're kind of power crept by the ability to break that line of sight up. We're going to move on to our next map in this series. It is going to be Hell's Heaven to start us off. And yeah, Magic is just not allowed. I just don't think Kingsman is going to get to play her at all. And if he is, then something's gone wrong. I
mean, that's the only like downside, I suppose, when you don't have like the Ignite bans in at one more one-sided. It just is a case of like Brazil can ban this out because it's going to mean a lot more to the US than it is for Brazil to not have access to Magic. But that's kind of expected. Like the first ban going towards an Orthodox character like that means that the likes of Rocket and stuff you can build around consistently without worrying that it's going to be a first ban out.
Yeah, and again, there's still the looming specter of the Rocket Raccoon and Punisher combination. Obviously, nothing hits quite like that Final Judgment backed up by a damage boost. And USA protected this pick for Emeru. Whereas Luna is going to be kept in the game. I thought, FRT was really good on that pick. Not sure if it's a good sign that, he was leading in final hits for the Brazilian side. But again, if they need to qualify through those, then FRT is certainly more than doing his job. Gambit ban here, very much stock standard stuff for the United States.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if USA are going to protect the Elsa here. Like, it was good for USA, don't get me wrong, but, like, is there something else that they'd rather get their hands on, considering there was, like, no Mantis that was available? They banned it out. There's no Cyclops as well. Is it going to be anything different? No, it's still going to be the Elsa, which I think makes sense. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if you have any other ideas on what you want to draft, why show them now? Save it for potentially Sunday.
I feel like if there are any comps as well where we don't see, like, effective, poke setups here from Brazil, or even if it's, only just a Punisher and it's more of a Death Bowler style. Like Elsa is very, very good at playing up against those less mobile comps. She wants to be in relative close proximity, but get a lot of value for catching out onto your trap. She's very bouncy, can obviously like close the gap very easily as well. So really looking towards those backlines. She very much feels like an assassin, even if she has some abilities that make her very potent against those higher health pool heroes. It's going to be a Cyclops ban here for Brazil off the back. USA can scratch their chins a bit and ask themselves what they don't want to deal with. Obviously, Nitro was on Ultron for a bit, in that previous game, and it'll be taken off the table.
It was also because the Mantis was banned out from USA last time, because Brazil protected the Strange. Mantis got banned out, and it really did. It seemed alluded to that Brazil were going for like a triple strategist, so not having Mantis was like a big loss for them. And honestly, as well, nobody really bans out Strange because both teams could benefit from it. Even like you're not as adept with it, you're just going to go for the portal play anyway, right? Like both teams will want to have access to that, and it's mirrored bans, so both teams would lose it. So they want to go for protecting the Mantis and just making sure that like the Strange is not going to be touched. So something else gets taken out, which in the end was the Ultron, which, like you mentioned, we saw a little bit of with Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed fine. I don't know like if it was really going to be threatening to take over the game, but limiting that strategist pool has been a really common approach for many teams. Off we go, folks. Hell's Heaven is up next, and it looks like Silky's back on the Vanguard Deadpool, while Elsa Bloodstone feels like a viable option for Kingsman. That seems to be the assortment here. And J3, probably doesn't have the deepest hero pool, but being able to play a Star-Lord and also that Punisher to great effect. Also, he does play a bunch of Bucky. Got three really powerful heroes. He can't sort of be banned out, so he'll always be right where he needs to.
Yeah, I mean, Brazil are going to be a lot more happier with this combination. You've got Delacio and also Silky, who has been pretty flexible for a Vanguard. The focus hasn't been on him, mostly because of the use of him. I think just he is the team captain and he's leading by example, showing that flexible side. Alongside Flats, who is, again, very adept at playing these Vanguards, means that you have a pretty comfortable front line that can deal with all sorts coming in from Brazil.
There's two versions of Meteor M here, so you have to have your wits about you if you're Punisher, but also the Magnetos need to make sure they use those Meteors before they get popped, which the damage spikes that are available, especially with a Rocket Raccoon in the game, it can get pretty difficult to actually predict that. Magical Unicorn Bubble gives Delacio a little bit of room to work with now, but he's going to see one from the other side. Silky was hoping to head towards the back line. Okay, Kingsman, Monster Piercer finds two. Fair enough.
I mean, it just seemed there for the focus, like Silky just leaps in, just past the backline, but it pulls the attention so much towards Silky that J3 and Kingsman were able to find the picks that they needed. So good work to just sort of go in for the dive, split the attention for Brazil, and just find the picks needed. It was brutal from the POV of Brazil, just how badly they went down in that fight.
The perfect combo, isn't it? It's the shield from Invisible Woman plus that turret. The suppressive fire being laid down, but J3 getting closer and closer towards that first ultimate. One that is not going to be able to be matched potentially by Lubu's Meteor M. Brazil trying to buy themselves some room to get through this choke, but there's a trap catching on, and somehow FRT just picks J3. Okay, the guy's just insane. Unfortunately for FRT, there's a BRB to bring him back into the game, but still, I think the message certainly has been delivered. Delacio does have that ultimate at the ready, but here comes Kingsman, and yeah, Final Judgment. Here we go. Blast him.
absolutely carved through them. And even then, it's like, even though the final judgment doesn't get too much, you're just sort of building that cohesion for USA. Okay, we'll cycle these ultimates together. We don't have them, but Kingsman's just picked up his own, like, Apex Predator. And even then, Brazil are losing so many players in the neutral. Like, this fight was long done and over, but they're still dropping players. It's not the best look.
Yeah, it's brutal stagger. I'm getting through the choke against this team. Against Magneto, you've got the Elsa traps, the turret here from Punisher. A lot of things that make this a really oppressive situation for Brazil to play into. Now, Soul Resurgence might help them a bit more, sort of closing some distance. Lubu obviously can soak some damage with the Bulwark, get himself extra mag cannons. We've got to go. We've absolutely got to push through. Kingsman's waiting for the perfect moment, but being accosted pretty early on here by Gelasio. Has to back away, gets himself a health pack. Is there room here for a Apex Predator? Oh, you're slapped by the Mantis for the time being, but you're sat inside a healing field, so not the end of the world. CYA comes out, and Emeru is brought down, and I think it's going to be a cold quits here for USA.
Yeah, it seemed a little bit like some of USA stayed in and fought that because they dealt with the final judgment that came in from Fakada. But as we're sort of seeing from JF's perspective, he was long gone. He was out. He had Kingsman trying to get the amplifier out of the way, but he was pretty much on his own. So those two players from USA go down. Brazil takes a point, and it's, again, a tall order as it's pretty much capped out for USA on this first point of Hell's Heaven. Brazil need to try to hold it all together, and they don't really have the strategist ultimates building up outside of that fate of both worlds.
Gelasio here just trying to be a nuisance. Also controlling that flank angle. Here's the taunt, trying to jump in, getting a lot of attention. Obviously plenty of overhealth to work with here, but you've got her. Okay, I mean, not enough heads maybe turning for the USA in the direction of this Deadpool. Yeah, take your time, get a photo. Why not? Apex Predator, though, might yield an elimination here. We're going to be surging forward. Kingsman taking a bunch of damage coming in and now finally deciding to deal with this Deadpool threat. Gelasio very low, but has the mobility to slip away.
Seeing it as USA sort of involved in this fight. They're just trading blows at this point, but they've built up some good ultimates, and that combination should be coming through. EMEA's going to use the amplifier to really augment this final judgment, and even if it doesn't end in a pick, Brazil have to respect it. They've got off of the point, and it's capping up to 99%. There needs to be a touch, otherwise this isn't going to overtime.
Hey, I don't know how they're supposed to. They do at least get that overtime going. There's a touch, and FRT is going to be back in the game. It's one of the key eliminators on the side of Brazil. You'd be feeling good about that. However, you're burning all of your ultimates now just to get a chance to play the game, and Tichinha is down yet again. J3 trades himself out for that aggressive moment. Kingsman frozen up for a moment, definitely respecting FRT, but this is it. Brazil on their last legs in this round. The United States have got everything they need, including this Invisible Woman ultimate, which, yeah, it's going to be bad news for the rest of Brazil who are trying to link it. Gelasio does well to juke away from so much of this damage, but CYA should be cleared here, and in comes this Deadpool. Looking pretty scary. Silky commanding plenty of attention and respect in equal measure. And that's Tichinha off the map there. Just going to be knocked off or falling off. It's unclear. 3 up for Brazil. Soul Resurgence also being used, but the value's limited, giving us only a number of players. It's enough, though, for Brazil to stake out a foothold.
Yeah, they've done well to actually switch this back, but the fact that USA had full control of that means that no progression's been made for Brazil. Would have been costly if they used the Soul Resurgence and then lost that, because you could have just taken that over into the second point of Hell's Heaven. Brazil now having a hold again, forced out a lot from USA, so this is looking a lot more even as these scorelines are looking a bit closer.
They'll be waiting in the wings. High Agamotto from above.
Oh,
nice
great
force
knock.
physics. That is beautiful by Lulu there to push away the Strange and essentially deny the entire ultimate. That bodes well for the USA. Now more of a chance to get back in here, but something's concerning. Lubu up there on the rafters. Latch is going to command his attention up close and personal, though. Kingsman put to sleep briefly, but that isn't going to stop him for long. Apex Predator is ready, but his position is known and noted up amongst the rafters. He is very deep, and there's the Apex Predator coming out. You just don't have the health to play that.
Yeah, Fakada does well to bail out his team, because I think 3 were picked up by the Glortrox there. Now Final Judgment has to come through a little bit early. You could have that Yan Amplifier with it with EMEA, but she's a little bit behind on the ult charge. But it means that you might be able to use this as sustain, because the ultimate's finding those picks. Brazil, again, have to respect this, that they're trying to go for the outskirts and might not be able to touch.
Perfectly done by J3, zoning all of Brazil away with that Final Judgment. And the Doctor Strange just caught out in the open on that point. Really no escape for him there. Tried to drop down the pit, break LOS, and pop back up. I respect it, but perhaps turning tail and getting out alive, if you could, would have been the better option. Yet another really solid round from J3. 10 final hits for him. Kingsman constantly being frozen by FRT, who did a great job of trying to peel this aggression off, but eventually, I think just the sheer weight of USA's pressure causes you to crumble.
It really does. Yeah, like Kingsman is going to be like the main focus. He's the player that you're probably the most scared of on USA's side, but like Kingsman is happy to take some of the focus. Are we doing it, Silky? Are we actually doing it? I would love to see some Spider-Man play, but I'm just surprised that we're not seeing it on like Necros first, I guess. Silky is going to come in with the Silk cosplay, perhaps. I also want to say for USA, the backline is doing great work. Miru and Lulu, like 2 eliminations against them so far. And the fact that Miru has that Yan Amplifier to hold on to means that this could be a good fight. And yep, we're seeing the Spider-Man roll out from Silky, who is leading his team with the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Kind of sick. Yeah, love to see that. This puts Kingsman on the Deadpool here. All right, let's see some flex here. Silky, you'll notice, very adept on this role. And get it around the map like you would not believe, and able to offer some level of backline pressure that USA just haven't really had. Even with the Elsa Bloodstone, this is another level.
I mean, it's a good perspective to be watching, but he tries to go for the dive. I mean, it's good work for Delacio to try to avoid this, but you can just see how much of the attention it's taking. Kingsman's going to be brought back from the BRB that was set up from the rocket, and the picks have finally started to come in from the Spider-Man, who's very close to having the ultimate.
That he has generated that so quickly here. And able to stay alive there is pretty awesome. The rest of USA, they're not nearly so fortunate. It's funny, like, being on a Spider-Man's POV kind of warps our perception of how the rest of the fight goes, because it was looking great until he was the last one alive.
I mean, it's still like the dopamine perspective you want to see. They do go down, though, in the end, so it is going to be a full reset for Team USA. Do you swap off with the Spider, though? You do have your ultimate. You have some good ultimates to work with, but of course, Kingsman being over on the Deadpool Duelist means that that ultimate progression has been reset to 0, so he has to build it up again if he wants to try and use it.
Peter M, spectacular spin, an invisible boundary already.
Great sleep.
Oh, that is exactly what the doctor ordered. If he wasn't really interested in preserving Spider-Man's life at all, actually, but still, very, very effective. No chance for a spin there. Silky on the fast lane, back to spawn. Lubu's got to be a little bit careful here. Dust gets topped up nice and quickly. Here comes the Meteor M now. He's being chased. Nice connection there. Getting rid of a one of the strategists inside of one of their ultimates is huge, and that burst damage is just what you need.
Especially because it interrupts the ultimate. The invisible boundary goes down if Invisible Woman goes down. And Brazil are actually looking very good in this fight. While Silky's had this ultimate and built it up very quickly, this has been about 1 or 2 minutes that he's not had a good chance to actually try and use it. Even with invisible boundary and stuff, trying to set up USA, Brazil just had the right response. That Meteor M did so much to actually make USA get very little off the back of using a big strategist ult.
Yeah, they are really committed, though, to this Spider-Man avenue here. Kingsman has read a rumble. Oh, again, dude, I mean, I've got to say, the Mantis play has been spectacular from Nitro. Surely a spin here, right? Into the back line we go.
Surely.
Smoke grenade, there it is. Okay, Fakata caught out. Silky gets his W. And okay, J3 is also going to pop this ultimate. So yeah, sure, USA just build up to a critical mass here, but perhaps could have been advised to try and ration them out because they are very far behind.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the final judgment for Brazil, but you've got the amplifier on the other side, Meteor M. Like, Flats is just going to hold on to the Meteor M just every time that we do see that Punisher ultimate used. Like, he doesn't need to go for the kill plays. He's like, okay, they have this big ultimate, I'm just going to eat all of it and then throw it back at him and see what happens. Especially when you've got an amplifier on the other side. The damage boost could go a long way of combining those two ultimates, but you have to build it up from 18% to 80% that Brazil managed to grab.
Yeah, that is it's pretty time critical. Oh, Silky needs a bit of healing here. Might find something amidst it, though. Kingsman actually going down, and Silky's a long way away from his healer's line of sight. Normally being forced to depend on those heal packs when possible. And here comes Fakata, final judgment. Can they get away? Silky backs back around the corner. Flats here is a Meteor M. Good timing on this one, that is for sure. But it doesn't really mitigate much of the damage in the end. Might even have popped. Unclear. Silky did find Tichinha in the end, but frankly, it's been all Brazil for most of this map.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea from Flats. It's like, okay, I'm just going to use this instant build-up from the final judgment onto my Meteor M to find a quick pick onto Nitro, but it's just the fact that that final judgment's duration is so long. Nobody else from USA was able to sort of get set up and fight this. Seems that, like, the Portal play is going to have to come out, see if there's going to be any other changes with the composition, but they're able to contest this and fight this a little bit more. He's able to get one onto Fakata, though, to trade, and actually gets another onto FRT.
They weren't ready for this at all. The J3 was up behind him with a shotgun, was able to find a quick kill. But from here on out, it gets even harder, I feel. Flats very low and without any help. Again, into the back line goes Silky. Nice pick off there. Getting rid of the Mantis.
Got a touch.
But is this too late in the game? Touch is there. Will be brought back with that BRB. J3 getting there as quickly as his spinners will allow him. Tichinha able to stay alive and get a nice little perch here up on that high ground. Be hard for Gelacio to be brought down by Kingsman now, who's in a 1 versus 3, needing help. J3 is going to turn up, slowly lumbered his way over towards the point. Kingsman's still alive somehow, but that fate of both worlds makes it impossible to get kills. J3 gets one after the fact, but it's too little. It's too late.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's like this Spider-Man's fault. It's not Silky going for this like hubris, I suppose. But it is just like hard, right? Like we saw how much of his perspective, like he doesn't have much healing because he's doing his own thing. Ideally, you want to have the Luna in there, but it seems that like this has been the go-to play of just having the Rocket, Invisible Woman, like as your main like backline. So I would imagine that you'd switch off of the Spider-Man at this point, especially now that you go into like the most closed-in area, and I can't imagine that Spidey is going to be that good, but you never really know. Maybe Brazil is just sort of doing it for the clout, and it is a content creator tournament. Like, what a great way to farm content and playing one of the favorite superheroes across the world, captaining the American team. It doesn't get any more patriotic than that, I don't think, from Silky.
If he's 6 foot, I'd be very impressed. Meanwhile, Gelasio pounding. 16 final hits here, upwards of 14k damage as, well, I'm going to use air quotes here, as a Vanguard. But with insane mobility, and of course, isolating those backlines, still not somewhere they want to be. Going up against the Deadpool, there's flurry of slashes. He's notched himself up a large number of final hits. Probably doing just that. All right, we're about to clash here on the point. The question is, where are the USA set up? They are going to turn up maybe a little bit later. Already the front line being taken up here by Gelasio.
Try and go for the dive as a Spider-Man has still been committed to. Final Judgment is a good way to sort of set the tempo up. Jan Amplify is going to take the brunt of the focus. And that's brave actually from Gelasio that tries to find the face of it. And all of the Vanguards cut down 4 players from J3, and he's found a complete clearance. Everybody from Brazil is about to go down.
The GOAT? It's him? He's tall,
J4.
Lots of hair, handsome. It's J3, baby. That's crazy.
I can't wait for the video of like reacting to the #1 Punisher. Oh, it's me. Oh, it's me. Playing for Team USA. I can't even say Team America because it's like America United are coming up as well.
You're not wrong. Just around the corner too. And they actually managed to win their game against Canada 2-0, by the way.
That was
looking
quick.
very good. Canada have an insanely good lineup on paper. All right, here we go. Hot quiz time, baby. 2 out of 5 is all Kingsman's going to have for the time being. The rest of Brazil are going to slip on past, basically paying him 0 here.
I mean, it's almost anticlimactic with how Brazil were able to win that fight. You have got the spectacular spin from the Spider-Man for Silky, and it's not, again, the point I was making before is just like you don't have stuff like the Luna. You could just put the snowflake on him and then he can do his own thing and he's going to get that heal. Drone from Ultron, same sort of thing. It's just going to give Lulu and Emiru more focus to try to help Silky. And he has to just try and help himself. He's getting so much focus, and at least he's able to get the pick actually onto the Rocket, which he's on his own little mission.
Yeah, that's about as good as it gets. He might even do it again. Consider doubling back if he doesn't find anything within a reasonable amount of time. Staying at a safe distance now. Beautifully done. That is a really nice little sequence there from Silky. Also, spectacular spin is ready. Won't be needed here. The USA finding some success with this triple duelist look.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that Brazil are going to struggle with if they want to try to go for their own, like, triple strategist. It just means that you just can overrun these, like, strategist backlines, especially the likes of, like, Rocket and stuff that is very slippery, able to get out of dodge quite often. That's hard when you've got a Deadpool and a Spider-Man chasing you down.
It's a great start, though. Again, one Vanguard could be... Oh, that's a lovely bulwark being given over towards Silky. And, yeah, 2 easy ones there. J3 popped out the big guns again, getting taller and taller by the minute, this guy. And this is USA, 68% and counting. Tougher for your strategists to farm up their ultimates, in fairness, with only 1 Vanguard on the field, but you don't need healing if you're just beating their face in every fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, again, like we sort of saw it a little bit from Silky when he was playing the Deadpool Vanguard of just get into their backline, take the focus, and it just, J3 had the freest ultimates that you could ask for because the rest of USA is taking so much of the focus that he's able to go through it. You've also got Kingsman using his ultimate now on the Deadpool Duelist, try to carve through, and Flats has done so well to mitigate some of this with all of the bulwarks that he's been able to throw out, the barriers, making sure that these triple Duelists absolutely shine.
Meteor coming through, Gelasio towards the back line here. Can he build up that amount of damage? Yeah, Lulu flattened. That is nicely done. Clear out the BRB while you're at it and give yourself a little bit of a bubble. Safety. USA, though, got themselves to 99%. They are down 2 players. They're definitely calling a cancel here. The damage is done. Now they're just going to land the plane on this map and the series.
It seems it's going to be little to work with, but actually Brazil have managed to claw this back in the end. So the music was sort of reaching its climax as it was sort of really building up for the final moments. USA sort of fluctuate away from this objective, but you're looking at the ultimates again and just thinking, J3, Final Judgment, that's been the win con. It's just whether the rest of Brazil can hold on. You have 2 strategist ultimates and you run Final Judgment. This feels a little bit early. Okay, he's so scared of the Spidey.
Still gets a boundary though. Yeah, he's constantly looking over his shoulder. You're right. I think Stilky has certainly gotten in his head. Rent free, but still. Ricardo finds the kills. One of them at least. And FRT continues to deliver his own brand of justice across the map. This will be a stagger on flats. Pretty problematic as Brazil are quickly catching up to the USA's total.
Yeah, I mean, it's just 2 old men punching each other. It feels like with the Magnetos, but it's a neutral fight away. And for Brazil, that's going to work up nicely because Lubu is very close to having a Meteor M, which is the perfect response. You've got 2 strategist ultimates used from Brazil that were forced out from that play alone. USA at least have got that combination that's worked so well for them with the Amplify Final Judgment.
Yeah, they get lose the player here. They're going to have to go for it anyway. Here's the Meteor. We are going to click anyway. Old M1 Bulwark buys a bit of time, but not quite enough there. Meteor did catch out Emeru in the end. And yeah, Final Judgment is going to make space. It's going to zone away, but you need to find these kills and quickly because J3 is bleeding out ever so quickly. The Deadpool, a problem. A nice switch over towards the shotgun. Lulu able to finish the job there. And through the wall, we can see Fakata. J3 going to try and hunt him down. Pop a couple shotgun shots and be done. But no, the Rocket Raccoon doing a good job to keep Fakata topped up. And J3 needs to watch out not to extend too deep into it. Kingsman is back, though, making up for lost time. Comes to the rescue. And that leaves Lubu on his own. There is a portal in play, but it's going to be body blocked heavily by flats, and time is running out for Brazil. They don't have the players, and this series goes to the United States.
I mean, it was closer, like Brazil making it a lot more of a contention on this second map, and like good moments for sure. I think USA like definitely letting the compass sit a bit more, like building around like the Spider-Man, the triple duelist. And they won with panache, you have to say. But I think that's one where like J3 really was just the piece, the heart of this team, the beating heart of America. J3 was exact't that.
That's
because he was able to just do so much work. Yeah, that is America's ass right there.
Insane stuff from J3. You did great performance, but again, jeez, the front line is so disruptive for the USA. We're not saying it's easy what he's doing out there. Let me be very clear about that. But his team are setting him up about as well as they possibly could. Flats consistent, so solid over the course of the game. Kingsman as well has looked pretty sick. I think when we saw the Elsa start for him in the series, he was forced to sort of switch off. Deadpool Duelist looked really good in that last map, and you called it out. I'm going to do it again. This backline of Emeru and Lulu, really dependable. Lulu's always had the answer as well to these Punisher ults. He's always had a invisible boundary ready to throw down. There's very good reactiveness here from this USA backline. I like what we saw from Brazil. They put in the work yesterday. They spent a lot of time trying to drill their game plan down. They got some great individual players, but USA definitely bringing a bit of flair, a bit of panache, as you said, and also just a talented outfit.
Oh, for sure. I mean, for Brazil, considering it was a 2-0 loss in this series, like, you're going to be happy with the amount of final hits that you got too. Like, it was a long, drawn-out one, and so you're setting yourselves up nicely to be 2 of the 3 teams that is going to make it off the wild card. I'm not sure, like, on the tally so far. I don't want to put production for it to just be, like, quickly work out stuff, but it's whether or not, like, it's going to be South Korea or, in this case, I think it would be Germany, like, which is the one that's going to be potentially missing out if we do see the 3rd place of this America's stage of the tournament getting a lot more like final kills, because that was a guerrilla one and it's all domination, and we know that these teams love to have a brawl on these kind of fights.
Yeah, you want those longer games, those longer fights if you don't think you can qualify via the more conventional path. That was the United States versus Brazil. It's a 2-0 for Team USA, and they showed us a little bit of everything. After the break, it's United States versus America United, or Americas United, to be very clear. This is a team that beat Canada off stream, so that's pretty insane. They're looking good. Can Team USA, with all the flamboyancy that they've shown us in their previous game, get across the line? We'll find out after the break.
Victorious. Who shall it be?
fist is fired up!
You're on my radar.
Fight on, immortal weapons. The tournament is afoot.
Victory is in my sight. Right on target! Get off my lawn! Full blast! Extreme force! Propulsion beam! No more holding back! Optic Fury! To me, my X-Men.
Hello everyone, Guang here. I'm thrilled to be back with you all again. Welcome to Season 8.5 of Marvel Rivals. Following the defeat of Alchemax Corporate Raiders, Jean Grey led the X-Men on a daring raid against Alchemax to rescue Cyclops. However, upon finding him, they discovered that prolonged exposure to chromium has left his eyes permanently open, unable to shut off his optic blasts. Scott desperately needed a vessel capable of absorbing infinite energy to stabilize his eyes. Meanwhile, Jean's Phoenix Force, previously crippled by now, was starved and severely weakened. In a heartfelt embrace, the two provided exactly what the other needed, finally giving the X-Men the reunion they deserved. In Season 8.5, Cyclops reunites with his mutant brethren in Marvel Rivals. Operating as a duelist, the fearless leader of the X-Men enters the fray to unleash devastating optic blasts. In combat, Cyclops can fire powerful beams to strike enemies head-on, or precisely calculate ricochets of the environment and enemies, leaving foes hiding in the backline or behind cover nowhere to run. He can also uniquely weaponize the kinetic recoil of his blasts to gracefully wave through the battlefield and secure the perfect vantage point. When he unleashes his ultimate ability, Scott removes all power inhibitors, unleashing an apocalyptic optic blast that obliterates everything in its path. With this update, we are removing Wolverine from the Primal Flame team-up. Instead, Wolverine and Cyclops will forge a brand new team-up, Blast Slash. Cyclops serves as the anchor here. When activated, Cyclops supercharges Wolverine's adamantine claws with concentrated kinetic energy, granting Logan a massive boost to his melee attack range for a set duration. Additionally, Wolverine's vicious rampage ability will be replaced by kinetic claws, allowing Logan to spin and slash with his energized claws while dashing forward, dealing continuous damage to all surrounding enemies. Season 8.5 introduces a massive new game mode, Bounty Annihilation, alongside its dedicated new map, Kunlun Shenlong Arena. After a long delay, the legendary tournament of the Heavenly Cities has officially commenced. Following a grueling series of preliminaries, the immortal weapons have reached the finals to test their might and mind. Will Lin Ye prove himself worthy of the Iron Fist title? And who is the mysterious assassin that slew Sun Spider? Stay tuned to find out. With the hit, we are bringing a brand new holiday event to all players, the Rivals Summer Festival. Following the June 18th update, players can complete a series of events, including daily logins, to end up to 2,500 units. We've also prepared a fresh batch of highly requested swimsuit special costumes for a new lineup of heroes. Even more exciting, a new social hub, Hellfire Bay Beach, will drop with this update. Take control of your favorite heroes, snap some gorgeous photos, hang out on the sand, or even take a dip in the ocean. We hope you make a splash and capture some incredible summer memories in Marvel Rivals. From June 12th to June 26th, the highly anticipated 616 Day Vault opens its doors once again. We are bringing back the limited time costumes and events from July to September of 2025. This includes previous swimsuit special costumes, the summer special collections, and more. Keep an eye out. I want to take a moment to sincerely apologize to you all. While our internal teams have been working incredibly hard on Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the past two Doomsday events, we've taken a step back for a careful evaluation. We ultimately decided that we want to spend more time polishing the gameplay experience to meet our standards. Therefore, Phase 2 will be delayed until late July, and Phase 3 is being pushed back to mid-October. We deeply appreciate your patience and understandings as we work to make these encounters as epic as possible. Finally, Zhiyong is still working hard in the lab tweaking the balance numbers, so please keep an eye out for our detailed balance adjustments announcement coming soon. Ignite the battle!
Only one warrior will emerge victorious. Who shall it be?
气贯斩龙。 My fist is fired up!
You're on my radar.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Creator World Cup. We are following along with Team USA in their quest to make it into the top 8 on Sunday to fight for the lion's share of $300,000. So far, so good. Brazil definitely gave them a fight, but it's a series that ends up resulting in a 2-0 for Team Silky and friends. And off stream, it's America's United. Crystal Molly's squad actually dominates the Canadian outfit, who frankly look amazing on paper. So that only really whets my appetite for this upcoming game. It's Team USA versus Team America's United. A pretty pivotal one, as both of these teams have taken their first games comfortably.
Yeah, it's whoever's going to be qualifying, confirming themselves at the very least for playoffs on Sunday. You have to say, though, with like the last game that we just saw with like USA versus Brazil, it was a 2-0 that didn't feel like a 2-0, that's for sure. Like Brazil fought back, so at least they have a chance to like go up against Canada and hope for the best. But looking at the sort of bans, again, as a reminder, we saw a lot of like the Magic being banned out before by Brazil, and America's United very much know that that's the case. They know that they need to worry about Kingsman's Magic.
Yep, no chance to bring that one back into the game, unsurprisingly. And a very, very straightforward, Gambit ban from the United States. They are certainly, approaching this in a way I think that really kind of lines up with where the metagame is at right now. It's a protect of Invisible Woman. This already starts to make you think about how viable like trying to run this Punisher strat is going to be. There's always going to be an answer, at least, to this final judgment. And a Raccoon Protection. Emeru will still get to be right when she needs to.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like a character that sort of fits with various team-ups. Just, it might depend. Like, there's somebody maybe on the team that's just like, I would prefer to play this character. It's my comfort pick. And also, strategists are so often like the main focus in a draft phase, no matter whether it's the Ignite or the sort of mirror bans that we've seen so far. I do like the Punisher ban too. We saw like just how much J3 was able to do, and just the easy synergy when it's with a Yarn Amplifier. It's going to force some different things out, and a Devil Dinosaur is nice too. It sort of shows that America's United are looking to go for something a little bit more brawly on the objectives of Celestial Husk.
So far, though, the Winter Soldier is open, so J3 can go in that direction, especially given Invisible Woman's in play. I just don't think you're feeling amazing about playing Star-Lord. It's just another ultimate. J3 is just pretty susceptible, actually, to having his pool cancelled out by an invisible boundary. Right. A Moon Knight Protect. It could be that the Devil Dino just implies like a pretty compact setup, that brawl style, and obviously Moon Knight's amazing against those clumped up, enemies.
Well, yeah, it's also like you think of like Invisible Woman as well, like the cleave healing. So that with Devil Dinosaur, what does that insinuate for America's United? That they are going to be playing close together on the point, maybe like multiple Vanguards, triple strategist and stuff. The Moon Knight is just going to absolutely dumpster people if they group up together like that. And a damage boost to boot as well on the rocket means that you have some of the fastest building up ultimates that you can regularly cycle out on this part of the map. Especially when we go to like the inside portion. I can never remember the name of it, but the one that has that little patch of high ground and then some of these tightest like bottlenecks that you have to try to push through, these really tight chokes where the like Phoenix Force is based on the map. Yeah, those kind of moments, the Moon Knight is going to absolutely churn through you if you're not careful.
Yeah, you've certainly got to respect it. Kingsman is going to have to decide on another option, and it was the Moon Knight that was protected. That's going to be the go-to this time around. So no Daredevil Duelist, perhaps? We'll wait and see as we are moments away from jumping into the game. Still, J3 going to get looked at a bit more. Obviously, very mechanically gifted player on this team. One that's benefited a lot from like an amazing front line who have done well at commanding attention, is keeping that threat off him. Punisher just, not the go-to for him this game. It really does feel like it's a straight-up Winter Soldier game. And again, Kraken Impact obviously really effective against clumps of enemies as well, because you want to get as much purchase with that debuff as you can to guarantee you resets. It does feel like he's reaching for the Star-Lord anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's like just you're sort of building it up with a mirror. Just, okay, when I ult, you ult. And I think that's just a good way to play. Like, seems to be a big thing to sort of build around. And we've seen J3 already play it. It's going to be good in these instances. And Kingsman could just be the one to just churn out a lot of the damage. They want to try to mirror this Devil Dinosaur, though, to go in for the front lines. But I also like the Silkies on the Emma Frost, who is very good into this kind of composition. They just need to be careful of the Wolverine on the side of America's United, who could absolutely churn through the Devil Dinosaur and Emma Frost if they're not careful. Especially on this point, which is the one I was talking about before. So many tight chokes that you need to try and fight through.
Symbiote's Shenanigans team up active here for Team America's United. These Devil Dino comps are going to be fighting a war of attrition at times in that front line. J3 is already looking for a nice way to get a drop on his opponents. Oh, geez. Silky caught out there. Maybe just, yeah, a little bit too deep. The Wolverine is a problem, and it was a problem I heard for Canada. Not exactly something that Emma Frost wants to deal with regularity, so got to look out for EMEA. That could be a big issue.
Just trying to pick up to Geo, though, but the beer bat means that that 700 HP dinosaur is going to be back into the fray soon, and the Star-Lord on the other side has actually found so much success here. Seems that America's United are going to be taking the point first. It's still more of like a drawn-out fight in the end, but it seems to be USA filling up the kill feed in a negative way as America's United take on this first point.
Hamcito as well on that Star-Lord looking really good so far. Very confident duelists here from America's United. Again, like Devil Dino can't be displaced by Wolverine, but there's still so many other sort of viable targets for you, including, as we saw earlier, Silky needs to have eyes out for that wolf. And America's United do have this like dive backline, so Mask is going to be able to give them a lot of backline pressure. They're kind of super mobile, and we have an Iron Fist switch up for Kingsman.
I mean, he's very good at making these characters work, and you do have some of the like sort of cleave that you can do on high HP characters, and there's plenty of that. Some counters as well if the Wolverine wants to go and fight you, so it's going to be unorthodox for America United's backline to try and deal with this. And even the Rocket, who's very good at trying to get away and peel themselves out of pesky situations. Even the Iron Fist is going to be a bit hard to deal with there.
Nothing Crystal Molly could have done there. J3 was actually hunting specifically for her in that ultimate. But here's Hamcito, nice a little bit there, takes down Lulu Lovely. The Kingsman being returned to the fight with no teammates left. As USA getting sent packing once again. Now I'm starting to realize why Team Canada had so much trouble with this roster. These guys are brutal.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just like your backline as well is very like dive centric, really allows like the Venom and the Devil Dinosaur to get into position quickly with the Jeff, and then the Wolverine is just absolutely carving people up. At this point, it's going to be well suited to what America's United wants to try to run compositionally, but Flat's immediately switching over towards the thing to just try to deal with this Wolverine that keeps throwing themselves into the fray.
Yeah, you need some staying power, need to make it harder to shift you around the place. A long stun, of course, off that ultimate, pretty dangerous for Wolverine to be CC'd like that. But Hamcito finds that pick off on the Iron Fist. Now the backline for America's United is going to be feeling, you'd think, a lot more comfortable. Lulavi here, yep, sitting on that invisible boundary, and it is going to be drawn here. A quick double back there by Silky, and a Feast of the Abyss does threaten with a bit of damage, but it's enough heal to get everyone topped back up. Still, Mask is at large. Last stand available here for Omega, and he goes for a devastating impact there. 2 kills off the back of it. Traded out, though, in the end. But BRB is going to be bringing a couple of players back. It's the Wolverine and Invisible Woman, respectively, returning to the fray. The latter seems to have a Venom problem.
I mean, Flats has been able to connect onto 2 with a clobber in time, but it's just the 2 CC'd stuns, no eliminations coming in at all. Last sort of orders, it feels like, for USA to try and fight this one, and America's United taking this first point pretty handedly. It didn't feel close. America's United composition looking impenetrable from USA's antics.
That was a pretty big shutout, and there are more than just one issue on the side of America's United as far as USA is concerned. It's the Wolverine. It's whether they have the answer against the Devil Dinosaur, the pressure into their backline from the Venom. Yeah, pretty insane stuff. Omega and Hamcito both, 5 final blows dished out, each only 1 death for Omega after switching towards the Wolverine. You need an answer to this, and the thing clearly was either too late or not enough.
Yeah, I mean, Hamcito's been able to find so much too on just like the eliminations on this Star-Lord, like 13 and 2. 5 final hits. You compare that to J3, who is 4 and 2, struggling a lot more, but they're doing more damage. I think it's just this backline is just so much harder to take out. 1 elimination against the Jeff and the Rocket. That Zootopia backline is just so hard to actually get picks on because of how slippery they are. And then every time you do dive on them, you have the peel that comes in from a Wolverine. Yeah, good luck. At least from this point and this the third and final point for USA, if we get there, should be a lot easier than what we just saw then.
Here's Hamcito already posting up, waiting for USA just to be one of those backlines a little bit too far behind. Why is Devil Dino flanking? Oh, with the ultimate as well. This is devastating. Blaster Flourish over the top of the action here. Mask back in the fight, but there it is. Aldo, beautifully done. Just carves them up. No one expects the backdoor from the Devil Dino.
No, he can't sneak up on you, really, can he? It's just a damage boost as well as put on top. It means that America's United win out this fight pretty handedly. And USA, it's not only just worrying about this first like map going against you 0-2, but also if you're not getting those eliminations, if it comes to a 3rd place finish with, say, Canada or Brazil, like, you really need to farm them up, especially because Brazil, despite losing, made it a little bit closer against the USA when it came to eliminations. They can't get sort of pushed out here completely, otherwise that could be more costly for them.
Yeah, J3 constantly looking for where the Venom's going to be. This time they've got an answer here to Mask. Can they deal with it? Oh, geez, on top, though, an intergalactic legend. Hard to answer that when you're busy turning all of your attention onto a Venom. That's exactly what Mask wanted, tying up 3 people to let Hamoncito just go wild.
It's just so well put together too, like they're cycling these ultimates well. It's not like they're relying on just like the Star-Lord always combining with the Ion Amplifier from Rocket. It's just if they find a good moment, they can win out the fight pretty cleanly, and it just forces USA out, who are just in like complete free fall at the moment, trying to find the right picks and changes, but they haven't really had a good look at a fight ever since that first point.
They don't quite know where to be looking. Hamoncito eventually brought down. It was probably trying to force the issue when it didn't need to be, as Americas United still comfortably in control of the game. All right, Galactic Legend now, this time for the USA. Silky making the switch over towards the Star-Lord here, demanding it from J3, I'm going to imagine. That's my headcanon anyway. Alani taken out. And that'll be USA finally get a little bit of presence here. Finally a chance to set up. And now, Kraken Impact available for them. Ensong Inferno, it's a very heavy duelist-based team yet again for America.
Yeah, it's going to that. And I think Flats is doing a good job. Some of this sort of solo Vanguard that we've seen, it's very much been a thankless task, I think, with just some of the barriers that he needs to put on like these duelists to find the success. But I like USA trying to play to that strengths a little bit, actually able to get control of the objective, but just need to worry about Americas United's just sticking his dinosaur on the point and just being very hard to move.
A lot of deployables to deal with for Hamoncito, but he gets himself out alive. Where's Mask headed with this one? Trying to find enough people to connect onto. Lulu goes very, very low here. It's Jeff. That didn't go well for Krista Molly. She's picked off before she could have caught anyone. I don't know if she even got anyone into the gullet either way. Is that Kraken Impact now from Kings? Maintain a voltage? Nowhere in particular. I think the message has been delivered. Americas United in full-scale retreat.
Yeah, he's played this well. It just means that Jay Freeze moved over towards the Jean Grey as well to suit him nicely, certainly with all of the deployables like you mentioned. Lots to clear up, but we actually see Hamoncito moving over towards the Cyclops now instead. Sorry, actually, Omega's going to be the one to switch it over towards, so away from that Wolverine to go for somebody with a team up there, but just feeling like he can't quite close the distance enough and wants to try to play the neutral a bit more with a poke.
Just less of those Vanguards to try and get through as well. Guy's going to be very good if he can get a vantage point here. No one looking at him. A lot of those shots refracting around. Clear that CYA, and then it is back to business. So far, this has been good for Americas United, but they are at threat of trailing. In fact, they are behind it in this game now. Meteor M once more gets the Jeff. Krista Molly just getting punished a little bit by some of these key ultimates in the last couple of fights back-to-back. Lulu fighting for her life and fighting to try and keep Emeru in it. She's done a bang-up job here. It's really just Mask left, and eventually they'll crumble too.
You go for the pole play, surely, as Gio's the one to switch over towards it. Going to do it off of the point in the high, so they're not going to be interrupted on the way. Invisible boundaries in hands for Lulu, but actually the first pick goes to the way as Alan. He's going to be taken out completely. The Hamoncito hoping to get a little bit more with this Galactic Legend, but it's a great ultimate from Lulu to try to keep the team alive, and the USA is holding on for dear life on the second point. Actually,
Nicely
to the point
done.
Americas United weren't able to touch.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, again, having the Invisible Woman ultimate at a moment like that, absolutely crucial. As the Star-Lord had caused USA problems over that entire game, but this switch over towards Triple Duelist actually seems to have worked out well. Get the Bucky there for Kingsman, and Silky being able to play a flanking duelist seemed excellent. This is something we saw from USA in the previous series and also served them very well. Yeah, Silky, 9 eliminations. Love to see that. Only the 5 deaths to speak of. And J3's been pumping, absolutely pumping damage. Even with Punisher banned out, still find a way to hit the top of scoreboards in that metric.
Yeah, starting to climb back. And I do like that the USA is like, it seemed a little bit like they weren't taking it seriously before, maybe with a triple duelist, but I think it's like, if that's their strength, they should go for it, because Americas United looking a little bit more sort of fallible, I guess would be the best way to describe it. Like, they've had to change up a lot, and moving off of that initial composition that brought them so much success on the first point, it hasn't quite looked the same, but there could be a big change here as we move on to the third. The problem is this point is very similar to the second. You have that high ground sort of perch on top of, it's not enclosed like that first objective of Celestial Husk.
Yeah, no big changes here for Team USA. Hamoncito going over towards the Jean Grey himself. That's really the only big difference. I guess C and D as well for Crystal Molly. Less of those opportunities maybe for the Mass Jeff eliminations. Maybe just feeling like having some sort of evade is, outside of swimming away is going to serve her well. By the way, Daggerstorm also really nice haven to play through. Some extremely high healing throughput. And Alani already been looked at early. Tainted Volage chased her back around the corner. Mega's got a nice little perch here. There's going to be a lot of healing cut through. Here's the Galactic Legend once more. Nice little bulwark to make this a little bit safer for Silky. Those players are inside healing fields. Will go down. Kingsman, though, the Kraken impact. It's Duelist Ultimate after Duelist Ultimate. This one sticks.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, you wouldn't see it as like if both duelists used their ultimates in a 2v2, you'd be a bit like, maybe that was a bit too much. But honestly, if Silky doesn't use that Galactic Legend, America's United a bit in a bad position, and then just the instant Kraken's impact that could just go again and again, just slams through people. But the fact that you run a triple duelist means that you do have J3 that sat with the Ensong Inferno if we do see a bit of a counterattack from America's United. So you are sat pretty with some of these ults. It's just about building up these strategic ones as well as EMEA is very close to having a Yarn Amplifier.
It's a bit uncomfortable for Mask here. There's just so many off angles being taken up. Hard to cover them really adequately at all. Trying to double back there as that Blaster Barrage over the top with the Bulwark combo. Seeing it since the dawn of time in this game is still a bit of a problem. Silky picked off though. Bit of a duel on the back line. It's one out by Omega. And a Cyclops dealing with Jean Grey.
Yeah, USA actually going to try to use the Yarn Amplifier, and America's United going to use the Ruby Rage to see if it can cut through stuff. It immediately gets rid of the Yarn Amplifier and also finds a pick onto Kingsman with the Meteor M. So America's United have actually kind of used a lot of ultimates here, like 4 total to try and turn this point. So US going to be pretty happy with it. Only used the Yarn Amplifier that was forced out, and America's have used 4.
Yeah, I mean, USA definitely like off phase in terms of ultimates in that previous fight. So it does mean that every other engagement, at least at the moment, we'll see one of the teams be advantaged. There is look, there's Eternal Bond here for Crystal Molly. Also, Ensong Inferno has been built up. This is exactly where Cyclops wants to be. Nice little free damage at a distance. See, a lot of those shots are refracting and bouncing around, and yeah, pretty deadly stuff.
It's just how much US can keep on top of this. Lulu's been able to build up that invisible boundary. Wants to try and hold on to it for a Galactic Legend, but they don't need to worry about that anymore, as it's going to be the switch over Yamacito. Ensong Inferno, speaking of which, is about to be used to see if they can find a pick and leap onto the right target, but no eliminations have come through. Lulu, again, a great timed ultimate to keep this fight going for the US, but they want to make sure that they can flip the point. Otherwise, this is still progressing towards Americas.
Crystal Molly, though, good job here staying safe. Got eyes right now for the Jean Grey keeper in the fight. Silky getting pressured here a little bit in the front line. Here comes that push. Omega is down, and yes, it's time for Kraken impact. Nice connection. The debuff is there, but resets. There's a question of whether you get those. Hamancito caught out, and I think, yeah, we might be running roughshod yet again. Mask, though, not so easy to shove down, as was just discovered. But still, Team USA getting themselves now into the lead.
Pulling it back in favor, as this is going to be as close as it can get for America's United. They can't lose any other players, and forcing out the Ensong Inferno is not going to be too bad here. This is a deep for J3 to be going in, but of course, he's going to reset back to where that initial ultimate came in. Unfortunately, though, he can't quite get out of it. America's United find the pick, and now they want to turn the tides.
Yeah, they've got to get the flip, though, and they're going to be quick about it. Approaching the point now with that YA. They need to break through it. They do have Ruby Rage, though, so this clears the field pretty effectively. Starting to feel like it's better against inanimate objects than it is against people who can dodge out. That's not too shabby, though. Nice connection, big damage, but there needs to be more where that came from, and so there is. EMEA the first to fall, and the rest of USA, like a house of cards, come down.
Yeah, it's not quite the like multi-kill with a Ruby Rage that sort of leads with loads in the kill feed. It's more just the damage that it does, the panic that it puts USA under, and then just the picks, right? Just having the Jean Grey, the Cyclops, the match made in heaven, like just finding those like eliminations on low health targets means that USA just can't get comfortable. Building up ultimates very quickly shows Lulu is almost close to having another invisible boundary, but it's still just too much for the backline to deal with.
Silky's going to find a pretty big eye here. America's United mindful of it, though, from that high ground. The Psionic Seduction's coming straight on through. Mask gets a bubble as well, but who's supposed to be taunted here? Magneto on the point, hitting the chokehold, got to be knocked back. There is no escape. That is a perfect catch onto flats. Ensong Inferno, you see Silky trying to kite back from it, but still takes a face full of damage. And that was the last chance for the United States here to actually fight for this point. They're repelled, and so America's United will secure the first map.
Yeah, it was a close one. The US just struggling a huge amount on Celestial Hand, that first objective. It didn't even look close, but it did start to pull back a little bit more in the end. And America's United looking like the real deal. Like it's a well put together team. Like they made the right adjustments. It felt like outside of that first composition, they didn't really have too much to rely on, but they made the right adjustments. Yamacito over on the Phoenix, the Jean Grey. And then also Omega Cyclops, looking like the best Cyclops I think we've seen so far. Like making this new duelist actually one of the main threats to deal with.
Yeah, and you'll notice that the way he's playing is really not taking any too many risks. Puts a lot of heal pressure down in the neutral and generates a lot of good pick opportunities, especially if there's any chance for like target focus between him and the Jean Grey. Hamancito and Omega really deadly combination, combining for only 12 deaths overall, and yeah, just vomiting out that damage. J3 ends up having a really good game. USA, like, they kind of mix it up a bunch. Silky's kind of playing a bit of everything. Comes away with those 11 final hits, and we got to see Kingsman on this Winter Soldier, and it was close. Could have gone either way, really. That last fight was a pretty tight one, but that psionic seduction from that high ground to really disrupt USA as they were trying to set up could have sealed it. There was some really nice Emma Frost play.
Yeah, I think one of the things to highlight for sure is like J3 as well. Like, he wasn't able to get the Punishers. It was banned out, and whilst he did a good chunk of damage over on the Jean Grey, you're just missing that like synergy of ultimates to actually just turn a fight very much into your favor. Just picking up multiple people with a final judgment. That side of it was missing for Team USA. It was few and far between. When you're doing like 24K's worth of damage for J3 and only picking up 5 final hits, it shows that there's no end product there. And I think that was something that America's United looked a lot stronger on. Certainly when you look at like what the Cyclops and the Jean Grey were doing on their side.
Now, you may have noticed that we have left the USA versus Canada match for last. Now, initially, we just wanted for a bit of drama. We thought both of those teams might just be free and clear at that point, and would have made the playoffs, just like we did in EMEA. However, assuming Canada finds some success in this next game, which of course is not guaranteed, as Brazil do look like pretty stoic opponents, it would be, if the USA lose this game, mind you, USA versus Canada for a spot in our playoffs. That qualification game would be kind of insane, because right now it's a slim margin, but it does look like this Team America's United have the better of the USA. But again, you replay that map 10 times, it probably goes 5 each way. Do you know what I mean? Like, very close towards the end. I don't want to write them off yet, but I am trying to whet the appetite a little bit for more than just a bragging rights matchup in our third and final round robin game of the day.
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous for Canada. They're already a series down against Brazil and already seeing 12, 16 eliminations in that first map alone against Brazil. So even like a third place finish does kind of like results are going to be the iffy ones, because we've already seen how much Germany got to do with some longer series. And if Canada manage it, like if it gets to a point where Canada versus US is like a third place fight off, depending on results, it might not be enough. So they have to sort of like really pull some magic out of somewhere, which, like we sort of said, we expected that to be a little bit closer in the end. And actually, we're watching it from the perspective of Aramori whilst we sort of wait for this, which I'm pretty happy about.
Yeah, and so far, looks like it's been a little bit tough. Brazil here able to take this first round on this map. Warren said that he wanted to win the World Cup on Squirrel Girl. I don't know if he's going to be permitted to reach into that part of his hero pool for the time being. Joel is just going to be playing the deeps. No matter what, that's where he's going to be. And Aramori is super... I mean, she's unbelievably flexible. She's got a really wide hero pool across... I thought Duelist and Strategist was going to be the most likely looks. Not sure I expected to see her on Vanguard here, but again, it's going to be the Deadpool.
Yeah, she knows how to lead, like certainly with like this. And also, by the way, like for the USA game, they're just restarting the client. They're just making sure the stuff's set up. So we're going to go back to that game. It's not like we're going to be like, hold on, guys, we're watching Canada play. I'm wearing my Putin shirt. I want to make sure that I get good use out of it. But it has been a bit of a rough going for like Canada, and straight back into the action. Of course, you could check out Aramori, XQCs, all of the players that are on that Canada team. You can check out their various streams. I think they're all like co-streaming together, like on Twitch. So you look at the directory for Marvel Rivals. You'll find them if you want to tune into that. Speaking of which, breaking news: Magic's banned again against Team USA.
Yep, and more exciting news at 7, folks. There is no way that we're going to see that from Kingsman. Yeah, Cyclops banned here from USA. I do think that they got savaged a little bit by Omega in that previous map, and it doesn't look like they themselves are that excited about playing it.
I mean, I think it's also like the Rocket Protectors being a consistent thing for USA. I really like America's United banning out the Punisher second, so this was a Protect last onto Invisible Woman, which is going to be a Gambit this time, which I do kind of like, because I don't know how much experience Amira and Lulu have had being able to play Gambit, so they can get the most use out of it.
There's no Gambit on the USA, as far as I understand, so they have been banning him out, right, to not have to deal with him. I think you can also, if you want to go after USA, you could also try and like target Rocket, try and get that out of the mix. Obviously, we've seen USA just having to protect it pretty doggedly, try and make sure they can still get it. But that's obviously one way you can target them. It's a whole protect that has to be used up for that.
And it's G Gray. So it seems that like I like this focus a bit more from Team USA, just because said it a couple of times. Like, just try to take out the duelist options. Like, make sure that if they've got 2 good hit scan players, like we saw with Team Spain, just eliminate the majority of options, because it seems that both backlines are sort of like very comfortable with the strategists that they want to be playing. Here, you could also make an argument of like playing some Loki if there's anybody that's comfortable to go for 2 Yan amplifiers, Invisible Woman here too, which makes me feel like this Protect from America's United is major, because USA don't have a Gambit player. They're just going to go for the Rocket Invis instead, because that's what they've been putting priority towards. Means that Americans can not only get the Gambit, they can get the Rogue as well, which is a hell of a team-up combination.
That is pretty terrifying. Something that USA, as far as we understand, don't have access to. And I mean, every single series, the USA are being forced to protect their strategists, right? Just to make sure that they can get the Rocket and they can get the Invisible Woman. This really exposes you, I think, in other areas. USA, they're the ones that actually, okay, ban the Star-Lord into this. So, what's that, Winter Soldier for J3, maybe?
I mean, Bucky's banned out. He was banned out last from Americas.
Right.
Jean Grey, I don't know what the duelists are going to do. I mean, at the very least, your team is Kingsman. He could play whatever. You could put him on one of the training bots in like the practice rooms for Marvel Rivals, and he'll come out an MVP on it. So seeing a Daredevil is going to be nice, but I do really like going into Vadim T'Challa. The duelist line is completely different. The majority of options that we've seen have just completely taken out. By the way, the Putin shirt, I want to show it off. I also want to highlight, like, both for the Evolved people, I was shown Poutine, and it was bought for me by Canada's greatest, Deffy, who I saw in Montreal. So got to go see him. And honestly, I'm surprised that this isn't a British food, because it's just like chicken and gravy and like cheese curds.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, how did we not come up with it?
I've seen this in Australia. Like, surely we just call it chips and gravy, though. But I don't want to take anything away from our friendly Canadians over the border. Also, 28 cents, bro. What year?
I don't know. I could tell you the shirt wasn't 28 cents, but I like it. At least I like leave with something, which might not be the same case for Team Canada in this tournament. But in any case, USA versus America's United fighting this one on. And I guess, the Wolverine might have been omitted again.
Yes.
Black Panther? Oh, just for a second.
Okay, so USA do have a Gambit player, as it turns out. Silky going to show us that. Look, obviously, this explosive entanglement team up is insane. Rogue can heal people around her, but importantly, when she activates it, like, she causes explosions. So she becomes that much more threatening in a front line. See what Flats can do with it, though. As Mask already wants to go. And we're going to see a lot of up and down action here. Both these rogues will be knocking up and jumping straight on in. Big damage, though, coming Mask's way. In fact, in general, America's United, they're able to disengage after goal, all going down to about 10% to me is insane. Lulu's able to get in, though, and Hamancito is down. We did overlook the fact that there's a Psylocke in the game here for America's United, because we're so starstruck by the Wolverine again.
Yeah, and it's J3 as well. It's on it too, so a little bit of a different look. And 2-2 is going to be the name of the game. Flat's also on the Rogue too, so he's going to be feeling the dopamine if he can get those resources in from the rest of his team, which is hopefully going to be enough.
How's Mask alive? That is egregious. There's no reason the Rogue should have been able to get in, get out, get in, get out, still be standing after that. Well, okay, Omega not nearly as lucky though, but Silky's also out of the game, so that's the Gambit being dealt with now. USA obviously still have plenty of healing to work with. That's kind of less of the issue. Just need that output. It's going to be J3 on the side, like kind of left to try and make ends meet here. And the chase is on. Nice little slip away there, though, by Emeru, but this is some extreme scrutiny being put under with that Heartbreaker in play. Slurping down a lot of that ultimate charge. Now the attention turns elsewhere. It is a no-holds-barred brawl here on the point, but J3 coming late to the party with a dance of the butterfly could be the difference maker.
Could be, and it's just enough of a fight. Like, Jane Free, Dance of the Butterfly is able to get one pick, but it's just confirming it. And I think USA just want to make sure that these first fights, especially if they're that long that people are building up ultimates, can at the very least go their way. America's United are sat on some pretty good ultimates themselves, however, so not afraid to make their own triple strategist work. It's just a solo duelist Wolverine going up against a solo duelist Psylocke. So Jay Free has his work cut out for him.
Okay. Very kind of reasonable response here, I guess. Oh, interesting. Trinex Seduction comes in. Interesting timing for that one, I think. It's Silky being brought down. Aldo's more than happy here just to give a bit of space now as the CYA comes in and get ready to dive, get more aggressive once that is dealt with. It is now gone. Eternal Bond going to be deployed, and now even Soul Resurgence from Hamancito, which, by the way, was built up absurdly quickly in that fight. America's United looks like they've finally come up with a winning solution here.
I mean, I think that's one of the things that's actually started to shine so much in America in comparison to EMEA is that Ultimate Generation is a lot faster. These teams know exactly how they want to try and play these engagements. J3 goes down as the sort of final hurdle, and USA building up to like half percentage is pretty good for them. Americas United, though, having a Devil Dinosaur sat on the point and a Wolverine to sort of hold these chokes at a pretty like high block, yeah, USA have to go around. They can't go through.
Yeah. Good answer against the Rogue is that Wolverine is going to be able to shift around. She doesn't really have that displacement mitigation that Devil Dinosaur does. And a pretty untimely moment for the map to change in its geometry. But Kingsman gets in there. Yeah, the Daredevil in on the dive. Holy, this guy's smoking them.
He knows how to play these characters, and this is like a nerfed Daredevil, which pray tell, I'm worried what it would look like when we're looking at like the real deal from a couple of patches ago. But it's the pecs that USA need, and it's not based off of these ultimates. The only thing that looked iffy from that first map is like USA maybe a bit relying on these like ultimate synergies to try to get stuff together. Now it's looking a little bit more free-flowing, and even with the likes of Gambit in play, you're not restricted to playing around ults. You can be a little bit more loose with it, and Omega's actually going to switch over to play the Daredevil on the other side too, so we get a bit of a head-to-head on the melee characters.
I mean, I fear for both backlines. There's going to be an extreme amount of pressure there. Daredevil, kind of the option when it comes to these dive setups. And yep, you're able to see J3 coming. He basically just blew up. It turned into red mist instantly. Aldo on the point, though, trying to feast here on the road. It's just tough to hang with this if you're Flats. In fairness, I wouldn't want to go up against DD in that situation either. Flats can be brought back in the fight, though. It's still, Kingsman finds yet another one, though. Hamancito is down, and this guy's going to be very, very hard to catch. Mechanically looking excellent here. Flats with the Heartbreaker. Kingsman also let the Devil out for a time. Devil Dinosaur looking a little bit lonely over there, and oh dear, we do not want to be run into as Chris Molly up on that high ground. That's the C&D out of the game now. Americas United get themselves a decent amount of percentage back. You got to worry, though, I think starting to slip for them. Kingsman certainly seems to think so.
I really do like these ultimates that are coming in from J3. Like, we're sort of used to seeing these big, like, dance the butterflies, but it's just as these fights get a bit brawly, people from Americas get low, that's when he comes in. It's almost like stealing the glory a little bit, but it's just making sure that the point can flip over. Now Americas United struggling to go and touch, and they've only got 3% to do it.
Very, very short on time. Mask, though, is in the thick of things, and honestly, very quickly sent packing. Oh, not bad there from J3, though. Yeah, Omega could not get a darn thing done. Dangerous, that Psylocke, especially when heads are turned in a different direction. USA, mix it up a bit. We thought they'd be the ones potentially on the wrong end of this Rogue and Gambit team up, but they found a way to make it work. They get Silky switching up, and they throw the Daredevil in as well.
Comically, let the Devil... That was it. Done. Gonzo. But also, it's really tragic for Americas United because they used to let the Devil out, which doesn't get much because he's purely eliminated. And then the Royal Flush as well, just right at the end from Alani. Like, I think they had it and they were going to touch the point, but they got off of it and it flipped over to USA. So good adjustments. Like, the draft has looked a lot better for USA, and it feels like they're sort of allowed to play a little bit more. Sure, it puts more pressure onto Flats, but the fact that he's got that team up with Gambit means that, like, Rogue doesn't need to worry about it too much. And you have 3 strategists actually pumping in healing to you. It goes to show that Flats has basically been this, like, supportive player, the caddy with the Magneto, like, bubbles to protect his team, to being the main character in this one. And it's good because he's the solo vanguard with double duelist, triple strategist. It's working plenty for USA.
Yeah,
unorthodox, but it's working.
Yeah, this team up also just means he gets that residual healing when he's actually hitting in the front line. So, you know, virtually that damage being returned to him, giving like a pseudo lifesteal to Rogue and obviously people around him. All right, we keep moving here, folks. Good first round for Team USA. No notable ultimates carried through by them except like a CYA, I guess. And there's a, Eternal Bomb, which is, speculative in terms of its impact. You definitely need to position it correctly. Devil Dino pressure in the front line was real, but Alini is actually picked off. That's the White Fox already getting taken down. But stunned up for a time here, but nice playing inside the Dagger Storm. Unfortunately, Emeru not able to get enough healing off of that. Haven't seen it able to find one.
Yeah, he's so good, actually. He's not even built up the Dance of the Butterflies yet. The Brawly side is going to suit a lot more. You've got the White Fox, too. It just feels like Americas United making great adjustments in this composition. Almost looks like best in slot, really, for them to go in and brawl on this objective. There's no chance for USA to try to pull out the heroics that they did on the first point in taking it first.
And so they stick to this comp, I guess, is the question. Let the Devil out is ready for Kingsman. In fact, they've got some really important ultimates in terms of trying to win the fight. Kingsman can be empowered, of course, by that Rage and Royal Flush. Going to make him truly a raid boss in this scenario.
Here they come now.
Kingsman, of course, has an idea, can scout a little bit early in terms of what's to come. Lulu trying to come forward. And Kingsman is pounding. Does get caught out here briefly, but that health bar's not about to move anywhere anytime soon. This is about as good as a 1-2 punch gets for Daredevil players.
I mean, it's the same as what we saw a little bit from Spain earlier. Just, okay, America's United holding on. They have like cycling in their favor, but US just sort of pull a fight out of their ass, really. Like, they're just able to go in and be scrappy, and America's just aren't really expecting to be taking these engagements and get ran over as a result. This is just where they've about to have Royal Flush and also Dance of the Butterflies and also Heartbreaker. USA just pips them to the post. Like, America's want to be trying to, like, make these fights a little bit slower, build up these ults, but they've not been given a chance. US have just thrown themselves into this.
Yeah, that Dance of the Butterfly doesn't really find any, like, lethal impact here, but everyone's looking at the Devil Dino that is in the mixture. Flat doubling back here. I've seen an opportunity to go after the Gambit, but very quickly, Omega trying to get some distance back. Maybe America's hurting here, not having Omega on Duelist on this occasion. USA have now gotten into the lead, 36 plays 35. America's United trying to catch them, or just hope that they linger, overstay a little bit on this push towards their spawn.
I mean, Americans have done a really good job of just not using any ultimates with that, like, aggression that USA showed. It stalled, sure, but now Royal Flush and the Rampage is going to come in with a Devil Dinosaur. It's a lot of an ask for Lulu Lovely to keep people alive with Eternal Bond, and it's just too much. Everybody goes down.
Like, you just can't match that amount of damage with, Eternal Bond, which is, middling healing throughput. Obviously, with the bonus of covering that wide area and, giving you a bit of damage. Still, after the fact, good isolations here, guys. Somehow the Rogue, man, still getting out alive. Mask stunned up for a time, though, but again, the healing is very, very good for them. The problem is Americans did not flip the fight in their favor, so they have a bit of a stagger out. That's just extra percentage for the USA.
There's 4 ultimates in order to try and flip the point. So, yeah, US have done a good job in holding on. And like we saw earlier on this point itself, US can turn these fights without having to dedicate too much. It's just whether they can get a fight in a neutral. And Americans just need to tighten things up. You don't have those ultimates on the horizon. You can't let this slide. You can't just keep losing people, especially when you have to worry about Kingsman and J3 going for these dives.
It's definitely an underwhelming combo of strategist ultimates, especially for survivability's sake here. In the USA, look, Kingsman has been unchained here. Frankly, no one's really been able to mitigate their impact on this game. And just ignoring the DD in the front line when possible, of course. So Aldo now is going to make that a little bit harder. Starting to push his way through. Chris Molly does get that Eternal Bond here. And honestly, funneling USA into this pretty effectively. But the Devil Out does pass without any elimination off of it. And Flutter's Heartbreaker, fortunately for him, he's the one being inflicted by such a condition. America's able to push through.
Yeah, that's a lot more costly, though. Like America's United trading out ultimate show, but keeping hold of the objective. And US not having too much. Dance the Butterflies, Royal Flush maybe, but they have to go and touch. And I like that America's United know that a pole play is coming up. I don't think there's going to be much chance to interrupt it from Yamancito, but it's getting very close on the time. Flats needs to send it.
Portal should just get them there. We've got a bit to work with now. Rage Royal Flush needs to be there. Off rip! No! Silky down with that ultimate in the back pocket as well. Most of that Dance of the Butterfly used to try and bring the buddy barrier down, and yeah, some pressure here on the Devil Dino, but it's not remotely enough, not even in the postcode of enough. And so America's United giving us a real ping pong of a match here against the USA. Looks like they're going to be taking their round here momentarily.
Oh man, you've even got the Gambit coming back into the fight and just getting eliminated again instantly. So yeah, it goes to a third point. The good news for Team USA is that you do have that Royal Flush still in hand. Silky didn't have a chance to use it. Maybe you change your composition to have something that could just play off of it. You don't need an ultimate. Just send somebody that is good at holding W off the Royal Flush and just sending it straight away. The problem, however, I think is this final point of the spaceport is the most open. Closing that distance is going to be incredibly hard. And yeah, USA are at least leading on the lines with taking that first point here on Benim T'Challa. Lacking, I suppose, on the second.
Flat's having a great game still on this Rogue. USA apparently happy enough that she got protected along with the Gambit. America's United leaning into what has been a pretty prolific strategy. 2 extremely strong heroes with a very powerful team up, making it very easy to mitigate their damage and heal through. You can even see, of course, just how much healing those rogues are able to do. A pretty considerable amount considering it's like, what, 4x of their life, 5x of their life over the course of the round.
Yeah.
So it's not nothing.
Not nothing. Also, like, we haven't really had a chance to highlight, like, Maske has just been so good over on this Rogue too, and Omega switching from what was the Wolverine and like the melee duelist over to playing the Gambit. It's been a flexible look from America's United, and they're really making it show.
Maske just trying to draw a bead on the ideal target to go after here. Ah, I see, yeah. Pretty big blinds coming up, but Dance of the Butterfly used actually more defensively. Doesn't quite have the impact that they needed to. Some pressure on the backline, sure, but outside of that, yeah, nothing to write home about. Not a great start here for Americas United. They even go for the Devil Dinosaur Ultimate. There might be something here, actually. This is very, very bad if you run into this Devil Beast Rampage. That is now expired, though. And although getting a little on the low side, still with, you know, 2 strategists alive to keep them up, it's still USA who took that space by pushing in and get the first take.
Yeah, you've used 2 of your strategist ultimates, and this is a very fast Royal Flush coming in from Omega. I mean, it makes sense because they know that there's very little for America's USA even to use here.
Yeah, and Aldo is right where he wants to be, where he needs to be as well. A feast on this Emma Frost is going to make it hard for her to withstand the raw damage output. Flats is also trying to assist for that regard, but is going to be tossed aside. Heartbreaker now in play. Americas United, they're not too worried about some of their ultimates, though. They weren't close to them, so that aspect of it, not so much of an issue. They're going to be able to win the fight and generate those ultimates anyway.
It's just a good look. USA sort of knew that game plan. A little bit late to actually contest the point in the end after they won that first fight against Americas. Americas are like, well, we have Royal Flush now. There's no copies or anything like that. We can just go for it. Now with Yan Amplified, they can cycle these ultimates a little bit more, which is something you can't say for USA.
Time for Kingsman, though, to make his grand entrance, I'm sure. Running into the backline, but actually has the doubles back. Doesn't like what he sees. Probably the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Actually, that is a problem. Also caused to bleed for a brief time. Americas United not only able to stave the USA off, looks like they're going to win a fight with some staggered kills off the back. That is massive, and it's more than enough to put them now in the lead.
Now, seeing if America's has sort of pulled the line here as it's going to push on. They've got the lead. And US are going to struggle to sort of build up these ultimates a little bit more. Kingsman switching over again away from the Daredevil to the Namor. Jayfrey has the ultimate, and the side of seduction is in hand for Miru. Off that pick, now's a good time to go and certainly pull out that Emerald.
That's, yeah, more of Emiru's pull here. Definitely played a fair share of Vanguards in her time. She does fall, though. Unclear sort of what causes that. The Sonic Seduction was in the back pocket. She never had a chance to bring it on out, and this is now fallen apart entirely for the USA. They're in a full-scale rout, Ryan. Flats here. We had to catch on to Hamoncito, but they've got the mobility to get back to safety.
I mean, Yamacito's aim is crazy over on this Psylocke, has the ultimate, so he doesn't really need to be taking these fights anymore. He's not going to force out any of these big ultimates from USA, and even then they only just have the Sonic Seduction. He could just sort of sit back a little bit more. Heartbreaker at the right time for Masquerade could be major, though, as it's building up nicely for Americas.
Last chance for Americas in this series. Otherwise, they'll be fighting for their lives against Canada in that final game. Here's the Psionic Seduction. And we're not quite sure where it's best apportioned here. Mask goes very low, but we'll have that Heartbreaker. We make them more of a sticky thread, and that's perfect. Dance to the Butterfly earns Hamoncito 2 quick kills, and already the defensive cooldowns popped here out of Kingsman. The Namor ends up right on the point. It's desperation for the United States, and that is just not going to cut it at this level. Americas United, we heard whispers of them being dominant. Now we've seen it for ourselves. They will take the series 2-0.
Very well put together with some of the focus. It feels that like USA had a really good idea for the draft, just taking out some of the more like hit scan options, but the flexibility really showing with Americas United, not only for the duelists, but just the whole team. Seeing Omega switch over towards the Gambit, seeing Masque's Rogue really start to work too, shows that some of these characters certainly getting into playoffs, which is where we're definitely going to see Americas United. You have to respect these, and you should know that they're coming, and Gambit is going to have to be a high priority in the draft phase for whoever plays Americas United going into Sunday.
Yeah, good chance that... I mean, if you're Canada, like I can see why this team gave you some serious trouble. We kind of saw a little bit of everything from them. The Wolverine play looked really quite nice. It was Hamoncito kind of dominating on, Star-Lord even at times. We saw, Omega being able to play not only the Gambit, right, but previously, more of those duelist roles. 23 final hits for Hamoncito in the end, only 7 deaths over the course of that map, mostly Psylocke play from them. Impeccable performance. Mask also looks like a very problematic rogue if you're going up against these guys.
I mean, for sure. It's such a scary lineup to have. You got the team up being a high priority for Americas United this time, and considering that there was no duelists in the Protect at all for Americas United, it was flexible enough. This team seems really well put together, and I think going into this tournament there was a lot of these kind of creator tournaments tend to be very one-sided, unbalanced. You got to say, for the most part, we have had some pretty close games across all of the regions, so it makes me very excited to see what it's going to be like going into playoffs, where ping's going to have a factor, but we've seen some really close games so far across this region.
I just heard some insane news. Canada just got blasted by Brazil 2-0. At 0 wins so far, their prospects of sort of getting into that, or getting out of this group rather, aren't looking that great. And further, they've been 2-0. So, you want more game time to maybe get more of those final hits in order to sneak in via wildcard. But things have not gone well for this team, who frankly, their chatter before this tournament, they looked like really well organized. There was great conversation. They've also got some insane individuals on this team. So that's a tough pill to swallow. And now they go up against the USA in this next game, knowing that they could play spoiler. A win against the USA would be crucial. That would drop the USA to 1-2. Canada would be 1-2 with a head-to-head advantage over them. That would be ridiculous. Canada is XQC Shaw for Aramori, Warren, Dokibird, and FanFan. On paper, a sick team.
It's very much I'm looking at the actual end game stats, and it was 8 eliminations total for XQC and the rest of Team Canada against Brazil across that final map that we just saw from them. So yeah, it's rough. I imagine in tournaments like this, I've been in this situation myself where you just mentally boomed. You just want it to end. It's miserable. People are starting to get tilted, but of course, you're playing for prize pool, national pride and stuff. But it's hard when you're just your chances of qualifying are pretty low. And even if they do manage to sort of get a third place finish, I could just feel I can say for a fact they don't have the eliminations enough to be a wild card. So they're sort of playing for a little bit of national pride up against their loud, noisy neighbors of the USA.
Brutal stuff. We're going to be back after the break with Team USA versus Team Canada. We're going to try and get some stakes for you here as well. Try and figure out if there's a path to victory for Canada, for example, and what happens maybe if they do win against the USA. So we're going to be back with all that and more for our last round robin game here of our Marvel Rivals Creator World Cup.
Fight on, immortal weapons. The tournament is afoot.
Victory is in my sight. Right on target! Get off my lawn! Full blast! Extreme force! Propulsion beam! No more holding back! Arctic Fury! To me, my X-Men.
Only one warrior will emerge victorious. Who shall it be?
My fist is fired up!
You're on my radar.
Hello everyone, Guang Guang here. I'm thrilled to be back with you all again. Welcome to Season 8.5 of Marvel Rivals. Following the defeat of Alchemax Corporate Raiders, Jean Grey led the X-Men on a daring raid against Alchemax to rescue Cyclops. However, upon finding him, they discovered that prolonged exposure to chromium has left his eyes permanently open, unable to shut off his optic blasts. Scott desperately needed a vessel capable of absorbing infinite energy to stabilize his eyes. Meanwhile, Jean's Phoenix Force, previously crippled by now, was starved and severely weakened. In a heartfelt embrace, the two provided exactly what the other needed, finally giving the X-Men the reunion they deserved. In Season 8.5, Cyclops reunites with his mutant brethren in Marvel Rivals. Operating as a duelist, the fearless leader of the X-Men enters the fray to unleash devastating optic blasts. In combat, Cyclops can fire powerful beams to strike enemies head-on, or precisely calculate ricochets of the.
All right, folks, we are locked in for our final round-robin game here of the Marvel Rivals Creator World Cup. There's interesting tiebreaker potential on the other side of this. Canada would need to beat the United States in order to bring that about. But if they did, they would win the head-to-head against the United States. But the United States would win the head-to-head against Brazil, assuming that Brazil end up being 1 and 2 if they don't take down America's United. Then we need to go to map differential. If we need to, we're going to kills. We will literally look at how many kills they got to decide what our top teams are that we're sending through. But there's a bit of drama. Do you know what I mean? There's a bit of spice in this last game. Even though, Canada have struggled up until this point, a win against the USA for them makes this all a lot more interesting.
Sorry, there's just a massive daddy long legs. Like, I live out in the countryside in the UK and it's like 1 a.m. And so I've got all of these studio lights. And apparently, like, the whole forest near me has decided to come and check out the stream, which is good, but I just don't want to deal with it. Why does this always happen when I'm like broadcasting late as well? This is the second time it's happened and it's terrifying. Anyway, yeah. So for Canada, it's a big ask, I think, for them so far to actually try and like do some work here. But like I mentioned, like losing pretty handedly in both their games so far, they have to try to like bounce back mentally, which is hard to do in tournaments like this. Yeah,
I mean, USA probably pretty tilted after the way that their game went, I think, against America's United. Close, generally really close for a 2-0. I know that's, maybe a little bit of a cliche at this point. Canada, I kind of know how they wanted to play against the USA. They're expecting a Gambit ban, which certainly comes through, and they said that they wanted to ban Magic, Rocket, and Cap. Those are the three. We'll see if the Cap ban still turns out, because it doesn't look like USA are really all that interested in going that way. But this Canada team on paper looks really good. Shaw 4 is Tasumi, by the way. That's his alter ego. It has been for like 10 years now. Fans of Shaw 4 will know, but just in case you're wondering. And I don't think I need to explain who PVC is.
Ooh, I wonder.
I'm not sure where that really originates from, but either way, I don't think we'll get any Squirrel Girl from Warren this time. I think it's going to be try hard pants on for all of this Canada roster.
I mean, yeah, you want to try and lock in here. I know that one's been very dedicated to the Squirrel Girl, and it hasn't amounted to all too much in the end. So Groot's going to be banned out. I don't know if you're like going to change it here. You don't want to be like the breaker of the peace in situations like this, but also like with one, I guess you know what you're getting, I suppose, because he is like a Squirrel Girl extraordinaire.
Magneto going to be protected for this front line. XQC obviously pretty adept at a lot of the shield-based tanks. Probably Groot was something that was aimed in that direction. I do think that Aramori and Shawfall might be trading off tank duties here. Aramori can play anything, as we've seen, can sort of flex across a lot of different stuff. Emma Frost, Deadpool, and Devil Dino are her preferred Vanguard picks, though, if she ends up on those roles.
But also, like, locking in the Mantis makes me feel like there's a lean towards triple strategist. Like, if Luna could come through, we've seen Luna do a lot of damage, just as much as some duelists in some cases. So, like, triple strategist with a Mantis Luna would not be too bad. Like, puts Aramori on the role that she's most, like, experienced in, but also allows you to do a lot of damage and focus in the right areas. But that, like, remains to be seen. It does feel like Canada are going to lean towards a triple strategist, though. Just making sure that they take out the Star-Lord at the end, just to make sure that like US can't rely on that too much in the hands of Jay Free, that also has got the Punisher and Bucky, to be honest. So they should be comfortable.
Yeah, relatively wide pool. I kind of like this last ban. Canada, we're thinking, Cap coming into the day, but No, the J3 is pretty dangerous on that Star-Lord. Kind of makes sense to take that out of rotation. We'll start to see here. Come on, Warren. There's no way, bro. You're playing Squirrel Girl. I guess maybe because they feel like the stakes aren't particularly high. They might go there. But I think the competition was probably a little bit fiercer than he expected when he made that comment in the Team Canada Discord. So it's Team Canada looking for their first win, their only win of this round robin stage. And getting it would cause some very interesting scenarios. But as Brian pointed out, in their game against Brazil, they really struggled to actually get those final hits. They really struggled to, rack up eliminations. So when we go down to like counting back the damage between our teams for tiebreaker purposes, it might not favor them.
Yeah, it's not going to be too hard work for production, is what I'd say. I want Canada to do well. I just spent the last week in Canada, so I'm like rooting for them. Like Quebec was beautiful. But I was just hoping for a little bit more for Canada in like this case, because it's been a team that we sort of expected to do a lot of work, right? Just with the players, the tenure in hero shooters over the last decade really started to come to fruition. But the USA might have them sort of like pegged here, I think. They have to be very careful with how they want to approach this. But the Squirrel Girl on a map like Hell's Heaven might be able to just get the splash damage needed to find a couple of cheeky picks.
Pretty potent, I think, playing into these chokes with the Squirrel Girl. So heads up, look from Warren. It's their first chance to get on stream, and I guess they want to make their mark pretty early on. J3, of course, going to be on the Bucky. Tainted Voltage that does clip some of those Canada players trying to make their way on that left-hand side. We're going to see let's see a Thor here. So, Shore 4 will look to close the gap when and if possible, but XQC going down first, just brought down in the front line as Silky more than ready to tangle.
I think Silky's been like a great leader for this team too, just because of how flexible he's been. He seems to be like whatever the team needs, he's open to sort of playing it, and he's absolutely farming through the picks. He hasn't quite built up the ultimate charge. That's mostly Kingsman and J3 that's doing it, but it's more also the case that you've actually built up Lulu in a lovely sense to have the invisible boundary almost halfway done.
Yeah, that is pretty impressive. And honestly, you can see the USA aren't really going to offer any mercy to Canada here. Shoving in towards them, and obviously Thor's not someone who's great at getting through those chokes just by walking up at you. He really wants to make use of that mobility, close the gap, try and get forward. The rest of Canada, though, a little further behind, just maybe lagging back behind a little bit, trying to get a touch on this point now, but USA are comfortable, and Kraken Impact is ready. Warren's going to look for a flank here to try and get some of this splash damage doled out.
And the dangerous as Kraken's Impact is going to start to come through from J3. Hasn't got any connections. In fact, all of Canada was just like, nope, bye. Even going to close the door on them, but they've already lost one in the process. So, yeah, that couldn't have been more uncomfortable for Canada. Like, that ultimate has just scared them away. The map changing its terrain too means that it's a bit more uncomfortable as they lose a player out in the end. And also losing Showford just here means that Canada's stalled out for even longer.
Just these force physics have been very heads up for Lulu over all the games we've seen from them. At that point, like, you're so committed as Thor, and you don't always have like a reliable escape anyway after you get in. Given cooldowns, that force physics got to pull him back and make sure that he has to stay subject to all of that damage. We have Apex Predator on board here for Kingsman. Also very good when thrown into a choke.
The best. And so if Kingsman could get set up, like Canada have given so much respect over here. The disengagement is there. They've got these two ultimates to come in. They've even got a pole play trying to sneak in behind from XQC. Seeing if it can pull their focus and attention there. With the invisible boundary placed, it might cause a little bit of disorientation for US.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know, though, where XQC wants to put himself here. Stopping this Meteor M seems like a very good idea. And unfortunately, he's not able to do that. Doki Bird caught out by Flats, the ideal target. In the middle of Fate of Both Worlds. Getting caught by the burst damage of Meteor M is devastating. And scoreboard. Let's go. Show me the scoreboard right now, because I have a sneaking suspicion, Ryan, that Canada were unable to secure a final hit in that round.
One? I think they managed to get one, surely.
Bring it up.
I'm a bit nervous.
Hit the tab key.
Oh, what's he called? Bring it up, Jamie.
All right, there it is. And that's a 6x goose egg. Bro, that is like half a dozen eggs there right for you. I mean, in this economy, hard to come by.
Oh, man. Not like this, Canada. Oh, Canada.
It is rough out there, bro. You first thing you put on a Patine shirt and you have eternally cursed this team. Difficult opener here. And maybe a change. We might see Aramori go and start to flex her duelist muscles a little more in this next round. Might be more of a triple duelist setup. No, Jeff it'll be instead.
it's very much like a poutine, but the O is a 0 is kind of how it feels from Canada right now. That's
I mean, it's poutine. The emphasis on poo,
mortifying.
if I'm honest with you.
Oh no, not like this.
It's rough. Hey, plenty more game to play is what I'll say. Canada also kindly carried 3 ultimates over from that previous round. Still plenty to work with now. Ruby Rage going to be there. Unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami hits the ground. Maybe an elimination in the works here, or a bionic arm that pulls you to your demise. Okay, Canada, sadly, picking up where they left off, pardon me. Looking for an elimination and then a way onto the point. Let's make sure we have these things in correct order. So far, USA, 0 mercy, 0 quarter.
The composition's like front to back, right? And I think that's the way that US have been playing so far today, is just very much front to back, well disciplined, well organized in their approach. And yeah, Canada's having a struggling time, and it's very much like a stop, they're already dead kind of vibe. But US, you can't take anything away from them. They have played terrific today, and like the way that they're sort of set up front to back has been nothing short of superb.
Yeah, and here, of course, like they are by no means guaranteed for, you know, getting out of these groups. So like a strong performance here is really important. I think that Brazil match was hard fought for them here, but they don't want to really give Canada too much, especially because we're using final hits as a potential tiebreaker mechanic. They want to be clean as a whistle, and so far, I mean, they've been hit with that lemon pledge. It has been perfect. Apex Predator, big connection for Kingsman. Always hitting all the buttons.
He's making it look just as like it strings together so well, like he's playing a melee character as well, like he's playing a fighting game. Just the combos are so good. Jay Freeze emoting on them, just taking a seat in front of them, and they still haven't got a pick. Aramori's gone Hawkeye. They've got Elsa. Is it? They just want a pick. They've gone triple duelist.
Yeah, Aramori looking for an opening, hoping to put the team on her back to some degree. Shawfor and Warren not looking too good there at all. J3 is just having the time of his life, and honestly, been very, very good today. Just consistently like highest damage output. He even avoids getting eliminated there just to save face. Crack and Impact obviously looking for a reset. We'll have that for sure, and more where that came from. If J3 is crazy enough to go for it, and with the game having this kind of complexion, I can see why.
Just get one elimination. Don't have it be a 0 elimination game, please. Just anybody. Yeah, it's Meteor M is going to be thrown in from Lats. Yeah. Ouch.
Oh, that is raw. Nah, man. I would not be happy about that. Canada in absolute shambles. Tough day for them, in fairness. We're looking for an outside chance to make things interesting in terms of tiebreakers here by getting the dub against Team USA, but it is our quickest game of the entire day across both regions. J3, Deathless, as spoilers, as are the rest of his team.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Oh, that is not... Oh, we got to censor that, honestly. That's cruel. War crimes being committed. Geneva Convention being invoked. Canada shattered.
Absolutely shattered. Split in two. I mean, I appreciate them from like playing through it, because like, yeah, it's going to be embarrassing for them. Like I said, even like losing the first 2 games, it's hard work. And then going into this game and not being able to pick up a single elimination, yeah, it's got to be tilted. It's got to be frustrating. So like a round of applause for like the Canadian players from still playing on, because it is hard work to do it. And that's all that could pretty much be said. Like, yeah. It's just weird how it's like amalgamated this way, because we know these players could do a lot of work. We just didn't expect it to go like this.
Yeah. We've seen a number of them in creator tournaments before, and they've been able to give a great account of themselves there. But frankly, the level of competition, honestly, across both regions today has been quite high. We expected to see some really one-sided games in EMEA. Some teams just maybe on name brand value looked a lot stronger. Conversely, we're expecting to see some closer games in some parts of Americas, and haven't always gotten those either. So Team USA right now are cleared for landing into that top 8 if they can just convert on the rest of this series. And if that first map is anything to go by, they're in good shape. Where do we begin? What do you even target? What are you thinking about when you come into the ban phase? I think, like, for the most part, like, Canada made some pretty heads-up bans, even going after the Star-Lord of J3, but now we realize not really a guy who you can just ban out that easily. They just want to make sure that Kingsman doesn't get to play Magic.
I mean, honestly, I'm the kind of gamer now that I've like got into my 30s. Like, I don't care about winning. I just play like the most tilting characters to make sure that even if I lose, that I make the other team's life misery, you know? So I kind of feel like that's at least the play. Like, just make sure that like Kingsman can't play his magic, you know? And for me, it's like Mr. Fantastic. I don't know why. I just like it tilts people where he's just got ha ha and just bouncing on people.
Yeah, when just like blows up, looking big and puff chest. Like,
yeah,
you know,
I
Elon
mean,
Musk
it
and those
just
unfortunate like yacht photos.
yeah, I mean, it might just be the lighting, but like we've seen, like for Canada, it's. I was thinking of all of the puns. I think the main one I'm going for is like "Oh Canada," but just with a zero instead of an O.
Like
that's pretty much as it's going through.
Okay, that's not bad. Honestly, that's good gear. So far, this ban and protect phase playing out pretty similarly here. This time, the Winter Soldier's going to get looked at. So J3, God forbid, it's going to have to, you know, make a different pick. Probably just no bandwidth here to go after the backline of the USA. So I think Imru and Lulu are going to be pretty safe. Silky just plays anything. No point really targeting bans, I think, over at them either. So yeah, you've got to just try and make sure you can give yourself the best chance of putting up a fight here. Mantis banned, though, by the USA.
I do like the sort of Groot, the Mantis ban. Yeah, you just don't want to make sure that team up with Groot isn't going to be in play. Something to worry about. USA don't also want to play up against a triple strategist, where Canada has sort of shown a little bit of that. And like, I like the sort of Groot priority if it's going to be XQC playing it. Like, Groot is a very good character and just synergizes as well with various people. But it's also more like some of these points on Royal Palace are just a little bit too open. Like, you've got some areas like the archives where you can play in a choke and Groot's really good there. But outside of that, a lot of verticality, right? A lot of open spaces like the throne room and certainly like the outside area, the gardens. It's going to be a lot. So Canada banning up the Daredevil as well just to finish, to make sure that some of the options that Kingsman has is a bit more limited. But you're also going for the Lunar Snow Protect. Just make sure that your backline has something to be playing. Where we've seen so much of a focus on getting like the likes of Mantis before, and then also the Magneto.
And J3 with the Punisher would be pretty scary. That's probably been his best look over the course of the day. Just simply reaching back for another one of those really powerful duelist picks and making him look good. Kingsman as well, untouched. That Elsa Bloodstone is going to be an easy slot in with the magic taken away. I do hope as we get into maybe the the best of threes, the best of fives in our 8-team upper bracket that we might get to see it here. But most teams got a complete aversion to it. I feel like the only reason it's going to get through is if people somehow don't know that he's cracked on the match.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think most of us know. Like, if there's anything, certainly when it comes to these, like, Creator Cup tournaments, like, Kingsman does show up massively on the Mantis. But here, we don't get to see an awful lot of Royal Palace, like, on the Marvel Rivals, like, Twitch channel. It's not part of the rotation, usually, in Domination. But for Canada, let's see if they could just get something on the board, a point, even, like, a map win. There's a chance for them to pull this back, but USA have been lights out so far, other than that blip against America's United.
Yeah, and very clean as well. Their strategists have done a great job of enabling a level of aggression that Canada, frankly, aren't equipped to deal with, or at least so far has been an issue. Shore 4 is on the Wolverine. Interesting to play it into this. Obviously, Enfrost and Magneto can handle Wolverine. Magneto obviously has some knockback potential, makes it harder for Wolverine to close. Let's see what Kid Wonder has for us.
I mean, he is very good at being flexible in all of the sort of games that he plays. Like the unorthodox characters, he can pretty much pick them up very quickly. Aramori also on the Elsa, and it seems like one actually switching away from the Squirrel Girl, going to go for the Devil Dinosaur. It seems that he was willing to sort of switch it up to go for something a bit more brawly. And this competition, Canada might be able to find some more success with. Haven't got an elimination yet, but are actually trading out blow for blow against the USA.
See, they're playing off these group walls pretty well. XQC trying to set up picks. You see Aramori jumping over the top of the wall in order to try and capitalize on a play that was out of position. But you've got boatloads of healing from this backline. I mean, it's literally Lunar Snow alongside Invisible Woman. Forced physics as well to shove people back, buy you some time. The USA have got everything they need. And again, it's another perfect fight win. Clean, bloodless for the USA.
Clinical, yeah. Canada, like, have been good at sort of dealing with, like, the neutral fights, but they're just not showing enough damage. Wolverine switched away instantly from Show 4 to go for the Hela, and it pretty much is just whatever hit scans that they can get a hold of. Just a firing squad. He's even gone over towards a Hawkeye. Just find something. You got the team up with Lunar Snow, but all haven't seen Hawkeye in the game that much. I don't even know if that team up's still available. Oh! But they find a pick. He's done it. Show 4's done it.
That is incredible. That's a good start, at least. And actually, there might be more where that came from. Not
Start
too
too
bad. Oh, Apex Predator, that's a big catch. A lot of people caught up inside that. And Dokibet is going to be kicked off, but traded out here. All right. Okay. Ensong Inferno being lined up. J3 clears it in time. Aramori not able to get any sort of luck off that one. And now having to deal with the Punisher up close is pretty scary. Invisible boundary rather, on the field. Hawkeye ultimate in play. Shawfall fires it off, and he's going for it.
I mean, he should do. He's able to find the picks. He's actually being like Canada's last hope. That Stuntman is trying to do the work, and he's finding these picks. But now Canada having control of this objective, but put USA in a situation where they're just like, okay, what are Canada running right now? What do we need to adjust to?
Okay, Doki will be topping an ultimate here. Okay, no surprise. Fate of Both Worlds, very reasonable candidate for that. Not a mischief. Meteor M, burst damage. Oh my goodness, that is messed up. Flats didn't have the charge up for very long either. Found a double off the Meteor. Hold Proteus fine, but there's obviously AoE healing in play because of that Fate of Both Worlds, and ultimately Canada don't have the tools to follow it up.
Not enough, no. So it's just as Canada sort of catch up in progression on the point. That's pretty much all she wrote so far, so it's going to progress more for the US in, not the red-white, but the blue. As Canada are in the red at the very least, so that's at least thematic, but they have to try to change up stuff. Aramori switch it off for the Elsa to go towards that Jean Grey. Makes a lot of sense when you've got like all of these bodies for the US trying to fly in and go for these fights, but a lot of ultimates available for the defending side.
Yeah, I mean, we got Emma Frost, Invisible Woman ultimates ready to go. And J3 ready to wind up on them. There's nothing really to mitigate this final judgment, as we're seeing right now.
They would literally delete it. Like, they just disappeared off the screen. That's how much damage J3 was doing there.
And I appreciate this attempt here from Warm, but he is a long way from home and he's got no fancy shoes to click together.
Let's see if there's going to be Asgard's chance to see if they can go in for the fight. You got the Strange Portal, immediately just carbon crushed, kicked into a tree. It could not get any worse for XQC today, it feels like, as Jay Freeze found himself even more of the Canadians.
Certainly was the experience of playing Strange when Emma Frost came out. You're like, wow, I feel power crept right now. Well, that's dirty. Lazy shot there for J3. A better showing here for Canada, and even a Hawkeye sighting for Shawfall, but ultimately still not enough to garner respect.
Jay Freeze, just nice try onto Odin's Archive, which again, it's like if this is the potentially if Canada can set up, it's almost like Team Spain. Crossfires are plenty, but it's like if they can get on the point. Jay Free hasn't been eliminated, neither has Lulu, which I feel like we've been watching all of the US games. I feel like there's a lot of players that you can give MVPs to. I've been impressed with like Lulu. Like I think that she's like, it's not even like holding your own. It's just like she has been so good at actually just controlling the game at some really key clutch moments. But honestly, all of the US is like blended together to make a superb team.
Yep. And honestly, like for a team that really only started chatting in Discord about getting together and practicing this morning, they've come together unbelievably fast. Whereas Canada, like they've been, last couple of days, they've been like already like theory crafting, strategizing, talking about like hero pools. USA just hit the ground running here, and I think there's a lot to be said for finding a fit nice and early, especially then you have an opportunity or many opportunities to refine it. Anyway, let's head over to Archives now as USA are poised to take the series away in what would be the cleanest sweep of any of the matches we've seen so far and book themselves a spot in our finals on Sunday.
You've got XQC as Captain America, which feels a little bit like
the flavor fail.
Anti-synergy, yeah, not quite Captain Canada. I don't like. Surely that's a Marvel character somewhere. Any case, like Kingsman does have the Apex Predator, but it's like, how are you going to line it up when you have all of this verticality to deal with on the Archives?
Yeah, Kingsman is in no hurry, and also you'd be forgiven for thinking that Elsa Bloodstone's a little bit sort of like shorter range, but no, you can certainly poke with her. Sort of sit back and try and get some of that damage in. Okay, Fate of Both Worlds gives Canada an opportunity actually to play aggressor for once in this game. Kingsman isn't able to slip away in time. Flats also. So, okay, one big ultimate there for Canada allows them to finally step up and honestly to win a fight so cheaply, be able to get that first cap. These are all great outcomes for Canada.
Yeah, Showfor is just very good when it comes to a bow and arrow, and he's now got his team into a great position where these kind of chokes work quite a lot if you were playing stuff like the Groot and stuff, but you've got like XQC on Captain America. One gets picked off just in the heart of Proteus in hand. He gets CC'd out as the Apex Predator is able to pull people into position, and Kingsman's found everyone.
Yeah, that is nice. A little flourish follow-up there with Living Bullet to secure that kill off a nice little Apex Predator that drew in at least 2 players, if not more. Canada are going to find their stay on the point here was very short-lived. The time in the sun Not nearly as lengthy as they would have liked for a summer break. Going to be J3. Yeah, this will end the fight for sure. Final Judgment closes it out.
All done, it feels like. So USA bounce it back. Lots of ultimates used though in the end to try to like switch it over, but you've got 3 ultimates that are about to be available with Lulu building up that invisible boundary. Seeing if Canada could actually find much, like Hunter's Sight is available for the Hawkeye, which you don't really get to say a lot on the esports side of things, but in the case of Showfor, he has been the difference maker, so it could be all of the difference needed for Canada to swing this back.
Seduction here from Silky. Oh, they've caught Shawfor. Still doesn't seem to be bothered. Nice healing, I guess, to keep him topped up as he slowly lumbers towards his enemies. Aramori nicely connected there. J3 dealt with, but EMEA eventually finds its way towards Fan Man. Plat's really reached for that one. Fan's going to be printed back into the fight, but the follow-up elimination on Shawfor, that's the one that's going to hurt Canada in the longer run. They do flip the point back, and XQC is pretty hard to kill.
He's running side to side just around this invisible boundary, just waiting it out. But he's doing well to sort of like pull this attention. Like he knows how to sort of play it here, and he's got the banhammer going to be used from Aramori to try to work together in tandem. But Fan in the background has been taken out as Kingsman has found 2 of the backline. Actually, as the Namor's going to come down, the J3 sort of plays off Kingsman so nicely, able to find even more as the point is going to switch back towards the US.
That's too good. It's so chaotic as well. Now, when Elsa closes the gap here, you certainly have to be, flicking constantly. Nice look, and also another Apex Predator, building up 2 over the course of 3 fights it might be, is pretty insane. It's so disruptive, and it almost guarantees you like a double when it's thrown into these chokes.
Holding on. Deep dive in as an Apex Predator is almost available again for Kingsman. He has been pumping up these ultimates like nobody's business, and you've only got the 2 like Captain America and Deadpool Vanguard. Not really like big HP pools to be building up these ultimates, but XQC might be getting more than he bargained for. He's just got leaped on as the Apex Predator is going to be used, and Kingsman and Lulu combo up to actually find the eliminations needed. Aramori's at least traded one, but it's still in control of the US.
Yeah, can Aramori be traded back though? J3 is questing here with the rifle. War did go down, but brought back into the fight. Aramori's just low. Yeah, she lingers a little bit too long out in that line of sight. And USA have held this point the entire time. And oh yeah, I'm looking at my watch. It's about time for another final judgment.
J3's setting it up. He's feeling himself. That aura has definitely been there so far today. Might be just a chance to confirm your position into playoffs in that 2nd seed if Canada can't do anything about it. You have got some ultimates available for the strategists, and at least one has been able to pick up a pick onto Lulu, but that's 2 strategist ultimates used together and an instant deletion onto the rocket.
Oh, this vantage point is too good. Namor, yep, not long for this world. Warren trying to get safe there. Kingsman just runs it down on Shawfor. All too confident closing the gap here. And the United States are running their victory lap here in these final seconds of Archives. Aramori bringing the team together, trying to divine a way forward from them, playing everything under the sun. Unfortunately, it's not going to be long for this world either. She's eventually brought down an XQC through the portal to what he knew was going to be his demise, but he certainly had to throw himself at stall situations in the past. Shawfor! What? 4 kills? Unreal! Somebody do something about this guy out of absolutely nowhere, literally from his hindquarters, has just produced a way back into this for Canada.
There's no way that Shawfor was able to do that. I've never seen 4 picks in quick succession. He got more picks in half a second than he did the entirety of the last map that we just saw. All of Canada got in the last map that we just saw. That was crazy from Shawfor.
This guy is responsible for one of the greatest bamboozles in the history of the game we used to cover. And right now, he has pulled the wool well and truly over USA's eyes. Surely they don't win off the back of this. There's just...
Yeah.
There's no way this happens. All right.
Well, that's the main thing about a merry-go-round, I think, is that it does go around in circles. So we'll see how this one plays out.
Okay, Kingsman here up on the point. Apex Predator, that's a pretty good moment for it, I'd say. Well made use of. Warren and PBC already down. And yep, there's Shawfor turning up on the kill feed. Death and Taxes. Honestly, he probably needs to get 4Ks every single fight if Canada are going to win this one out from here. Still, Aramori, very slippery, hard to catch on this Vanguard Deadpool variant. I can use that shield as well. Shawfor down. Yeah, was hoping for more from him. Now the Rocket Raccoon is going to have to step up, and the rest of Canada will gently, at least, be put to bed. Just the Venom here. No one else to really take scrutiny off them. Trying to swing on out of there. It is Canada exit the competition. United States have booked their ticket into our top 8.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for Canada, but at least some bright moments. And like maybe the highlight of the tournament, we definitely need to get that on the reels from production, like just for sure for able to get us 4 picks that fast. Jay Frey, multiple MVPs that he's been able to pick up today and has been the real Captain America, I think, for this squad.
Yeah, honestly, just holding M1 for the boys. That is all that needs to be done. 3 deaths in the course of that map. Basically unkillable, just vomiting damage out. And USA do get the job done here. Quick glance at the scoreboard. 13 final hits for Shawford. The rest of his team combined 8. Carry performance, and unfortunately, it's just not enough. It's just not. I mean, honestly, it could have been. It almost managed to win Canada that round, but they had to win another straight fight after it. And when J3 is just dominating, 22 final hits there. Kingsman also looking incredible at 15 final hits. I don't know what you're supposed to hope for to bring you back in.
Yeah, he's just the kind of player like him and Jay Free. I never thought they would just be like this match made in heaven for your duelists, but they just work so well together because it feels like Kingsman takes so much of the focus. He's able to play the unorthodox characters, and then Jay Free just comes in and just like does the work. You know, it's like the space that's created for him. He knows like it's not the most flashiest job. He's not going to be the poster child of this team. He just comes in and does his job and then leaves. And that's pretty much what you want from like a duelist. And it seems that the rest of the team was playing around him lovely. Like front to back, this Silky squad for Team USA has been amazing. Outside of like the America's United team just kind of playing lights out that we saw earlier, they're the ones that top the group.
Yeah, I mean, and I've got my eyes on America's United team as we head even further forward, of course, to the top 8, because it's not just America's teams they're going to have the privilege of terrorizing. They will be set upon the rest of the world, and even some of our very strong looking competitors out of EMEA. We are going to lobby hop here over towards America United versus Brazil. We still have that game left to finalize. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we still get a little bit more action here.
Oh, we're straight into it. Is this like ongoing? So yeah, like this is the second map, and I'm pretty sure America's, I imagine, is ahead.
I want to say so, but it's getting a little bit frantic. Yeah, it is America's United ahead. We'll see how it goes. Oh, Fakala, that is pretty darn nice. That should pretty much wrap it up here. Actually, that is Brazil who are winning out here so far. This could be a pretty interesting result. Okay.
Is this America? Is this Brazil? Sorry.
I think Brazil were in the red, so they just won that round.
Also, it goes to a third map potentially. That is, I wasn't expecting that. That would have been like harder work for Canada if they did like win this series or make it close. That this would have thrown all permutations out the window.
So that's the first map, I think. Yeah. So
America's United actually like won because this is Crystal Molly. Makes sense, CM. Yeah, of course.
That's not what that scoreboard just said. I just see.
Yeah, so it's the other way around.
Brazil win the
We're
first
being
map.
lied to on broadcast.
That's crazy. We're going to get to a break. We're going to get the lobby for that properly, so everything's going to be lined up. We'll come back, of course, with more of that. Nice little game to end things out, especially with Brazil taking a map against a team that we just saw dominate USA. Stick around. More from our Marvel Rivals Creator World Cup after this.
Environment and enemies. Leaving foes hiding in the back line or behind cover nowhere to run. He can also uniquely weaponize the kinetic recoil of his blasts to gracefully wave through the battlefield and secure the perfect vantage point. When he unleashes his ultimate ability, Scott removes all power inhibitors, unleashing an apocalyptic optic blast that obliterates everything in its path. With this update, we are removing Wolverine from the Primal Flame team-up. Instead, Wolverine and Cyclops will forge a brand new team-up, Blast Slash. Cyclops serves as the anchor here. When activated, Cyclops supercharges Wolverine's adamantine claws with concentrated kinetic energy, granting Logan a massive boost to his melee attack range for a set duration. Additionally, Wolverine's vicious rampage ability will be replaced by kinetic claws, allowing Logan to spin and slash with his energized claws while dashing forward, dealing continuous damage to all surrounding enemies. Season 8.5 introduces a massive new game mode, Bounty Annihilation, alongside its dedicated new map, Kunlun Shenlong Arena. After a long delay, the legendary tournament of the Heavenly Cities has officially commenced. Following a grueling series of preliminaries, the immortal weapons have reached the finals to test their might and mind. Will Lin Lie prove himself worthy of the Iron Fist title? and who is the mysterious assassin that slew Sun Spider? Stay tuned to find out. With the hit, we are bringing a brand new holiday event to all players, the Rivals Summer Festival. Following the June 18th update, players can complete a series of events, including daily logins, to end up to 2,500 units. We've also prepared a fresh batch of highly requested swimsuit special costumes for a new lineup of heroes. Even more exciting, a new social hub, Hellfire Bay Beach, will drop with this update. Take control of your favorite heroes, snap some gorgeous photos, hang out on the sand, or even take a dip in the ocean. We hope you make a splash and capture some incredible summer memories in Marvel Rivals. From June 12th to June 26th, the highly anticipated 616 Day Vault opens its doors once again. We are bringing back the limited time costumes and events from July to September of 2025. This includes previous swimsuit special costumes, the summer special collections, and more. Keep an eye out. I want to take a moment to sincerely apologize to you all. While our internal teams have been working incredibly hard on Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the past two Doomsday events, we've taken a step back for a careful evaluation. We ultimately decided that we want to spend more time polishing the gameplay experience to meet our standards. Therefore, Phase 2 will be delayed until late July, and Phase 3 is being pushed back to mid-October. We deeply appreciate your patience and understandings as we work to make these encounters as epic as possible. Finally, Zhiyong is still working hard in the lab tweaking the balance numbers, so please keep an eye out for our detailed balance adjustments announcement coming soon. Ignite the battle!
Fight on, immortal weapons. The tournament is afoot.
Victory is in my sight. Right on target! Get off my lawn! Full blast! Extreme force! Propulsion beam! No more holding back! Arctic Fury! To me, my X-Men.
victorious. Who shall it be?
My fist is fired up!
You're on my radar.
Hello everyone, Guang here. I'm thrilled to be back with you all again. Welcome to Season 8.5 of Marvel Rivals. Following the defeat of Alchemax Corporate Raiders, Jean Grey led the X-Men on a daring raid against Alchemax to rescue Cyclops. However, upon finding him, they discovered that prolonged exposure to chromium has left his eyes permanently open, unable to shut off his optic blasts. Scott desperately needed a vessel capable of absorbing infinite energy to stabilize his eyes. Meanwhile, Jean's Phoenix Force, previously crippled by now, was starved and severely weakened. In a heartfelt embrace, the two provided exactly what the other needed, finally giving the X-Men the reunion they deserved. In Season 8.5, Cyclops reunites with his mutant brethren in Marvel Rivals. Operating as a duelist, the fearless leader of the X-Men enters the fray to unleash devastating optic blasts.
What's up, folks? Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Creator World Cups. 2 a.m. for Ryan, which means it's time to get down to business. We got what should be our last game of the day that's in progress. Ryan, we're going to hop across to see this America's United team go up against Brazil, who have taken the first map.
As my second favorite Australian say, it's business time, and it's a great time for business time as well.
They're
so,
Kiwi,
yeah,
bro. They're Kiwi.
Are they actually?
Yes.
Oh man,
Yeah.
they're close enough.
Bro, they're so cute. They're actually bone-hurtingly Kiwi, bro. It's crazy. Literally like married to a sheep kid. Anyway, we're going to keep going. Royal Palace is going to be our second map of this series. So, you know, it can be your favorite Australasian coin. That's fine.
Oceanic, yeah. I mean, that's a region in Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Sure. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I did an MRI and it was like 4 a.m. for me. Good times. Because Netties thought I was in Australia. So they asked me to cast it. And I'm like, okay. And then I'm like, wait, why am I going live at 4 a.m.? This sucks. Big mistake.
You just had that moment of wait.
Too late, bro. Too late. They already got their claws in me. Okay, so let's talk our banner protect here. I'm just getting myself oriented as well. Brazil, yeah, with a map up against America's United. Great side. Remember, America's United were playing the Gamma Combo, Del Dino, really effective, like flanking duelist. Star-Lord was in the mix for them as well. They were very impressive, and getting a map here is huge.
Yeah, they've gone and got rid of the Ultron, which must be something that they saw beforehand, because stuff like the Mantis is still available, so it doesn't really feel like it's we're just going to get rid of all of the major triple strategist options. It's like we're just going to get rid of like that one in particular. Maybe just flies to deal with, but the Cyclops ban, not too much of a surprise. I like that America's United, again, building around getting the Gambit and also the Rogue team up, and we've already sort of seen it before. It's like Omega was the one that went over towards the Gambit beforehand, and a really good performance from Masqué over on the Rogue as we saw them play up against Team USA earlier.
Yeah, I mean, Nitro was playing a ton of Ultron earlier, so it could also be that you're just a bit wary as America's United of giving your opponents like potential like multi-airborne threats here. Ultron is just a little bit annoying, as opposed to like an airborne duelist who, you know, doesn't necessarily have that self-heal, might just end up just dying to a strong breeze eventually as enough poke damage comes in. So the Hulk Protect here, Gelasio already hovering here. And if it's Cap Hulk, that is kind of vintage and also very much jump in your face.
Oh yeah, it's divey, and I think that's like, again, it's hard to talk about like what the meta typically is on Royal Palace because one, it's a creator tournament, so meta doesn't really matter too much. The other side is we don't see Royal Palace played for whatever reason. It's just not part of the rotation. It's the only map actually that isn't in the rotation at all for Ignite. We saw Shin Shibuya being taken out a while ago, but that's returned with no changes. So hard to really get a gauge onto why Royal Palace isn't involved necessarily. But in any case, we do get to see it in a little bit of action here. We've already seen that like verticality is the name of the game. Certainly when you look at the archives in the front room, just having that high ground to perch up on and then dive back into fights is pretty major. So yeah, Cap Hulk is a very, very aggressive high mobile line.
Yeah, and obviously, the ability to transition between like that high and low ground is pretty important. For some of the airborne heroes, it's a bit annoying because your line of sight is cut off a little bit by that upper platform. But we'll cross that bridge if and when we get to it. That's not where we're headed first. Let's look at comps here out of the gates. Yeah, it is going to be this Hulk and maybe Magneto look here for Lubu instead. Someone we highlighted last time we saw Brazil was FRT. Honestly, just a legitimate damage threat. Ended up with like 11 final hits, topping his team in one of those maps. And this team came very close to toppling the United States.
Yeah, it was a close series. So it is interesting that Brazil have ended up in this position where like they've got the lead against America's United. They might have taken their foot off the gas a little bit, right? They already qualified with their 2 wins so far. So it's, I wouldn't say it's getting late for any of these guys. Like, I don't know whereabouts they're playing, but I imagine it's probably on the West Coast.
Yeah, it's getting late for Brazil, for sure. We're definitely like 10, maybe at 11 p.m. So
it's just gamer hours though, so I think they'll be all right in the end. This is a lot of damage for this front line to be taken though, with the Hulk especially. Delacio is just trying to get out of dodge because he's feeding a lot of ult charge to that Phoenix on the other side.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You can see how quickly that Hamancito is able to build up to almost 50% now. Here comes Nitro, actually on a duelist, so a bit of a different look for them. Dagger Storm doesn't really mix all that well with Star-Lord at the best of times, but now might have found himself a 1v1 against Hamancito, who pops out of it entirely. Aldo taking a bit of damage here, but this Americas United have already got this cap at first, so Brazil do need to get busy when it comes to this objective. And you'll notice that, yeah, Omega is still being that sort of a nuisance in the side, thorn in the side, so to speak, constant flanking pressure.
Yeah, and there's not really been too much focus up until there's the actual like turnaround to actually deal with him. And so Brazil, this could be costly because you're really like at this point you've lost the point cheaply. You don't want to just keep giving ult charge up, and now you're basically going into this fight trying to farm up these ults, but just giving it completely over to Americas United that have made it up to a third progression and also built up their ultimates much faster than you. So that's a big mistake for Brazil to be making.
Yeah, a blowout fight loss. Ult charge handed over fist and 45 and counting for this capture point for Americas United. Looks like a bit of a bounce back for them. And Americas United can walk in with Ensong Inferno and, of course, Raging Royal Flush. So pretty effective, especially if you want to empower that Star-Lord to really take it to overdrive.
I mean, at this point, when you have the Star-Lord and the Gambit together, you're just waiting for the Galactic Flush, is what I like to call it, with the Star-Lord Gambit combination of ults. Brazil might be able to sort of hold on a little bit more. You have got like the World Breaker Hulk available for Delacio Field to use it, but Free over Ultimate's going to be used in tandem.
Yeah, there's so much going on. This Meteor M, though, soaking up a little bit of that initial damage here. Here's that Ensong Inferno. Should find impact, and yeah, FRT, perhaps just a little bit too far out into the open. Now, though, I mean, Omega just going to go for it. Blaster Barrage looked good there. Lubu eventually taken down, and Brazil, I don't know what happened in the first map then, honestly, because this looks like the same Americas United we've seen all day.
Yeah, I think it feels like a bit of a fever dream, I'll be honest. Like, yeah, Americas United looking a lot more dominant here. Just poor Bruce Banner is just done. Completely out of it, staring at the ceiling, but at least Brazil are able to try and contest the point. Never mind, they aren't. They're just narrowly short of it.
They just realized that even if they win here, I think they can't qualify because they lose their head-to-head against the United States. So get a bunch of kills.
Yeah, but they get third place. So actually for Brazil, farm up the eliminations, final hits. If you want, like, I wish we could do the maths in real time to be like, okay, Brazil need like 30 final hits and like try to count them down to see if they can hold it. That would be very funny. But so far they've managed one.
We are tracking the stats, but it's like I can tell you that in terms of final hits, right? Like it's ranked by everybody, but Brazil are 232 right now, and I think they're still. I think
that's over like South Korea already.
Yes, yeah, no, they are. South Korea are in 10th in terms of that. So Germany
here we
are
go.
in pretty good shape here, in fairness, but honestly, they're in a good spot, especially if this series drags out.
Yes, I think Nambachi might have just done enough. Like Germany's up there and then South Korea. So yeah, at this point, like Brazil would have qualified as the wild card and South Korea would be the ones to miss out.
Yeah.
And Canada, at the very least, like whilst it wasn't a good day for them, they did a little bit better than APAC United, who got 57 eliminations instead of Canada's 6-7 eliminations.
As of just now, Brazil had more kills than America United, who are just sort of.
That's
I guess 'cause the
true.
games were short. Like, there's a downside. I mean, it doesn't really matter to America's United. They've already qualified here, so we get carried away with that theory crafting. But this is, yeah, again, kind of what I'm also expecting. There's nothing to mitigate that Galactic Legend. So 4 kills get picked up by Omega, and yeah, America's United back in the hot seat.
I think it should just be for chat, like a bit of a bingo game. So, well, it was 232 final hits on here. Maybe a couple more come through. People have to guess like the final amount that Brazil is going to get. You don't get anything. You just get to guess.
Yeah, but remember,
Bragging
United
rights.
Kingdom can't get through on a wildcard slot because the 2 wildcards have to come from different regions. So even though they ended up in like 5th place overall,
Or isn't it for the 3rd place team specifically? So like a 4th place team can't get in, I'm pretty sure.
actually don't know about that one. Yeah, I mean, I think it probably follows anyway, most of the time. But yeah, they've got to be different regions is the important part. So if there was like a barn burner in like EMEA, for example, it wouldn't give both teams that wildcard qualification in. I feel like
Oh,
yeah, that's the one sort of downside. Okay, so Brazil here, able to assert themselves a little more in this fight, although for the most part, America's, got to be pretty quick to get back to this fight. It's just the stagger of Aldo, but big ultimates just around the corner. Especially that red royal flush. Look for Omega to pop off.
yeah, Brazil having like 5 ultimates though, at least able to get some points on the board. And it's the fun little dance of trying to get everybody in the royal flush to try to go through this. But you've already lost 2 players whilst they were trying to set up. Americans have actually lost out on 2 players. Just waiting for one of the biggest ultimates that Marvel Rivals has to offer.
Yeah, that is rough. Trying to get the ducks in a row, but Brazil find a moment actually just to thrust forward towards them. A clean fight win with stagger puts them now ahead. Huh. Okay.
I mean,
Bait
they
about
played
balls.
aggressive. Yeah. I don't know how intentional that was, but I think Brazil just want to make sure that like nothing can be set up here and just try to play the high line.
Look, they do have Eternal Bond at least from Tachinha likely in this next fight. Meteor, buy a bit of time, soak some damage. C&D just playing that off angle. Oh man, Alan actually gets picked off there. That is brutal for Americas United. So trying to bide their time coming forward. Brazil not punished there for maybe slightly more frivolous use of that Fate of Both Worlds.
I really like Crystal Molly there as well with the Eternal Bond. Like a good response to Eternal Bond is the Meteor M, just slam it on the Cloak and Dagger as they're going in with the dashes on the ultimate. So you see like Crystal Molly just kind of take the long road around, and it just means that like Lubu doesn't do anything with the Meteor M. In the end, he's just holding onto it, tries to line it up, can't get much. So Americas United still try to actually put some pressure on the objective itself because Brazil is sat very comfortably here.
Right, here's the dash forward here. We'll see if they can close the gap adequately. Meteor M now. No great catch, honestly. You thought Tachinha would be an easy target there. Unfortunately, that damage is almost entirely staved off, and there goes Aldo again. Now we're starting to realize or see why Brazil were able to make this so competitive. They look vastly different of a team in this round. And honestly, it wasn't even close after that first stint from Americas United. Brazil here, shove them straight back into spawn. FRT farming up those kills, and we are even here.
Now we go over towards the archive, which is, I think, more similar to the first point. So it's whether or not Americas United could get set up. And I think that first point, especially for Brazil, it was just a really bad first fight. Like, it's sort of neutral, 50-50. You don't touch the point, but you stick around. And then you just basically feed Americas United ult charge. And then all of the ultimate plays that you have, which are much less frequent, you just get nothing through and done with it. But Yamancito has been one of the duelists to watch, I think, in this tournament has shown up massively for Americas United on this one. But Ricardo with the whole like triple strategist setup that Brazil has consistently been trying to put forward isn't really leading on the eliminations. It's mostly Lubu that's actually finding like the picks.
It's also like, yeah, FRT and Nitro are like basically off duelists in terms of like the damage they're putting out. FRT with 5 final blows there. And obviously Brazil getting many of those, I suspect, in that previous round. So yeah, just hyper aggressive. Obviously, we know just how much Lunar Snow can put out. Like Ice Hearts is tough to dodge. It's like instant confirm, hit scan virtually. And FRT leading the charge in more ways than one.
I do like Aldo going for this like route too, because this area of the map is just so good. Like you could naturally see where these walls are going to be massively impactful. And Brazil, seeing if they could just fight up on the high ground, and America's United kind of want to try to stick together. They have some verticality and a big ultimate available with the Galactic Legend. You're just probably waiting for the Gambit ult to come through too.
Yeah, wait for maybe like Brazil to get more dispersed across the map, make it harder to respond. Is a Galactic Legend. Everyone though playing inside a Daggerstorm and back in the choke. So really conservative, I think, Lion on this ultimate now. Is it going to be enough to get to Gelasio? Not quite. I mean, this is actually pretty bad potentially for America's United. Double stun comes out there. Okay, they're going to have to pop some of these ultimates real quick. Ensong Inferno, Raging Wall Flash also, and Omega is down. What on earth? Nitro, huge pick up there on Mask, and Brazil have the vastly better positioning. They just tanked 3 ultimates for America's United.
Yeah, it's like America's United looked very scared there. They had the Galactic Legend. They weren't going to wait for the Royal Flush. I think mostly because they were expecting that Lubu was very close to having a Meteor M. So it's like the synergy wasn't quite there. Like America's United weren't quite synced up. A bit panicked in their approach. And Brazil just sort of hold out on hope. And Fakada, again, the single duelist is doing so much. Gets a nice little 3K stringing together nicely. And Omega back on the Wolverine, which was prevalent as we saw. It was awkward for America, Team USA to deal with last time.
Trying to make their way through now is Omega. He still has that regenerative healing factor available, so can certainly tank his fair share of damage as well. Aldo close to Strangling Prison now. Beta Earth Worlds, though, going to be active here for FRT, and Brazil are back to business. Bakata finds a quick double, and Americas say, no, we're good. We're gonna call a cancel on this one. We're going to wait for a Garut ultimate the next fight.
Yeah, Rogue can't quite keep up with the Lunar Snow, but Phoenix isn't going to get very far in particular. And again, Fakada's just like the multi-kills, just stringing them together is superb work. Brazil not quite having ultimates to work with just yet, but Eternal Bond very close to being available, at least for Brazil. Strangling Prison is going to be coming in thick and fast for Aldo, you'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, Eternal Bond can mitigate this. If the C&D isn't caught in that, then obviously they will be rooted in place. So I have to hope that healing comes quickly enough. It's more residual than burst, if I'm honest. But Aldo needs to line this up properly. America's United swiftly losing control of this game. But FRT being picked off first, maybe owing to the aggression we've seen from the Lunar Snow player. And here come the ultimates. Ensong Inferno earned one already. The Gambit getting picked up. And Eternal Bond will be eclipsed by Fate of both worlds. Crystal Molly just says vastly more healing throughput. Heal Meteor, though. Slam dunk. That is exactly how we drew it up, folks. One of the earliest phases of the game saw that being a very pivotal interaction. Just as relevant today.
Yeah, it was almost comical as well. Like Lubu just holding on to it, and then just Crystal Molly's like Fate Above Worlds ended, and then immediate smush. Brazil, though, have actually done it. They've actually won out this series 2-0. So this wasn't just a bag, but Brazil have actually kind of provided a shock and opened up this group from the Americas region.
Yeah, pretty insane from them. Obviously, with plenty of kills earned, they're certainly going to be online for a wildcard spot alongside Germany. I think the way it still plays out is that the head-to-head, for America's United is favorable against the US, and obviously it's also favorable for the US against Brazil. So Brazil don't get into second with a win in this series, as far as I understand it, even though we have a number of 2-1s. We'll get confirmation for you on that in just a moment, but for now, we can obviously see the aftermath of that game. I'm glad we got to catch this, as Brazil have clearly made use of the reps today.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2:22 now in the morning, and I'm not thinking about permutations. Like, don't put that into my head, because I don't think I'm going to make much sense of it at this point. But it's pretty much likely that like Germany and Brazil are going to be our wildcard teams, joining the top 2 from each of the regions, which give us a pretty scary like top 8. And with results like this, it pretty much opens it up. And seeing the like intra cross regional stat from Sunday, I don't know what to expect. Even with ping, I think there's going to be some really close games for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of you are sort of waiting with bated breath to find out what our top 8 is going to look like, including our wildcards. We've got our best minds on the job right now in the background. They are working that out. And while they do, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be announcing our top 8 for Sunday's play in that 8-team single elimination bracket. Remember, $300,000 on the line here at the Marvel Rivals Creator World Cup. A lot to play for, a lot to be excited for. So stick around. We'll let you know who's going to be making the top 8 after this.
In combat, Cyclops can fire powerful beams to strike enemies head-on, or precisely calculate ricochets of the environment and enemies, leaving foes hiding in the backline or behind cover nowhere to run. He can also uniquely weaponize the kinetic recoil of his blasts to gracefully wave through the battlefield and secure the perfect vantage point. When he unleashes his ultimate ability, Scott removes all power inhibitors, unleashing an apocalyptic optic blast that obliterates everything in its path. With this update, we are removing Wolverine from the Primal Flame team-up. Instead, Wolverine and Cyclops will forge a brand new team-up, Blast Slash. Cyclops serves as the anchor here. When activated, Cyclops supercharges Wolverine's adamantine claws with concentrated kinetic energy, granting Logan a massive boost to his melee attack range for a set duration. Additionally, Wolverine's vicious rampage ability will be replaced by kinetic claws, allowing Logan to spin and slash with his energized claws while dashing forward, dealing continuous damage to all surrounding enemies. Season 8.5 introduces a massive new game mode, Bounty Annihilation, alongside its dedicated new map, Kunlun Shenlong Arena. After a long delay, the legendary tournament of the Heavenly Cities has officially commenced. Following a grueling series of preliminaries, the immortal weapons have reached the finals to test their might and mind. Will Lin Ye prove himself worthy of the Iron Fist title? And who is the mysterious assassin that slew Sun Spider? Stay tuned to find out. With the hit, we are bringing a brand new holiday event to all players, the Rivals Summer Festival. Following the June 18th update, players can complete a series of events, including daily logins, to end up to 2,500 units. We've also prepared a fresh batch of highly requested swimsuit special costumes for a new lineup of heroes. Even more exciting, a new social hub, Hellfire Bay Beach, will drop with this update. Take control of your favorite heroes, snap some gorgeous photos, hang out on the sand, or even take a dip in the ocean. We hope you make a splash and capture some incredible summer memories in Marvel Rivals. From June 12th to June 26th, the highly anticipated 616 Day Vault opens its doors once again. We are bringing back the limited time costumes and events from July to September of 2025. This includes previous swimsuit special costumes, the summer special collections, and more. Keep an eye out. I want to take a moment to sincerely apologize to you all. While our internal teams have been working incredibly hard on Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the past two Doomsday events, we've taken a step back for a careful evaluation. We ultimately decided that we want to spend more time polishing the gameplay experience to meet our standards. Therefore, Phase 2 will be delayed until late July, and Phase 3 is being pushed back to mid-October. We deeply appreciate your patience and understandings as we work to make these encounters as epic as possible. Finally, Zhiyong is still working hard in the lab tweaking the balance numbers, so please keep an eye out for our detailed balance adjustments announcement coming soon. Ignite the battle!
Immortal weapons. The tournament is afoot.
Victory is in my sight.
Right on target!
Get off my lawn!
Full blast! Extreme force! Propulsion beam! No more holding back! Arctic Fury!
To me, my X-Men.
Only one warrior will emerge victorious. Who shall it be?
Maximum punch!
Very much. The moon haunts you!
You crossed my path!
My fist is fired up!
You're on my radar.
Hello everyone, Guang here. I'm thrilled to be back with you all again. Welcome to Season 8.5 of Marvel Rivals. Following the defeat of Alchemax Corporate Raiders, Jean Grey led the X-Men on a daring raid against Alchemax to rescue Cyclops. However, upon finding him, they discovered that prolonged exposure to chromium has left his eyes permanently open, unable to shut off his optic blasts. Scott desperately needed a vessel capable of absorbing infinite energy to stabilize his eyes. Meanwhile, Jean's Phoenix Force, previously crippled by now, was starved and severely weakened. In a heartfelt embrace, the two provided exactly what the other needed, finally giving the X-Men the reunion they deserved. In Season 8.5, Cyclops reunites with his mutant brethren in Marvel Rivals. Operating as a duelist, the fearless leader of the X-Men enters the fray to unleash devastating optic blasts. In combat, Cyclops can fire powerful beams to strike enemies head-on, or precisely calculate ricochets of the environment and enemies, leaving foes hiding in the backline or behind cover nowhere to run. He can also uniquely weaponize the kinetic recoil of his blasts to gracefully wave through the battlefield and secure the perfect vantage point. When he unleashes his ultimate ability, Scott removes all power inhibitors, unleashing an apocalyptic optic blast that obliterates everything in its path. With this update, we are removing Wolverine from the Primal Flame team-up. Instead, Wolverine and Cyclops will forge a brand new team-up, Blast Slash. Cyclops serves as the anchor here. When activated, Cyclops supercharges Wolverine's adamantine claws with concentrated kinetic energy, granting Logan a massive boost to his melee attack range for a set duration, Additionally, Wolverine's Vicious Rampage ability will be replaced by Kinetic Claws, allowing Logan to spin and slash with his energized claws while dashing forward, dealing continuous damage to all surrounding enemies. Season 8.5 introduces a massive new game mode, Bounty Annihilation, alongside its dedicated new map, Kunlun Shenlong Arena. After a long delay, the legendary tournament of the Heavenly Cities has officially commenced. Following a grueling series of preliminaries, the immortal weapons have reached the finals to test their might and might. Will Lin Ye prove himself worthy of the Iron Fist title? And who is the mysterious assassin that slew Sun Spider? Stay tuned to find out. With the hit, we are bringing a brand new holiday event to all players, the Rivals Summer Festival. Following the June 18th update, players can complete a series of events, including daily logins, to end up to 2,500 units. We've also prepared a fresh batch of highly requested swimsuit special costumes for a new lineup of heroes. Even more exciting, a new social hub, Hellfire Bay Beach, will drop with this update. Take control of your favorite heroes, snap some gorgeous photos, hang out on the sand, or even take a dip in the ocean. We hope you make a splash and capture some incredible summer memories in Marvel Rivals. From June 12th to June 26th, the highly anticipated 616 Day Vault opens its doors once again. We are bringing back the limited time costumes and events from July to September of 2025. This includes previous swimsuit special costumes, the summer special collections, and more. Keep an eye out. I want to take a moment to sincerely apologize to you all. While our internal teams have been working incredibly hard on Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the past two Doomsday events, we've taken a step back for a careful evaluation. We ultimately decided that we want to spend more time polishing the gameplay experience to meet our standards. Therefore, Phase 2 will be delayed until late July, and Phase 3 is being pushed back to mid-October. We deeply appreciate your patience and understandings as we work to make these encounters as epic as possible. Finally, Zhiyong is still working hard in the lab tweaking the balance numbers, so please keep an eye out for our detailed balance adjustments announcement coming soon. Ignite the battle!
Fight on, immortal weapons. The tournament is afoot.
Victory is in my sight. Right on target! Get off my lawn! Full blast! Extreme force! Propulsion beam! No more holding back! Optic Fury! To me, my X-Men.
Only one warrior will emerge victorious. Who shall it be?
气贯长虹。